Ferocious we are. Lethal in any form. Tamer of tides. We play with storms. You guessed it right. We are men in uniform. Our in-house poetry. Ashfaq Mir threw his head back and guffawed. Either the tea or the script made him talkative. Oblivious to the disquiet, as well as the quiet, of his audience, he chattered amiably about his college days, his politics, his job. He had been a student leader, he said, and like most young men of his generation, a hardcore separatist. But having lived through the bloodshed of the early 1990s, having lost a cousin and 5 close friends, he had come to see the light. He now believed Kashmir's struggle for Azadi had lost its way and that nothing could be achieved without the rule of law. And so he joined the Jammu and Kashmir Police and had been deputed to the SOG, the Special Operations Group. Holding a biscuit in the air, delicately between his thumb and forefinger, he recited a poem by Habib Jalib that he said had simply come to him at the very moment of his change of heart. Mohabbat Galian se bo raho. Wadan kachara kun se do raho. Gumaan tum kok rasta kat rahahai. Yakin mulyako ke manzil ko raho. Bullets you sow instead of love. Our homeland you wash with blood. You imagine you're showing the way. But I believe you've gone astray. Without waiting for a reaction, he switched from his declamatory tone to a conspiratorial one. And after Azadi? Has anyone thought? What will majority do to the minority? Kashmiri Pandits have already gone. Only us Muslims remain. What will we do to each other? What will Salafi do to Barelvis? What will Sunnis do to Shias? They say they will go to Jannat more surely if they kill a Shia than if they kill a Hindu. What will be the fate of Ladakhi Buddhists? Jammu Hindus? JNK is not just Kashmir. It's Jammu and Kashmir, and Ladakh. Has any separatist thought of this? The answer, I can tell you, is a big no. Naga agreed with what Ashfaq Mir said, and he knew how carefully the seed of self-doubt had been sown by an administration that had clawed its way back into control from the brink of utter chaos. Listening to Ashfaq Mir was like watching the season change and the crop mature. It gave Naga a momentary rush, a cultish sense of omniscience. But he didn't want to do anything that would prolong the meeting. So he said nothing. He made a show of craning his neck to read the list of the most wanted, about 25 names written with green magic marker on the whiteboard behind the desk. Next to more than half the names it said, killed, killed, killed. They are all Pakistanis and Afghanis, Ashfaq Mir said, not turning around, keeping his gaze on Naga. Their shelf life is not more than 6 months. By the year end they will all be eliminated. But we never kill Kashmiri boys. Never. Never unless they are hardcore. The barefaced lie hung in the air unchallenged. That was its purpose, to test the air. Ashfaq Mir sipped his tea, continuing to stare at Naga with those amazed, unblinking eyes. Suddenly, or perhaps not so suddenly, an idea seemed to occur to him. Would you like to see a Milton? I have a wounded one with me here in custody. A Kashmiri. Shall I order for him? He rang the bell once again. Within seconds a man answered it and took the order as though it were an additional snack that was being ordered with the tea. Ashfaq Mir grinned mischievously. Don't tell my boss, please. He will scold me. This type of thing is not allowed. But you and ma'am will find it very interesting. While he waited for the new snack to be served, he turned his attention to the papers on his desk, signing his name rapidly on several of them, with an air of cheerful triumph, the scratch of his pen on paper amplified by the silence. Tilo, who had been sitting on a chair at the back of the room, stood up and walked to the window that looked out onto a bleak parking lot full of military trucks. She didn't want to be the audience for Ashfaq Mir's show. It was an instinctive gesture of solidarity with a prisoner against a jailer, regardless of the reasons that had made the prisoner a prisoner and the jailer a jailer. From being someone who had been trying to turn her presence in the room into an absence, her unpresent form now turned thermal, emitting a flux that both the men in the room were acutely aware of, although in very different ways. In a few minutes a burly policeman entered, carrying a thin boy in his arms. One leg of the boy's trousers was rolled up, exposing a matchstick-thin calf held together by a splint from ankle to knee. His arm was in a plaster cast and his neck was bandaged. Though his face was drawn with pain, he didn't grimace when the soldier deposited him on the floor. To refuse to show pain was a pact the boy had made with himself. It was a desolate act of defiance that he had conjured up in the teeth of absolute, abject defeat. And that made it majestic. Except that nobody noticed. He stayed very still, a broken bird, half sitting, half lying, propped up on one elbow, his breath shallow, his gaze directed inward, his expression giving nothing away. He showed no curiosity about his surroundings or the people in the room. And Tilo, with her back to the room, in an equally desolate act of defiance, refused to show curiosity about him. Ashfaqmir broke up the tableau with the same declamatory tone in which he had recited his poem. What he said this time was a kind of recital too. The average age of a Milton is between 17 and 20 years. He is brainwashed, indoctrinated, and given a gun. They are mostly poor, low-caste boys. Yes, for your kind information, even we Muslims happily practice caste. They don't know what they want. They are simply being used by Pakistan to bleed India. It's what we can call their prick and bleed policy. This boy's name is Ijaz. He was captured in an operation in an apple orchard near Pulwama. You can talk to him. Ask him any questions. He was with a new tanzim that has recently started operations here. Lashkar-e-Taiba. His commander, Abu Hamza, was a Pakistani. He has been neutralized. The game became clear to Naga. He was being offered a deal in Kashmir's special currency. An interview with a captured militant from a relatively new and, according to the intelligence reports, he was privy to deadly outfit, in exchange for peace over the night's events, for whatever had happened with Tilo and whatever horrors she might have witnessed. Ashfaqmir walked over to his quarry and spoke to him in Kashmiri, in a tone one might use for someone who was hard of hearing. Ye Chui Nagaraj Hari Haran Sahib. He is a famous journalist from India. Sedition was a contagion in Kashmir. Sometimes it involuntarily slipped into the vocabulary of loyalists too. He writes against us openly, but still we respect and admire him. This is the meaning of democracy. Someday you will understand what a beautiful thing it is. He turned to address Naga, switching to English, which the boy understood, but could not speak. After being with us and coming to know us well, this boy has seen the error of his ways. Now he thinks of us as his family. He has renounced his past and denounced his colleagues and those who forcibly indoctrinated him. He has himself requested us to keep him in custody for 2 years so that he can be safe from them. His parents are being allowed to visit him. In a few days he will be transferred to jail, to judicial custody. There are many boys like him who are with us here, ready to work with us. You can speak with him, ask him anything. It's no problem. He will talk. Naga said nothing. Tilo remained at the window. It was cool outside, but the air rumbled and smelled of diesel. She watched soldiers escort a young woman with a baby in her arms through the maze of trucks and soldiers. The woman seemed reluctant to go. She kept turning around to look back at something. The soldiers deposited her outside the tall metal gates of the Shiraz, beyond the coiled razor wire fence that barricaded the torture center from the main road. The woman remained standing where she had been deposited. A small, desperate, frightened figure, a traffic island on the crossroads to nowhere. For a moment the silence in the room grew awkward. Oh, I see, I understand, you would like to speak with him one-on-one? Shall I go out? It's no problem. I can easily go out. Ashfaqmir rang a bell. I'm going out, he informed the puzzled orderly who answered the bell. We are going out. We will sit in the outside room. Having ordered himself out of his own office, he left and shut the door. Tilo turned around briefly to watch him leave. Through the gap between the bottom of the door and the floor she could see his brown shoes blocking the light. Within a second he came back in with a man who carried a blue plastic chair. It was positioned facing the boy on the floor. Please have a seat, sir. He will talk. You need not worry. He will not harm you. I'm going now, okay? You can speak in private. He left, closing the door behind him. He returned almost immediately. I forgot to tell you that his name is Ijaz. Ask him anything. He looked at Ijaz and his tone became slightly peremptory. Answer whatever he asks you. Urdu is no problem. You can speak in Urdu. Gee, sir, the boy said, not looking up. He's a Kashmiri, I'm a Kashmiri, we're brothers, and just look at us. Okay. I'll go out. Ashfaq Mir left the room once again. And once again his shoes paced up and down just outside the door. Would you like to say anything? Naga asked Ijaz, ignoring the chair and crouching on the floor in front of him. You don't have to. Only if you want to. On or off the record. Ijaz held Naga's gaze for a moment. The mortification of being described as a renegade clean outstripped the physical pain he was in. He knew who Naga was. He didn't recognize his face, obviously, but Naga's name was well known in militant circles as a fearless journalist, not a fellow traveler by any means, but someone who could be useful, a member of the human right wing, as some militants jokingly called Indian journalists who wrote even-handedly and equally conscientiously about the excesses committed by the security forces as well as the militants. Naga's political shift had still not manifested itself as a discernible pattern, not even to himself. Ijaz knew he had only moments within which to decide what to do. Like a goalkeeper in a penalty shootout, he had to commit himself one way or another. He was young, he chose the riskier option. He began to speak, quietly and clearly, in Kashmiri accented Urdu. The incongruity between his appearance and his words was almost as shocking as the words themselves. I know who you are, sir. Struggling people, people fighting for their freedom and dignity, no Nagaraj Hariharan as an honest, upright journalist. If you write about me you must write the truth. It's not true what Ishfaq Sahib said. They tortured me, they gave me electric shocks and made me sign a blank sheet. This is what they do here with everybody. I don't know what they wrote on it later. I don't know what they have made me say in it. The truth is that I have not denounced anybody. The truth is that I honor those who trained me in jihad more than I honor my own parents. They didn't force me to join them. It was I who went looking for them. Tilo turned around. I was in class 12 in a government school in Tang Marg. It took me 1 whole year to get recruited. They Lushkar were very suspicious of me because I didn't have any family member who had been killed, tortured, or made to disappear. I did it for Azadai and for Islam. They took 1 year to believe me, to check me out, to see if I was an army agent, or if my family would be left without a breadwinner if I became a militant. They are very careful about. 4 policemen burst into the room with trays of omelets, bread, kebabs, onion rings, chopped carrots and more tea. Ashfaq Mir appeared behind them like a charioteer driving his horses. He personally served the food onto the plates, taking his time to arrange the carrots on the outer rim, the onions inside, like an impenetrable military formation. The room fell silent. There were only 2 plates. Ijaz returned his gaze to the floor. Tilo turned back to the window. The trucks came and went. The woman with the baby was still standing in the middle of the road. The sky was a flaming rose. The mountains in the distance were ethereally beautiful, but it had been another terrible year for tourism. Please go ahead. Help yourself. Will you like kebab? Now or later? Please, keep talking. No problem. Okay, I'm going. And for the 4th time in 10 minutes Ashfaq Mir left his office and stood outside the door. Naga was pleased by what Ijaz had said about him and delighted that it had been said in front of Tilo. He could not resist a small performance. You crossed over. You were trained in Pakistan. Naga asked Ijaz once he was sure Ashfaq Mir was out of earshot. No. I was trained here. In Kashmir. We have everything here now. Training, weapons. We buy our ammunition from the army. It's 20 rupees for a bullet, 904. From the army. Yes. They don't want the militancy to end. They don't want to leave Kashmir. They are very happy with the situation as it is. Everybody on all sides is making money on the bodies of young Kashmiris. So many of the grenade blasts and massacres are done by them. You're a Kashmiri. Why did you choose the Lashkar instead of Hizb or JKLF? Because even the Hizb has respect for certain political leaders in Kashmir. In Lashkar we have no respect for these leaders. I have no respect for any leader. They have cheated and betrayed us. They have made their political careers on the bodies of Kashmiris. They have no plan. I joined Lashkar because I wanted to die. I am supposed to be dead. I did not ever think I would be caught alive. But first, before you died, you wanted to kill. Ijaz looked Naga in the eye. Yes. I wanted to kill the murderers of my people. Is that wrong? You can write that. Ashfaq Mir burst in, smiling broadly, but his unsmiling eyes darted from person to person, trying to assess what had passed between them. Enough. Happy? Did he cooperate? Before publication you can please reconfirm with me any facts he gave you. He's a terrorist, after all. My terrorist brother. And once again he guffawed happily and rang his bell. The burly policeman returned, gathered Ijaz in his arms and carried him away. Once the snack had been cleared away on its burly tray, Naga and Tilo were given cheerful, but unspoken, permission to leave. The food on the plates remained untouched, the military formation unbreached. On their way to autos, sitting in the claustrophobic back seat of an armored gypsy, Naga held Tilo's hand. Tilo held his hand back. He was acutely aware of the circumstances in which that tentative exchange of tenderness was taking place. He could feel the tremor, the motor under her skin. Still, of all the women in the world, to have this woman's hand in his made him indescribably happy. The smell inside the jeep was overpowering, a rank cocktail of sour metal, gunpowder, hair oil, fear, and treachery. Its customary passengers were masked informers, known as cats. During cordon and search operations, the adult men of the cordoned neighborhood would be rounded up and paraded past the armored gypsy, that ubiquitous symbol of dread in the Kashmir Valley. From the depths of his metal cage, the concealed cat would nod, or blink, and a man would be taken out of the line to be tortured, disappeared, or to die. Naga knew all this, of course, but it did nothing to lessen the intensity of his contentment. The sullen city was wide awake but feigning sleep. Empty streets, closed markets, shuttered shops, and locked houses slid past the jeep's slit windows, death windows, local people called them, because what peered out of them were either soldiers' guns or informers' eyes. Packs of street dogs slouched about like small bears, their bedcoats thickening in anticipation of the approaching winter. Other than tense soldiers on hair-trigger alert, there was not a human in sight. By mid-morning the curfew would be lifted and the security withdrawn to allow people to reclaim their city for a few hours. They would swarm out of their homes in their hundreds of thousands and march to the graveyard, unaware that even the outpouring of their grief and fury had become part of a strategic, military, management plan. Naga waited for Tilo to say something. She didn't. When he tried to initiate a conversation, she said, "Please. Can we, is it possible, to not talk?" Garson said they had killed a man, a Commander Gulraz, they think, or I don't know who thinks. Garson thinks, or maybe they told him it was Musa. Was it? Just that? Tell me just that. She said nothing for a moment. Then she turned and looked straight at him. Her eyes were broken glass. It was impossible to tell. When he covered the conflict in Punjab, Naga had seen, often enough, the condition of bodies when they came out of interrogation centers. So he took what Tilo said as confirmation of his suspicions. He understood that it would take Tilo a while to get over what she had been through. He was prepared to wait. He thought he knew enough, or at least all that he really needed to know about what had happened. He forgave himself for the fact that Tilo's anguish was, for him, the source of exquisite contentment. Tilo's answer to Naga's question wasn't an outright lie. But it certainly wasn't the truth. The truth was that given the condition of the body she saw, had she not known who it was, it would have been impossible to tell. But she did know who it was. She knew very well that it wasn't Musa. With that untruth or half-truth or one-tenth truth, or whatever other fraction of the truth it was, the barriers came down and the borders of the country without consulates were sealed. The episode at the Shiraz was filed away as a closed subject. When they returned to Delhi, since Tilo was in no condition to be left alone in what Naga called her storeroom in the Nizamuddin Basti, he invited her to stay for a while in his little flat on the roof of his parents' house. When he finally saw her haircut, he told her that it really suited her and that whoever had done it should become a hairdresser. That made her smile. A few weeks later he asked her if she would marry him. She delighted him by saying that she would. Very soon, to his parents' utter dismay, the ceremony was, as they say, solemnized. They were married on Christmas Day, 1996. If cover was what Tilo needed, she couldn't have done better than becoming the daughter-in-law of Ambassador Shiva Shankar Hariharan with a home address in diplomatic enclave. She held that life together for 14 years and then suddenly, she couldn't anymore. There were a number of explanations for why this was so, but chief among them was exhaustion. She grew tired of living a life that wasn't really hers at an address she oughtn't to be at. Ironically, when the drift began, she was fonder of Naga than she had ever been. It was herself she was exhausted by. She had lost the ability to keep her discrete worlds discrete, a skill that many consider to be the cornerstone of sanity. The traffic inside her head seemed to have stopped believing in traffic lights. The result was incessant noise, a few bad crashes and eventually gridlock. Looking back now, Naga realized that for years he had lived with the subconscious dread that Tilo was just passing through his life, like a camel crossing a desert. That she would surely leave him one day. Still, when it actually happened, it took him a while to believe it. His old friend R.C., who had always maintained that working in the Intelligence Bureau and reading interrogation transcripts gave a man an unparalleled understanding of human nature, more profound than any preacher, poet, or psychiatrist could ever hope to attain, took him in hand. What she needs, I'm sorry to say, is 2 tight slaps. This modern approach of yours doesn't always work. At the end of the day, we're all animals. We need to be shown our place. A little clarity will go a long way towards helping all the concerned parties. You will be doing her a favor for which she will, one day, be grateful. Believe me, I speak from experience. R.C. often dropped his voice mid-sentence and spelled out random words, as though he was hoodwinking an imaginary eavesdropper who didn't know how to spell. He always referred to people as parties. At the end of the day was his favorite launching pad for all his advice and insights, just as when he wanted to belittle someone he always began by saying, with all due respect. R.C. chastised Naga for allowing Tilo to refuse to have children. Children, he said, would have bound her to their marriage like nothing else could. He was a small, soft, effeminate man with a salt and pepper mustache. He had a small, soft wife and a small, soft teenaged daughter who was studying molecular biology. They looked like a model family of small, soft toys. So coming from him, this masculine advice was startling even to Naga, who had known him for years. Naga fell to wondering about the nature and frequency of tight slaps that had kept MRSRC in place. Outwardly she looked placid and perfectly content with her lot, with her house full of mementos and her collection of somewhat tasteless jewelry and expensive Kashmiri shawls. He couldn't imagine that she was really a volcano of hidden furies that needed to be disciplined and slapped from time to time. R.C., who loved the blues, played a song for Naga. Billie Holiday's No Good Man. I'm the one who gets the runaround. I oughta hate him. And yet, I love him so. For I require love that's made of fire. RC heard I oughta hate him as all the hidden women, he said. All women. No exceptions. Get it? Tilo had always reminded Naga of Billie Holiday. Not the woman so much as her voice. If it was possible for a human being to evoke a voice, a sound, then for Naga, Tilo evoked Billie Holiday's voice. She had that same quality of limbering, heart-stopping, fucked-up unexpectedness to her. RC had no idea what he had set off when he used Billie Holiday to illustrate the point he was making. One morning, Naga, who, whatever his other faults, was physically the gentlest of men, hit his wife. Not very convincingly, they both realized. But he did hit her. Then he held her and wept. Don't go. Please don't go. That day Tilo stood at the gate and watched him being driven away in his office car, by his office driver. She couldn't see that he cried in the back seat all the way to work. Naga was not a crying man. When he appeared as a guest on a prime-time TV debate about national security later that night, he showed no signs of personal distress. He was sharp with his repartee and made quick work of the human rights woman who said that New India was sliding towards fascism. Naga's laconic response raised a titter from the carefully picked studio audience of Natalie-dressed students and ambitious young professionals. Another guest, a retired, geriatric army general, all mustache and medals, who was trundled out regularly by TV studios to supply venom and stupidity to all discussions on national security, laughed and applauded. Tilo took a bus to the edge of the city. She walked through miles of city waste, a bright landfill of compacted plastic bags with an army of ragged children picking through it. The sky was a dark swirl of ravens and kites competing with the children, pigs, and packs of dogs for the spoils. In the distance, garbage trucks wound their way slowly up the garbage mountain. Partly collapsed cliffs of refuse revealed the depth of what had accumulated. She took another bus to the riverfront. She stopped on a bridge and watched a man row a circular raft built with old mineral water bottles and plastic jerrycans across the thick, slow, filthy river. Buffaloes sank blissfully into the black water. On the pavement vendors sold lush melons and sleek green cucumbers grown in pure factory effluent. She spent an hour on a third bus and got off at the zoo. For a long time she watched the little gibbon from Borneo in his vast, empty enclosure, a furry dot hugging a tall tree as though his life depended on it. The ground underneath the tree was littered with things visitors had thrown at him to attract his attention. There was a gibbon-shaped cement trash can outside the gibbon's cage and a hippo-shaped trash can outside the hippo's cage. The cement hippo's mouth was open and crammed with trash. The real hippo was wallowing in a scummy pond, her slick, wide, ballooning bottom the color of a wet tire, her tiny eyes set inside their pink, puffy eyelids, watchful, above the water. Plastic bottles and empty cigarette packets floated around her. A man bent down to his little daughter dressed in a bright frock, her eyes smudged with coal. He pointed to the hippo and said, "Crocodile." "Cocody," his little girl said, cranking up the cuteness. A knot of noisy young men flicked razor blades across the barred enclosure and down the cement banks of the hippo pond. When they ran out of blades they asked Tilo if she would take a photograph of them. One of them, with rings on every finger and faded red threads around his wrists, composed the picture for her, handed her his phone and ran back into the frame. He put his arms around his companion's shoulders and made the victory sign. When Tilo returned the phone she congratulated them for the courage it must require to feed a caged hippo razor blades. It took a while for the insult to register. When it did, they followed her around the zoo with that leering Delhi yodel oi. "Hapshi madam. Hey! Nigger madam!" They taunted her not because the color of her skin was unusual in India, but because they saw in her bearing and demeanor a Hapshi Hindi for Abyssinian who had risen above her station. A Hapshi who was clearly not a maidservant or a laborer. There was an Indian rock python in every cage in the snake house. Snake scam. There were cows in the somber stag's enclosure. Deer scam. And there were women construction workers carrying bags of cement in the Siberian tiger enclosure. Siberian tiger scam. Most of the birds in the aviary were ones you could see on the trees anyway. Bird scam. At the cage of the sulphur-crested cockatoo, one of the young men insinuated himself next to Tilo and sang to the cockatoo, setting his own lyrics to the tune of a popular Bollywood song. Duniya katam ho jai yeji. Choday katam nahi hogi. The world will end. But fucking never will. It was intended to be doubly insulting because Tilo was at least double his age. Outside the enclosure of the Rosy Pelicans, she received a text message on her phone. Organic homes on NH24 Ghaziabad. 1 BHK 15L *, 2 BHK 18L *, 3 BHK 31L *. Booking starting at Rs 35,000. For discount call 91-103-957-9-8. The dusty old Nicaraguan jaguar had his chin on the dusty ledge of his cage. He stayed like that, supremely indifferent, for hours. Maybe years. Tilo felt like him. Dusty, old, and supremely indifferent. Maybe she was him. Maybe someday she would have an expensive city car named after her. When she moved out, she didn't take much with her. At first it wasn't clear to Naga or, for that matter, even to her that she had moved out. She told him she had rented an office space, she didn't say where. Garson Hobart didn't tell him either. For a few months she came and went. Over time she went more than she came, and then gradually she stopped returning home. Naga began his life as a newly unmarried man by plunging into work and into a string of gloomy affairs. Being on TV as often as he was had made him what magazines and newspapers called a celebrity, which people seemed to think was a profession in and of itself. At restaurants and airports strangers often approached him for an autograph. Many of them weren't even sure who he was, or what exactly he did or why he looked familiar. Naga was too bored to even bother to refuse. Unlike most men of his age, he was still slim, and had a full head of hair. Being seen as successful gave him the pick of a range of women, some single and far younger than him, and some his age or older, married and looking for variety, or divorced and looking for a second chance. The front-runner among them was a slender, stylish widow in her mid-30s with milk-white skin and glossy hair, minor royalty from a small principality in whom Naga's mother saw her younger self, and coveted more than her son did. She invited the lady and Prince Charles, her chihuahua, to stay with her downstairs as a house guest, from where they could jointly plan the capture of the summit. A few months into their affair, the princess began to call Naga John Beloved. She taught the servants in the house to call her by sa in the tradition of Rajput royalty. She cooked Naga dishes made with secret family recipes from her family's royal kitchen. She ordered new curtains, embroidered cushions and lovely durries for the floor. She brought a sweet, sunny, feminine touch to an egregiously neglected apartment. Her attentions were balm to Naga's injured pride. Though he didn't reciprocate her feelings with the same intensity with which they were offered, he accepted them with a tired grace. He had almost forgotten what it was like to be the doted-on one in a couple. Notwithstanding his general prejudice towards small dogs, he grew inordinately fond of Prince Charles. He took him to the neighborhood park regularly, where he threw a tiny, saucer-sized frisbee for him that he had sourced and bought online. Prince Charles would retrieve his saucer frisbee, lolloping back to Naga through weeds that were almost as tall as he was. The princess played hostess at a few dinners that Naga threw. RC was entranced by her and impressed upon Naga that he should lose no time and marry her while she was still of childbearing age. Naga, still distraught and still vulnerable to R.C.'s disastrous advice, asked the princess if she would like to move in for a trial run. She reached across and tenderly neatened his unruly eyebrows, pressing the hairs into a ridge between her forefinger and her thumb. She said nothing would make her happier, but that before she moved in she would need to liberate Tilo's chi that still hung about the house. With Naga's permission she dry-roasted whole red chilies and carried the smoking copper pot from room to room, coughing delicately and turning her glossy head away from the acrid smoke with her eyes screwed shut. When the chilies stopped smoking she said a prayer and buried them in the garden along with the pot. Then she tied a red thread around Naga's wrist and lit expensive scented candles, one in each room, and left them to burn down to the wick. She bought a dozen large cardboard cartons for Naga to pack Tilo's things into and take down to the basement. It was while he was cleaning out Tilo's cupboard, that smelled so unashamedly of her, that Naga came upon Tilo's mother's thick medical file from Lakeview Hospital in Cochin. In all the years he and Tilo had been married, Naga had never met Tilo's mother. Tilo never talked about her. He knew the broad contours, of course. Her name was Mariam Ib. She belonged to an old, aristocratic Syrian Christian family that had fallen on bad times. 2 generations of the family, her father and her brother, had graduated from Oxford, and she herself had been educated at a convent school in Oatakamund, a hill station in the Nilgiris, and then at a Christian college in Madras, after which her father's illness forced her to return to her hometown in Kerala. Naga knew that she had been an English teacher in a local school before she started her own school, which grew to be an extremely successful high school known for its innovative teaching methods, the school that Tilo had attended before she came to college in Delhi. He had read a few newspaper articles about Tilo's mother in which Tilo was never named, but always referred to as her adopted daughter who lived in Delhi. R.C., whose job it was to know everything about everybody and to let everybody know that he knew everything about everybody, had once made a file of clippings for him, saying, "Your foster mother-in-law is a cool chick, yar." The articles spanned a period of several years. Some were about her school, its teaching methods and its beautiful campus, some were about the social and environmental campaigns that she had led or the awards she had won. They told the story of a woman who had overcome great adversity in her early life to become what she was, an iconic feminist who never moved to a big city, but chose instead to take the hard path and continue to live and fight her battles in the conservative little town she belonged to. They described how she had struggled against cabals of bullying men, how she eventually won the respect and admiration of those who had tormented her, and how she had inspired a whole generation of young women to follow their dreams and desires. It was obvious to anybody who knew Tilo that she was not the foster daughter of the woman in the photographs in those articles. Although their complexions were dramatically different, their features were strikingly similar. From what little he knew, Naga sensed there was a substantial piece of the puzzle that had gone missing in the newspaper stories, a sort of epic Macondo madness, the stuff of literature, not journalism. Although he never said so, he felt Tilo's attitude towards her mother was punitive and unreasonable. In his opinion, even if it was true that Tilo was her real child whom she would not publicly acknowledge, it was equally true that for a young woman who belonged to a traditional community, to have chosen a life of independence, chosen to eschew marriage in order to claim a child born to her out of wedlock, even if it meant masking it as benevolence and masquerading as the baby's foster mother, was an act of immense courage and love. Naga noticed that in all the newspaper articles, the paragraph concerning Tilo was always a set piece. Sister Scholastica called me to say that a coolie woman had left a newborn baby in a basket outside the Mount Carmel orphanage. She asked if I wanted to take her. My family was dead against it, but I thought that if I adopted her I could give her a new life. She was a jet black baby, like a little piece of coal. She was so small she almost fitted in the palm of my hand, so I called her Tilottama, which means sesame seed in Sanskrit. Hurtful as this might have been for Tilo, Naga thought she should be able to look at it from her mother's point of view. She needed to distance herself from her baby, if only in order to be able to claim her, own her and love her. According to Naga, the credit for Tilo's individuality, her quirkiness and unusualness, regardless of which school you subscribed to, nature or nurture, went straight to her mother. But nothing he could say, directly or indirectly, led to a rapprochement. So Naga was puzzled when, having kept away from her mother for so many years, Tilo so readily agreed to go to Cochin and look after her in hospital. He imagined, even though he couldn't recall Tilo ever having betrayed any curiosity on the subject, that it could have been in the hope of gaining some information, a deathbed revelation perhaps, about herself and who her father really was. He was right. But it turned out to be a little late for that sort of thing. By the time Tilo reached Cochin, her mother's deteriorating lungs had led to a buildup of carbon dioxide in her bloodstream, which in turn led to the inflammation of her brain, which made her severely disoriented. To add to that, her medication and her extended stay in the ICU had induced a form of psychosis which doctors said particularly affected powerful, self-willed people who suddenly found themselves helpless and at the mercy of those they had once treated as minions. Other than the hospital staff, her anger and bewilderment were directed at her faithful old servants and the teachers from her school who took turns to be on hospital duty. They hovered around in the hospital corridor and were allowed to visit their beloved Amici in the ICU for a few minutes every couple of hours. On the day Tilo arrived, her mother's face lit up. "I'm scratching all the time," she said by way of greeting. "He says it's good to scratch, but I couldn't stand it anymore, so I took the scratching medicine. How are you?" She held up her dark purple arms, one of them attached to a drip, to show Tilo what had happened to her skin from having been prodded and poked with needles by the doctor's endless search for veins that were still open. Most of her veins had collapsed and closed down and formed a darker purple web underneath the already purple skin. Then will he strip his sleeve and show his scars and say, "These wounds had I on Crispin's day. Remember? I taught you that." "Yes." "What's the next line?" "Old men forget. Yet all shall be forgot. But he'll remember with advantages what feats he did that day." Tilo had forgotten that she remembered. Shakespeare came back to her not as a feat of memory so much as music, as an old tune remembered. She was taken aback by her mother's condition, but the doctors were pleased and said the fact that her mother had recognized her was a remarkable improvement. That day they moved her to a private room with a window that overlooked the saltwater lagoon and the coconut trees that bent into it and the monsoon storms that blew across it. The improvement didn't last. In the days that followed, the old lady drifted in and out of lucidity and didn't always recognize Tilo. Each day was an unpredictable new chapter in the course her illness took. She developed new quirks and irrational preoccupations. The hospital staff, the doctors, nurses and even the attendants were kind, and seemed not to take anything she said to heart. They too called her Amici, sponged her, changed her nappies and combed her hair with no sign of annoyance or rancor. In fact, the more havoc she created, the more they seemed to love her. A few days after Tilo arrived, her mother developed a weird fixation. She turned into a sort of caste inquisitor. She began to insist on knowing the caste and subcaste and sub-subcaste of everybody who attended to her. It wasn't enough if they said they were Syrian Christian, she had to know whether they were Marthoma, Yakuba, Church of South India or Sina. If they were Hindu, it wasn't enough if they said Ezava, she had to know if they were Theias or Chaikovars. If they said scheduled caste, she had to know if they were Parayas, Pulayas, Paravans, Doladans. Were they originally of the coconut picker caste? Or were their ancestors designated corpse carriers, shit cleaners, clothes washers, or rat catchers? She insisted on specifics, and only once she knew would she permit herself to be handled by them. If they were Syrian Christian, then what was their family name? Whose nephew was married to whose sister-in-law's niece? Whose grandfather had been married to whose great-grandfather's sister's daughter? COPD, the smiling nurses said to Tilo when they saw the expression on her face. "Don't worry. It happens like this always." She looked it up. Chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. The nurses told Tilo it was a disease that could give harmless old grandmothers the manners of brothel owners and make bishops swear like drunks. It was best not to take anything personally. They were fabulous girls, those nurses, precise and professional. Each of them was waiting for a job that would take her to a Gulf country, or to England or the US, where they would join that elite community of Malayalam nurses. Until then, they fluttered around the patients in Lakeview Hospital like butterfly healers. They became friends with Tilo and exchanged phone numbers and email addresses. For years after that she'd receive WhatsApp Christmas greetings and round-robin Malayalam nurse jokes from them. As her illness intensified, the old lady became restless and almost impossible to manage. Sleep forsook her and she stayed awake, night after night, her pupils dilated, her eyes terrified, talking continuously to herself and to anybody who would listen. It was as though she thought she could outsmart death by remaining constantly vigilant. So she talked continuously, sometimes belligerent, sometimes pleasant and amusing. She sang snatches of old songs, hymns, Christmas carols, Onam boat race songs. She recited Shakespeare in her impeccable convent school English. When she got upset she insulted everybody around her in a hardcore dialect of gutter-snipe Malayalam that nobody could work out how, and from where, in the world a woman of her class and breeding had picked up. As the days wore on, she grew more and more aggressive. Her appetite increased dramatically and she downed soft-boiled eggs and pineapple upside-down pastries with the urgency of a convict on parole. She tapped into reserves of physical strength that were nothing short of superhuman for a woman of her age. She fought off nurses and doctors, pulled ports and syringes out of her veins. She could not be sedated because sedatives suppressed lung function. Finally she was moved back to the ICU. That made her furious and pushed her further into psychosis. Her eyes turned sly and hunted and she constantly plotted her escape. She offered bribes to nurses and attendants. She promised a young doctor that she would sign over her school and its grounds to him if he would help her to get out. Twice she made it all the way down the corridor in her hospital gown. After that episode 2 nurses had to keep constant vigil, and occasionally even hold her down in her bed. When she had exhausted everybody around her the doctors said the hospital could not afford to give her round-the-clock nursing care and that she would need to be physically restrained, strapped to her bed. They asked Tilo, as her next of kin, to sign the forms that gave them permission to do so. Tilo asked them for one last chance to try to calm her mother down. The doctors agreed, if a little reluctantly. The last time she called Naga from the hospital, Tilo told him that she had been given special permission to stay by her mother's side in the ICU because she had finally found a way of soothing her. He thought he detected a hint of laughter and even affection in her voice. She said she had found a simple, workable solution. She sat on a chair by her mother's bed with a notebook and her mother dictated endless notes to her. Sometimes they were letters, "Dear parent, next line, it has been brought to my notice that, did you put a comma after dear parent?" Mostly they were pure gibberish. Somehow the idea of dictating things, Tilo said, seemed to make her mother feel that she was still the captain of the ship, still in charge of something, and that calmed her down considerably. Naga had no idea what Tilo was talking about and told her she sounded a little delirious herself. She laughed and said he'd understand when he saw the notes. He remembered wondering at the time what kind of person it was that got on best with her mother when she was hallucinating on her deathbed in an ICU while she, the daughter, masqueraded as her stenographer. Eventually, though, things didn't turn out well in Lakeview Hospital. Tilo returned after her mother's funeral, gaunt and more uncommunicative than ever. Her description of her mother's passing was brief and almost clinical. Within weeks of returning to Delhi she began her restless wandering. Naga never did see the notes. That morning, as he leafed aimlessly through the medical file in Tilo's cupboard, he found some of them. They were in Tilo's writing, on ruled pages torn out of a notebook, folded up and tucked between hospital bills, medicine prescriptions, oxygen saturation charts and blood gas test results. As he read them, Naga realized how little he knew about the woman he had married. And how little he would ever know. September 7, 2009. Take care of the potted plants, they may fall. And that fold the crumple in the blanket, I might have to trump them all. What does that say about you, Madam Ambassador, Master Builder, Pariah Girl? Those people in blue, they handle the shit. Are they your relatives? As far as I know, Paulos doesn't get on with the orchids, he's killing them. It could be a pariah problem. Ask Baiju or Riju to take over. Have you heard the dogs at night? They come to take away the legs from the diabetes people that are cut off and thrown away. I can hear them howling and they run off with people's arms and legs. Nobody tells them not to. Are they your dogs? Are they boys or girls? They seem to like sweet things. Can you get me a good quality jujube? The blue people must stop hanging around us. We must be very careful, you and I. You know that, don't you? They have measured my tears and they are okay in terms of salt and water. I have dry eyes and must keep bathing them and eating sardines to make tears. Sardines are full of tears. This girl in checks will do stunning deeds with the lottery. Let's go. Ask Riju to get the car. I just can't. I don't want to. Hello. How nice to meet you. This is my granddaughter. She cannot be controlled. Please see that this place is cleaned out. As soon as Riju comes, let's take the car and make a run for it. Carry the potty. Leave the shit. You come here now. Give me a whisper. I'm in a jam. Are you in a jam too? We'll sit on the potty and make a jump for it. I'll have a Johnny Walker. Is he up there on top of us? I'll just take 2 sheets. But what should our legs do? Will there be a horse? A great war has started between me and the butterflies. Will you get out as soon as possible with Princey, Nicey and friends? Take the brass vase, the violin, and the stitches. Leave the shit and dark glasses and forget about the broken chairs, they're always hanging around, they come and go. She'll help you with your shit, this girl in checks. Her father is going to be here soon to take out the rubbish. I don't want him to be caught with you. I think we should just clear out. When you look out behind those curtains, do you feel there's a crowd of people? I feel there is. There's definitely a smell. A crowd smell. A bit rotten, like the sea. I think you should leave your poems and all your plans with Alice Gutty. She is hideously ugly. I'd like a photograph of her for me to laugh at. That's how nasty I am. The bishop will want to see me in my coffin. It's quite a relief because it's for my funeral. I never thought I'd get there. Is it raining? Is it shining? Is it dark? Is it day? Is it night? Can't somebody please tell me? Now bunk. And get these horses out. I think it's mean to take this girl and empty out her everything. Get up. I'm going out. You can do what you want. You'll get such a thrashing. Most shameful you are to stand around saying you are Tilottama Ip when you are not. I won't tell you anything about myself or yourself either. I'm just going to stand here and say, do this and do that. And you'll jolly well do it. No salary for you from tomorrow. Have you written that? I'll fine you every time. Go and tell everybody that this is my mother, Ms. Miriam Ip, and she's 150 years old. Do they have medicine for all the horses? Have you noticed how people look like horses when they yawn? Look after your teeth viciously and don't let anyone take them out. Sometimes they offer you a discount and that's stupid. Check everything and let's go. And then there's Hannah. I owe her money and I have to jump over all the children with catheters. There are so many catheters and everybody was rather pleased that MRSIP was getting her onions. But she's been so good, this child. You didn't remove my catheter. She did. She's a proper pariah. You've forgotten how to be one. Somebody came up and then somebody and somebody. The shock of it all is that you are giving your rules to everybody. But I expect people to obey me. But I am in charge. It is very difficult to get out of charge, as you will no doubt find. Anama is the quietest creature in our community. Who is the Anama who plays Sherlock Holmes and Sherlock Holmes? She does both with grace. She was my head teacher who died so beautifully. She went home and brought me a cough. Hello doctor, this is my daughter who is homeschooled. She's pretty nasty. She was awful today at the races. But I was pretty awful too. We gave everybody a kicking. I spent my life doing ridiculous things. I produced a baby. Her. And that boy with dirty clothes and a dirty catheter, and I sat for hours in the dirty river. I feel I am surrounded by eunuchs. Am I? Music, what's wrong with it? I just can't remember anymore. Listen to that, it's oxygen. Bubbling to its death. I am running out of oxygen. But I don't care whether I'm running out or running in. I want to sleep. I'd love to die. Wrap my feet in warm water. I'd like to go to sleep. I'm not asking for permission. It's like HPSF HPSF HPSF. CUK. 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 This is my engine. When you die you can hook onto a cloud and we can have all your information. Then they give you your bill. Where's my money? The arterial port is Jesus Christ's screw. It doesn't hurt. I'm just a wee mannequin. I like my bum. I don't know why Dr. Verghese wants to cut it out of the picture. The frozen flowers never go away. They hang around somewhere all the time. I think we need to talk about vases. Did you hear the sound of the white flower? What Naga found was just a sampling. The compiled notes, if they hadn't gone out with the hospital waste, would have made up several volumes. One morning, after a week of non-stop stenography, Tilo, worn out, was standing by her mother's bedside, leaning her arms on the back of the chair she usually sat in. It was the busiest time of the day in the ICU, doctors were on their rounds, the nurses and attendants were busy, the ward was being cleaned. Mariam Ip was having a particularly vile morning. Her face was flushed and her eyes had a feverish glitter. She had pulled up her hospital gown and lay in her nappy, her legs ramrod straight and splayed apart. When she shouted, her voice was deep enough to be a man's. Tell the pariahs that it's time to clean my shit. Tilo's blood left the highway and steamed along mad forest paths. Without warning, the chair she had been leaning on picked itself up and smashed itself down. The sound of splintering wood echoed through the ward. Needles jumped out of veins. Medicine bottles rattled in their trays. Weak hearts missed a beat. Tilo watched the sound travel through her mother's body, from her feet upwards, like a shroud being pulled over a corpse. She had no idea how long she continued to stand there or who took her to Dr. Verghese's office. Dr. Jacob Verghese, head of the Department of Critical Care, had, until 4 years ago, been a medic with the U.S. Army. He was second in command of critical care in his unit in the Kuwait War and had returned to Kerala when his tenure ended. Even though he had lived most of his life abroad, his speech did not bear even a trace of an American accent, which was remarkable, because in Kerala people joked that applying for a U.S. visa was enough for people to affect an American accent. Nothing about Dr. Verghese suggested that he was anything other than an absolutely local Syrian Christian who had lived in Kerala all his life. He smiled at Tilo kindly and ordered coffee. He came from the same town as Mariam Ip and was probably well aware of all the old rumors and whispers. The air conditioning in his office was being serviced and the clatter of that took away the awkwardness in the room. Tilo watched the mechanic carefully, as though her life depended on it. Men and women in green tunics and trousers, wearing surgical masks, floated around soundlessly in the corridor in operation theater slippers. Some of them had blood on their surgeon's gloves. Dr. Verghese looked at Tilo over his reading glasses, studying her as though he was trying to make a diagnosis. Perhaps he was. In a while he reached across the table and took her hand in his. He could not have known that he was trying to comfort a building that had been struck by lightning. There wasn't much left of it to comfort. After his coffee had been drunk and hers left untouched, he suggested they go back to the ICU and that she apologize to her mother. Your mother is a remarkable woman. You must understand that it isn't she who is uttering those ugly words. Oh. Who is it, then? Someone else. Her illness. Her blood. Her suffering. Our conditioning, our prejudices, our history. So to whom will I be apologizing? To prejudice? Or to history? But she was already following him down the corridor, back to the ICU. By the time they arrived her mother had slipped into a coma. She was beyond hearing, beyond history, beyond prejudice, beyond apology. Tilo curled up on the bed and put her face on her mother's feet until they went cold. The broken chair watched over them like a melancholy angel. Tilo wondered how her mother had known what the chair would do. How could she have known? Forget about the broken chairs, they're always hanging around. Maryam died early the next morning. The Syrian Christian church would not forgive her trespasses and flat out refused to bury her. So the funeral, attended mostly by school teachers and a few of her pupils' parents, took place in the government crematorium. Tilo brought her mother's ashes back to Delhi. She told Naga that she needed to think very carefully about what to do with them. She didn't tell him much else. The pot containing the ashes sat on her work table for as long as he could remember. Lately Naga noticed that it had disappeared. He was not sure whether Tilo had found an appropriate place to immerse the ashes, or scatter them, or bury them, or whether they had simply moved with her to her new home. The princess came upon Naga sitting on the floor looking through a fat medical file. She stood behind him and read the notes aloud over his shoulders. The arterial port is Jesus Christ's screw. Did you hear the sound of the white flower? What's this rubbish you're reading, John? Since when did flowers start making sounds? Naga remained sitting and said nothing for a long time. He appeared to be deep in thought. Then he stood up and cupped her beautiful face in his hands. I'm so sorry. For what, John? It's not going to work. What? Us. But she's gone. She's left you. She has. She has, yes. But she'll come back. She has to. She will. The princess looked at Naga pityingly and moved on. She was soon married to the chief editor of a TV news channel. They made a handsome, happy couple and went on to have many healthy, happy children. The rooms Tilo rented were on the second floor of a townhouse overlooking a government primary school full of relatively poor children and a neem tree full of reasonably well-off parakeets. Every morning at assembly the children shouted out the whole of Hum Hongi Kamyab, the Hindi version of We Shall Overcome. She sang with them. On weekends and holidays she missed the children and the school assembly, so she sang the song to herself at exactly 7 a.m. On the days that she didn't, she felt the morning was just the previous day extended, that a new day hadn't dawned. On most mornings, anyone who put an ear to her door would have heard her. No one put an ear to her door. Miss Jebin's birthday and baptism ceremony marked Tilo's 4th year and last night in the second-floor apartment. She wondered what she should do with the rest of the birthday cake. Perhaps the aunts would invite their relatives in the neighborhood to partake of the feast and either finish it or remove every last crumb into storage. The heat stood up and paced around the room. Traffic growled in the distance. City thunder. No rain. The spotted owlet flitted away to duck and bob and practice his good manners on some other woman through some other window. When she noticed that the owl had left, Tilo felt unutterably sad. She knew she would soon be leaving too, and might never see him again. The owl was someone. She wasn't sure who. Musa maybe. That was always how it was with Musa. Each time he left, after his brief, mysterious visits, in his peculiar disguises, looking like Mr. Nobody from District Nowhere, she knew she might never see him again. Usually it was he who disappeared and she who waited. This time it was her turn to disappear. She had no means of letting him know where she was. He did not use a mobile phone, and the only calls he made to her were on her landline, which would now go unanswered. She was overcome by the desire to communicate the uncertain nature of their farewell to the spotted owlet that night. She scribbled a line on a piece of paper and stuck it on the window, facing outwards for the owl to read. Who can know from the word goodbye what kind of parting is in store for us? She returned to her mattress, pleased with herself and the borrowed clarity of her communication. But then, in no time at all, she felt ashamed. Osip Mandelstam had had more serious things on his mind when he wrote that line. He was negotiating Stalin's Gulag. He wasn't talking to owls. She retrieved her note and once again returned to bed. A few miles away from where she lay awake, 3 men had been crushed to death the previous night by a truck that had careened off the road. Perhaps the driver had fallen asleep. On TV they said that summer homeless people had taken to sleeping on the edges of roads with heavy traffic. They had discovered that diesel exhaust fumes from passing trucks and buses were an effective mosquito repellent and protected them from the outbreak of dengue fever that had killed several hundred people in the city already. She imagined the men, new immigrants to the city, stone workers, come home to their pre-booked, prepaid-for spot whose rent was calculated by calibrating the optimum density of exhaust fumes and dividing it by the acceptable density of mosquitoes. Precise algebra, not easily found in textbooks. The men were tired from their day's work on the building site, their eyelashes and lungs pale with stone dust from cutting stone and laying floors in the multi-story shopping centers and housing estates springing up around the city like a fast-growing forest. They spread their soft, frayed gamchas on the pokey grass of the sloping embankment dotted with dogshit and stainless steel sculptures, public art sponsored by the Pamnani group that was promoting cutting-edge artists who used stainless steel as a medium, in the hope that the cutting-edge artists would promote the steel industry. The sculptures looked like clusters of steel spermatozoa, or perhaps they were meant to be balloons. It wasn't clear. Either way, they looked cheerful. The men lit a last beady. Smoke rings curled into the night. The neon street lights made the grass look metal blue and the men look grey. There was teasing and some laughter, because two of them could blow smoke rings and the third couldn't. He was bad at things, always the last to learn. Sleep came to them, quick and easy, like money to millionaires. If they hadn't died of truck, they would have died of A. Dengue fever. B. The heat. C. Beady smoke. Or D. Stone dust. Or maybe not. Maybe they would have risen to become A. Millionaires. B. Supermodels. Or C. Bureau chiefs. Did it matter that they were mashed into the grass they slept on? To whom did it matter? Did those to whom it mattered matter? Dear Doctor, we have been crushed. Is there a cure? Regards. Biru, Jaram, Ram Kishore. Tilo smiled and closed her eyes. Careless motherfuckers. Who asked them to get in the way of the truck? She wondered how to unknow certain things, certain specific things that she knew but did not wish to know. How to unknow, for example, that when people died of stone dust, their lungs refused to be cremated. Even after the rest of their bodies had turned to ash, two lung-shaped slabs of stone remained behind, unburned. Her friend Dr. Azad Bhartiya, who lived on the pavement of Yantar Mantar, had told her about his older brother, Jitan Y. Kumar, who had worked in a granite quarry and died at the age of 35. He described how he had had to break up his brother's lungs with a crowbar on the funeral pyre to release his soul. He did it, he said, even though he was a communist and didn't believe in souls. He did it to please his mother. He said his brother's lungs glittered, because they were speckled with silica. Dear Doctor. Nothing, really. I just wanted to say hello. Actually there is something. Imagine having to smash your brother's lungs to please your mother. Would you call that normal human activity? She wondered what an unreleased soul, a soul-shaped stone on a funeral pyre, might look like. Like a starfish maybe. Or a millipede. Or a dappled moth with a living body and stone wings, poor moth betrayed, held down by the very things that were meant to help it to fly. Miss Jebin II stirred in her sleep. Concentrate, the kidnapper told herself as she stroked the baby's damp, sweaty forehead. Otherwise things could get completely out of hand. She had no idea why she of all people, who never wanted children, had picked up the baby and run. But now it was done. Her part in the story had been written. But not by her. By whom, then? Someone. Dear Doctor. If you like you can change every inch of me. I'm just a story. Miss Jebin was a good-natured baby and seemed to like the saltless soup and mashed vegetables that Tilo made for her. For a woman who had very little experience with children, Tilo was surprisingly easy with her and confident in the way she handled her. On the few occasions that Miss Jebin cried, she was able to comfort her in no time at all. The best course of action, Tilo found, a feed being the exception, was to lay her down on the floor with the litter of 5 gun-colored puppies that Comrade Lalai, a red-haired mongrel, had birthed on the landing outside her door 5 weeks ago. Both parties, the puppies and Miss Jabin, seemed to have plenty to say to each other. Both mothers were great friends. So the get-togethers were usually a success. When everybody was tired, Tilo would return the puppies to their burlap sack on the landing, and give Comrade Lalai a little bowl of milk and bread. Earlier in the day, Tilo had just lit the candle on the cake and was waltzing the newly named Miss Jebin around the room humming "Happy Birthday," when Ankita, the ground floor tenant, phoned. She said that a constable had come by that morning inquiring about her, Tilo, and asking her, Ankita, whether she knew anything about a new baby in the building. He was in a hurry and had left a newspaper with her in which the police had published a routine notice. Ankita sent it up with her little Adivasi child slave. It said, "Kidnapping Notice DP/1146. New Delhi 110,001. General public is hereby informed that one unknown baby, S/O unknown, R/O unknown, without clothes was abandoned at Yantar Mantar, New Delhi. After police was informed but before police force arrived on the scene, the said baby was kidnapped by an unknown person/persons. First information report has been registered under sections 361, 362, 365, 366A, sections 367 and 369. For all or any information, please contact Station House Officer, Parliament Street Police Station, New Delhi." The description of the baby is as under. Name, unknown, father's name, unknown, address, unknown, age, unknown, wearing, no clothes. Ankita sounded superior and disapproving on the phone. But that was just her usual manner with Tilo. She tended to assume that somewhat smug, triumphant air of a woman with a husband speaking to a woman without a husband. It didn't have anything to do with the baby. She did not know about Miss Jebin. Fortunately, Garson Hobart had seen to it that the construction of his house was solid and the walls soundproof. Nobody in the neighborhood did. Tilo had not taken her out. She hadn't been out much herself, except for occasional, essential trips to the market when the baby was asleep. The shopkeepers might have wondered about the uncharacteristic purchases of baby food. But Tilo did not think the police would take the investigation that far. When she first read the police notice in the newspaper, Tilo didn't take it seriously. It looked like a routine, bureaucratic requirement that was being mindlessly fulfilled. On a second reading, however, she realized it could spell serious trouble. To give herself time to think, she copied the notice carefully into a notebook, word for word, in Old World calligraphy, and decorated it with a margin of vines and fruit as though it were the 10 Commandments. She couldn't imagine how the police had traced her and come knocking. She knew she needed a plan. But she didn't have one. So she called the only person in the world that she trusted would understand the problem and give her sound counsel. They had been friends for more than 4 years, she and Dr. Azad Bardia. They met for the first time while they were both waiting for their sandals to be mended by a street-side cobbler in Connaught Place who was famous for his skill and his smallness. In his hands, each shoe or slipper he was mending looked as though it belonged to a giant. While they stood around with one shoe on and one shoe off, Dr. Bardia surprised Tilo by asking her, in English, if she had a cigarette. She surprised him back by replying, in Hindi, that she had no cigarettes but could offer him a beedi. The little cobbler lectured them both at length about the consequences of smoking. He told them how his father, a chain smoker, had died of cancer. He drew the outline of his father's lung tumor with his finger in the dust. It was this big. Dr. Bardia assured him that he smoked only on the occasions when he was having his shoes mended. The conversation switched to politics. The cobbler cursed the current climate, bad-mouthed the gods of every creed and religion, and ended his diatribe by bending down and kissing his iron last. He said it was the only god he believed in. By the time their soles had been mended, the cobbler and his clients had become friends. Dr. Bhartiya invited both his new friends to his pavement home in Yantar Mantar. Tilo went. From then on there was no looking back. She visited him twice a week or more, often arriving in the evening and leaving at dawn. Occasionally she brought him a Durming pill, which, for some reason, she deemed essential for everybody's well-being, and he deemed ethical to consume even while on hunger strike. She considered him to be a man of the world, among the wisest, sanest people she knew. In time she became the translator/transcriber as well as printer/publisher of his single-page broadsheet, My News and Views, which he revised and updated every month. They managed to sell as many as 8 or 9 copies of each edition. All in all, it was a thriving media partnership, politically acute, uncompromising, and wholly in the red. The media partners had not met for more than 8 days since the coming of Miss Jebin II. When Tilo called Dr. Bhartiya to tell him about the police notice, he dropped his voice to a whisper. He said they should speak as little as possible on the mobile phone, because they were under constant surveillance by international agencies. But after that initial moment of caution, he chatted away sunnily. He told her how the police had beaten him and confiscated all his papers. He said it was quite likely that they had picked up the trail from there, because the publisher's name and address were given at the bottom of the pamphlet. It was either that or her flamboyant signature on his plaster cast, which they had forcibly photographed from several angles. No one else signed in green ink and put their address, he told her. So you must be the first person on their list. It must be just a routine checkup. Still, he suggested that she immediately transfer Miss Jebin and herself, at least temporarily, to a place called Jannat Guest House and Funeral Services in the Old City. The person to contact there, he said, was Saddam Hussein, or the proprietor herself, Dr. Enjam, who, Dr. Bhartiya said, was an extremely good person and had met him several times after the incident, of the said night, inquiring about the baby. Due to the honorific he had arbitrarily bestowed on himself, even though his PhD was still pending, Dr. Bhartiya often called people he liked doctor for no real reason other than that he liked and respected them. Tilo recognized the name of the guest house as well as the name Saddam Hussein from the visiting card that the man on the white horse who had followed her home from Yantar Mantar had dropped into her letter box, on the said night. When she phoned him, Saddam told her that Dr. Bhartiya had been in touch, and that he, Saddam, had been waiting for her call. He said he was of the same opinion as Dr. Bhartiya, and that he would come back to her with a plan of action. He advised her that she should on no account leave her house with the baby until she heard from him. The police could not enter her house without a search warrant, he said, but if they were watching the house, as they might well be, and they caught her with the baby on the street, they could do anything they liked. Tilo was reassured by his voice and his friendly, efficient manner on the phone. And Saddam, for his part, was reassured by hers. He called her a few hours later to say that arrangements had been made. He would pick her up from her home at dawn, probably between 4 and 5 a.m., before truck entry closed in the area. If the house was being watched, it would be easy to tell at that hour, when the streets were empty. He would come with a friend who drove a pickup for the Municipal Corporation of Delhi. They had to pick up the carcass of a cow that had died burst from eating too many plastic bags at the main garbage dump in House Cause. Her address would not be much of a detour. It was a foolproof plan, he said. No policeman ever stops an MCD garbage truck, he said, laughing. If you keep your window open you'll be able to smell us before you see us. So, once again she was moving. Tilo surveyed her home like a thief, wondering what to take. What should the criterion be? Things that she might need? Or things that ought not to be left lying around? Or both? Or neither? It vaguely occurred to her that if the police were to make a forced entry, kidnapping might turn out to be the least of her crimes. Most incriminating of all the things in her apartment was the stack of bright fruit cartons that had been delivered to her doorstep, one at a time, over a few days, by a Kashmiri fruit seller. They contained what Musa called his recoveries from the flood that had inundated Srinagar a year ago. When the Jhelum rose and breached its banks, the city disappeared. Whole housing colonies went underwater. Army camps, torture centers, hospitals, courthouses, police stations all went down. Houseboats floated over what had once been marketplaces. Thousands of people huddled precariously on sharply sloping rooftops and in makeshift shelters set up on higher ground, waiting for rescues that never happened. A drowned city was a spectacle. A drowned civil war was a phenomenon. The army performed stunning helicopter rescues for TV crews. In live round-the-clock bulletins, news anchors marveled at how much brave Indian soldiers were doing for ungrateful, surly Kashmiris who did not really deserve to be rescued. When the flood receded, it left behind an uninhabitable city, encased in mud. Shops full of mud, houses full of mud, banks full of mud, refrigerators, cupboards, and bookshelves full of mud. And an ungrateful, surly people who had survived without being rescued. During the weeks the flood lasted, Tilo had no news of Musa. She did not even know whether he was in Kashmir or not. She did not know whether he had survived or drowned, his body washed up on some distant shore. On those nights, while she waited for news of him, she put herself to sleep with heavy doses of sleeping pills, but during the day while she was wide awake she dreamed of the flood. Of rain and rushing water, dense with coils of razor wire masquerading as weeds. The fish were machine guns with fins and barrels that ruddered through the swift current like mermaids' tails, so you could not tell who they were really pointed at, and who would die when they were fired. Soldiers and militants grappled with each other underwater, in slow motion, like in the old James Bond films, their breath bubbling up through the murky water, like bright silver bullets. Pressure cookers, separated from their whistles, gas heaters, sofas, bookshelves, tables and kitchen utensils spun through the water, giving it the feel of a lawless, busy highway. Cattle, dogs, yaks and chickens swam around in circles. Affidavits, interrogation transcripts, and army press releases folded themselves into paper boats and rowed themselves to safety. Politicians and TV anchors, both men and women, from the valley as well as the mainland went prancing past in sequined bathing suits, like a chorus line of seahorses, executing beautifully choreographed aquaballet routines, diving, surfacing, twirling, pointing their toes, happy in the debris-filled water, smiling broadly, their teeth glimmering like barbed wire in the sun. One politician in particular, whose views were not dissimilar to those of the Schutzstaffel of Nazi Germany, cartwheeled in the water, looking triumphant, in a starched white dota that gave the impression of being waterproof. It recurred, day after day, this day mere, each time with new embellishments. A month went by before Musa finally called. Tilo was furious with him for sounding cheerful. He said there was no safe house left in Srinagar where he could store his recoveries from the flood, and asked whether he could keep them in her flat until the city got back on its feet. He could. Of course he could. They were excellent quality, the Kashmiri apples that were delivered in custom-made cartons, red ones, less red ones, green, and almost black ones, delicious, golden delicious, embry, Ka'ala Mastana, all individually packed in shredded paper. Each carton had Musa's calling card, a small sketch of a horse's head tucked into a corner. And each carton had a false bottom. And each false bottom contained his recoveries. Tilo reopened the cartons to remind herself what was in them and work out what to do with them, take them or leave them behind. Musa had the only other key to the apartment. Garson Hobart was safely parked in Afghanistan. In any case he did not have a key. So leaving them where they were was no great risk. Unless was there an off chance that the police would break in? The recoveries were few and had obviously been hurriedly dispatched. When they first arrived some of them were caked with mud, thick, dark river silt. Some were in fine shape and had obviously escaped the flood waters. There was a ruined album of water-stained family photographs, most of them barely recognizable, of Musa's daughter, Miss Jebin I, and her mother, Arafah. There was a stack of passports in a plastic Ziploc, 7 altogether, 2 Indian and 5 other nationalities: Iyad Karif, Musa the Lebanese pigeon, Hadi Hassan Mohseni, Musa the Iranian wise man and guide, Faris Ali Halabi, Musa the Syrian horseman, Mohammed Nabil al-Salam, Musa the Qadari nobleman, Ahmed Yasir al-Qasimi, Musa the rich man from Bahrain. Musa clean-shaven, Musa with a salt and pepper beard, Musa with long hair and no beard, Musa with close-cropped hair and a clipped beard. Tilo recognized the first name, Iyad Karif, as a name that Musa had always loved, and which they had both laughed about during their college days, because it meant the pigeon who was born in the autumn. Tilo had a variation on the theme for people she was annoyed with, Gandu Karif, the asshole who was born in autumn. She had been exceptionally foul-mouthed as a young woman, and when she first started learning Hindi, took pleasure in using newly learned expletives as the foundation on which she built a working vocabulary. In another plastic packet there were mud-crusted credit cards with names that matched the passports, boarding passes and a few airline tickets, relics from the days when airline tickets existed. There were old telephone diaries, with names, addresses, and numbers crammed into them. Diagonally, across the back of one of them, Musa had scrawled a fragment of a song. Dark to light and light to dark. 3 black carriages, 3 white carts. What brings us together is what pulls us apart. Gone our brother, gone our heart. Who was he mourning? She didn't know. A whole generation maybe. There was a half-written letter, on a blue inland letter form. It wasn't addressed to anybody. Perhaps he was writing it to himself, or to her, because it began with an Urdu poem that he had tried to translate, something he often did for her. Dunya ki merfilan se ukta gaya hunya rab. Kia lutf anjaman ka, jab dil hai bulya gaya ho. Shorish se bagtahun, dil tahun tahai mera. Isa sukut jispe to career bhai fida ho. I am weary of worldly gatherings, O Lord. What pleasure in them, when the light in my heart is gone. From the clamor of crowds I flee, my heart seeks the kind of silence that would mesmerize speech itself. Underneath he had written, I don't know where to stop, or how to go on. I stop when I shouldn't. I go on when I should stop. There is weariness. But there is also defiance. Together they define me these days. Together they steal my sleep, and together they restore my soul. There are plenty of problems with no solutions in sight. Friends turn into foes. If not vocal ones, then silent, reticent ones. But I've yet to see a foe turning into a friend. There seems to be no hope. But pretending to be hopeful is the only grace we have. She didn't know which friends he meant. She knew that it was nothing short of a miracle that Musa was still alive. In the 18 years that had gone by since 1996, he had lived a life in which every night was potentially the night of the long knives. How can they kill me again, he would say if he sensed worry on Tilo's part. You've already been to my funeral. You've already laid flowers on my grave. What more can they do to me? I'm a shadow at high noon. I don't exist. The last time she met him he said something to her, casually, jokingly, but with heartbreak in his eyes. It made her blood freeze. These days in Kashmir, you can be killed for surviving. In battle, Musa told Tilo, enemies can't break your spirit, only friends can. In another carton there was a hunting knife and 9 mobile phones, a lot, for a man who did not use mobiles, old ones the size of small bricks, tiny Nokia ones, a Samsung smartphone and 2 iPhones. When they were delivered, covered in mud, they looked like slabs of fossilized chocolate. Now, minus the mud, they just looked old and unusable. There was a sheaf of stiff, yellowed newspaper clippings, the first of which contained a statement made by the then Chief Minister of Kashmir. Someone had underlined it. We can't just go on digging all the graveyards up. We need at least general directions from the relatives of the missing, if not pointedly specific information. Where could be the greater possibility of their disappeared kin being buried? A third carton contained a pistol, a few loose bullets, a vial of pills, she didn't know what pills, but was in a position to make an educated guess, something beginning with C, and a notebook that seemed not to have suffered the depredations of the flood. Tilo recognized the book and the writing in it as hers, but she read through its contents curiously, as though it had been written by someone else. These days her brain felt like a recovery encased in mud. It wasn't just her brain, she herself, all of her, felt like a recovery, an accumulation of muddy recoveries, randomly assembled. Long before she became stenographer to her mother and to Dr. Azad Bardia, Tilo had been a weird, part-time stenographer to a full-time military occupation. After the episode at the Shiraz, after she came back to Delhi and married Naga, she had travelled back to Kashmir obsessively, month after month, year after year, as though she was searching for something she had left behind. She and Musa seldom met on those trips. When they met in Delhi, mostly. But while she was in Kashmir, he watched over her from his hidden perch. She knew that the friendly souls that appeared as if from nowhere, to hang about with her, to travel with her, to invite her to their homes, were Musa's people. They welcomed her and told her things they would hardly tell themselves, only because they loved Musa, or at least their idea of him, the man whom they knew as a shadow among shadows. Musa didn't know what she was searching for, neither did she. Yet she spent almost all the money she earned from her design and typography assignments on these trips. Sometimes she took odd pictures. She wrote strange things down. She collected scraps of stories and inexplicable memorabilia that appeared to have no purpose. There seemed to be no pattern or theme to her interest. She had no set task, no project. She was not writing for a newspaper or magazine, she was not writing a book or making a film. She paid no attention to things that most people would have considered important. Over the years, her peculiar, ragged archive grew peculiarly dangerous. It was an archive of recoveries, not from a flood, but from another kind of disaster. Instinctively she kept it hidden from Naga, and ordered it according to some elaborate logic of her own that she intuited but did not understand. None of it amounted to anything in the cut and thrust of real argument in the real world. But that didn't matter. The truth is that she travelled back to Kashmir to still her troubled heart, and to atone for a crime she hadn't committed. And to put fresh flowers on Commander Gulrez's grave. The notebook that Musa sent back with his recoveries was hers. She must have left it behind on one of her trips. The first few pages were filled with her writing, the rest were blank. She grinned when she saw the opening page. The Reader's Digest Book of English Grammar and Comprehension. For Very Young Children. By S. Tilotama. She got herself an ashtray, settled down cross-legged on the floor, and chain-smoked her way to the end of her book. It contained stories, press clippings, and some diary entries. The Old Man and His Son. When Manzoor Ahmed Ghana became a militant, soldiers went to his home and picked up his father, the handsome, always dapper Aziz Ghana. He was kept in the Haider Beg interrogation center. Manzoor Ahmed Ghana worked as a militant for 1.5 years. His father remained imprisoned for 1.5 years. On the day Manzoor Ahmed Ghana was killed, smiling soldiers opened the door of his father's cell. Jinab, you wanted Azadai? Mubarak ho aapko. Congratulations! Today your wish has come true. Your freedom has come. The people of the village cried more for the shambling wreck who came running through the orchard in rags with wild eyes and a beard and hair that hadn't been cut in 1.5 years than they did for the boy who had been murdered. The shambling wreck was just in time to be able to lift the shroud and kiss his son's face before they buried him. Q1, why did the villagers cry more for the shambling wreck? Q2, why did the wreck shamble? News. Kashmir Guideline News Service. Dozens of cattle cross line of control, LOC, in Rajouri. At least 33 cattle including 29 buffaloes have crossed over to Pakistan side in Nowshera sector of Rajouri district in Jammu and Kashmir. According to KGNS, the cattle crossed the LOC in Kalsian subsector. The cattle which belonged to Ram Sarup, Ashok Kumar, Sharan Das, Ved Prakash and others were grazing near LOC when they crossed over to other side, locals told KGNS. Tick the box. Q1, why did the cattle cross the LOC? A. For training. B. For sneak-in ops. C. Neither of the above. The Perfect Murder, J.S. story. This happened a few years ago, before I resigned from the service. Maybe in 2000 or 2001. I was at the time DYSP, Deputy Superintendent of Police, posted in Madden. One night at about 11:30 p.m. we got a call from a neighboring village. The caller was a villager, but he wouldn't reveal his name. He said there had been a murder. So we went. I, along with my boss, the SP. It was in January. Very cold. Snow everywhere. We arrived in the village. The people were all inside their houses. Doors were locked. Lights were off. It had stopped snowing. The night was clear. Full moon. The moonlight was reflecting off the snow. You could see everything very clearly. We saw the body of a person, a big strong man. He was lying in the snow. He had been freshly killed. His blood had flooded onto the snow. It was still warm. It had melted the snow. The snow was still steaming. He lay there as though he was being cooked. You could tell that after his throat had been slit he had dragged himself about 30 meters to knock on the door of a house. But out of fear nobody had opened the door, so he had bled to death. As I said, he was a big strong man, so there was a lot of blood. He was dressed in Pathan clothes salwar kameez. He wore a camouflage bulletproof vest, and an ammunition belt full of ammunition. An AK-47 was lying near him. We had no doubt he was a militant, but who had killed him? If it had been the army, of course they would have removed the body and claimed the kill immediately. If it had been a rival militant group they would have taken his weapon. This was a big puzzle for us. We rounded up the villagers and questioned them. Nobody admitted to seeing or hearing or knowing anything. We took the body back with us to the Madden police station. There my SP called the commanding officer of the Rashtriya Rifle, RR, camp, the army camp nearby, to ask if he knew anything about it. Nothing. It wasn't hard to identify the body. He was a well-known, very senior militant commander. He belonged to the Hizb-ul-Mujahideen. But nobody claimed the kill. So eventually the army CO and my SP decided to claim it. They announced that he had been killed in an encounter following a search and cordon operation conducted jointly by the RR and JKP, Jammu and Kashmir Police. The story appeared in the national press as follows: in a fierce gun battle that lasted several hours, a dreaded militant was killed in a joint operation by the Rashtriya Rifles and the Jammu and Kashmir Police led by Major XX and Superintendent of Police YY. Both of us, the RR and JKP, were given citations and we shared the cash reward. We handed the militant's body over to his family and made discreet inquiries about whether they had any idea who killed him. We made no headway. 7 days later, in another village, another Hizb militant was found beheaded. He was the second in command of the first man whose body we had found. The Hizb owned up to the killing. Privately they let it be known that he was killed for having murdered his commander and stolen 25 lakhs in cash that was meant for distribution among the cadre. The story in the national press appeared as follows: gruesome beheading of innocent civilian by militants. Q1, who is the hero of this story? The informer I. In the notified area of Trau, a village called Nav Dal. It's 1993. The village is bristling with militants. It's a liberated village. The army is camped on the outskirts, but soldiers daren't enter the village. It's a complete standoff. No villagers approach the army camp. There is no exchange of any sort between soldiers and villagers. And yet, the officer commanding the camp knows every move the militants make. Which villagers support the movement, which ones don't, who offers militants food and lodging willingly, who doesn't. 4 days a close watch is mounted. Not a single person goes to the camp. Not a single soldier enters the village. And yet, the information gets to the army. Finally the militants notice a sleek black bull from the village who regularly visits the camp. They intercept the bull. tied to his horns, along with an assortment of tavis, to keep him from illness, from the evil eye, from impotence, are little notes with information. The next day the militants attach an IED to the bull's horns. They detonate it as he approaches the camp. No one dies. The bull is severely injured. The village butcher offers to do halal so the villagers can at least feast on the meat. The militants pass a fatwa. It's an informer bull. Nobody is allowed to eat the meat. Amen. Q1, who is the hero of the story? The informer 2. He liked selling out on people, for this. Dehumanized him. Dehumanizing myself is my own most fundamental tendency. Jean Genet. I'm not yet cured of happiness. Anna Akhmatova. Q1, who is the hero of the story? The Virgin. The 5-AEN attack that had been planned on the army camp was aborted at the last minute by none other than the 5-AEN themselves. They took this decision because Abid Ahmed alias Abid Suzuki, the driver of the Maruti Suzuki they were in, was driving really badly. The little car veered sharply to the left, then sharply to the right, as though it was dodging something. But the road was empty and there was nothing to dodge. When Abid Suzuki's companions, none of whom knew how to drive, asked him what the matter was, he said it was the Houris who had come to take them all to heaven. They were naked and dancing on the bonnet, distracting him. There's no way to ascertain whether the naked Houris were virgins or not. But Abid Suzuki certainly was one. Q1, why was Abid Suzuki driving badly? Q2, how do you establish a man's virginity? The brave heart. Mahmoud was a tailor in Budgam. His greatest desire was to have himself photographed posing with guns. Finally a school friend of his who had joined a militant group took him to their hideout and made his dream come true. Mahmoud returned to Srinagar with the negatives and took them to Taj Photo Studio to have prints made. He negotiated a 25 paisa discount for each print. When he went to pick up his prints, the border security force laid a cordon around Taj Photo Studio and caught him red-handed with the prints. He was taken to a camp and tortured for many days. He did not give away any information. He was sentenced to 10 years in jail. The militant commander who facilitated the photography session was arrested a few months later. 2 AK-47s and several rounds of ammunition were recovered from him. He was released after 2 months. Q1, was it worth it? The careerist. The boy had always wanted to make something of himself. He invited 4 militants for dinner and slipped sleeping pills into their food. Once they had fallen asleep, he called the army. They killed the militants and burned down the house. The army had promised the boy 2 canals of land and 150,000 rupees. They gave him only 50,000 and accommodated him in quarters just outside an army camp. They told him that if he wanted a permanent job with them instead of being just a daily wage worker, he would have to get them 2 foreign militants. He managed to get them 1 live Pakistani but was having trouble finding another. Unfortunately these days business is bad, he told Pi. Things have become such that you cannot any longer just kill someone and pretend he's a foreign militant. So my job cannot be made permanent. Pi asked him, if there was a referendum, whom he would vote for, India or Pakistan. Pakistan, of course. Why? Because it is our mulk, country. But Pakistan militants can't help us in this way. If I can kill them and get a good job, it helps me. He told Pi that when Kashmir became a part of Pakistan, he, Pi, would not be able to survive in it. But he, the boy, would. But that, he said, was just a theoretical matter. Because he would be killed shortly. Q1, who did the boy expect to be killed by? A. The army. B. Militants. C. Pakistanis. D. Owners of the house that was burned. The Nobel Prize winner. Manohar Matta was a Kashmiri Pandit who stayed on in the valley even after all the other Hindus had gone. He was secretly tired of and deeply hurt by the barbs from his Muslim friends who said that all Hindus in Kashmir were actually, in one way or another, agents of the Indian occupation forces. Manohar had participated in all the anti-India protests, and had shouted Azadi louder than everybody else. But nothing seemed to help. At one point he had even contemplated taking up arms and joining the Hizb, but eventually he decided against it. One day an old school friend of his, Aziz Mohammed, an intelligence officer, visited him at home to tell him that he was worried for him. He said that he had seen his, Matu's, surveillance file. It suggested that he be put under watch because he displayed anti-national tendencies. When he heard the news, Matu beamed and felt his chest swell with pride. "You have given me the Nobel Prize," he told his friend. He took Aziz Mohammed out to Café Arabica and bought him coffee and pastries worth Rs 500. A year later he, Matu, was shot by an unknown gunman for being a kafir. Q1. Why was Matu shot? A. Because he was a Hindu. B. Because he wanted Azadi. C. Because he won the Nobel Prize. D. None of the above. E. All of the above. Q2. Who could the unknown gunman have been? A. An Islamist militant who thought all Kafirs should be killed. B. An agent of the occupation who wanted people to think that all Islamist militants thought that all Kafirs should be killed. C. Neither of the above. D. Someone who wanted everyone to go crazy trying to figure it out. Khadija says. In Kashmir, when we wake up and say good morning, what we really mean is good morning. The times they are a-changin'. Begum Dil Afroz was a well-known opportunist who believed, quite literally, in changing with the times. When the movement seemed to be on the up and up, she would set the time on her wristwatch half an hour ahead to Pakistan Standard Time. When the occupation regained its grip, she would reset it to Indian Standard Time. In the valley the saying went, Begum Dil Afroz's watch isn't really a watch, it's a newspaper. Q1. What is the moral of this story? April Fool's Day 2008, actually it's April Fool's Night. All night the news comes in sporadically, relayed from mobile phone to mobile phone, encounter in a village in Bandipora. The BSF and STF say they received specific information that there were militants, the chief of operations of the Lashkar-e-Taiba and some others in a house in the village of Chithibandi. There was a crackdown. The encounter went on all night. Past midnight the army announced that the operation had been successful. They said that 2 militants had been killed. But the police said there were no bodies. I went with P to Bandipora. We left at dawn. From Srinagar to Bandipora the road winds through mustard fields. Wooler Lake is glassy, inscrutable. Slim boats preen on it like fashion models. P tells me that recently, as part of Operation Goodwill, the army took 21 children on a picnic in a navy boat. The boat overturned. All 21 children drowned. When the parents of the drowned children protested, they were shot at. The luckier ones died. Bandipora is liberated, they say. Like Sopari once was. Like Shopian still is. Bandipora is backed up against the high mountains. When we reached, we found that the crackdown hadn't ended. The villagers said it had begun at 3:30 p.m. the previous day. People were forced out of their homes at gunpoint. They had to leave their houses open, hot tea not yet drunk, books open, homework incomplete, food on the fire, the onions frying, the chopped tomatoes waiting to be added. There were more than 1,000 soldiers, the villagers said. Some said 4,000. At night terror is magnified, the leaves in the china trees must have looked like soldiers. As the crackdown wore on, and dawn broke, it was not just the occasional gunshots that tore through people, but also the softer sounds, of their cupboards being opened, their cash and jewelry being stolen, their looms being smashed. Their cattle being barbecued alive in their pens. A big house belonging to a poet's brother had been razed. It was a heap of rubble. No bodies had been found. The militants had escaped. Or perhaps they were never there. But why was the army still there? Soldiers with machine guns, shovels and mortar launchers controlled the crowd. More news. 2 young men have been picked up from a petrol pump nearby. The crowd goes rigid. The army has already announced that they've killed 2 militants here in Chithabandi. So now it has to produce bodies. The people know how real life works. Sometimes the script is written in advance. If the bodies of those boys are freshly burned, we won't accept the army story. Go India! Go back! People catch sight of a soldier standing in the village mosque, looking down at them. He hasn't taken his boots off in the holy place. A howl goes up. Slowly the barrel of the gun rises and takes aim. The air shrinks and grows hard. A shot rings out from the poet's brother's ex-house. It's an announcement. The army is going to withdraw. The village road isn't wide enough for us and them, so to make room for them we flatten ourselves against the walls of houses. The soldiers file through. Hooting pursues them like the wind whistling down the village road. You can sense the soldiers' anger and shame. You can sense their helplessness too. That could change in a second. All they have to do is to turn around and shoot. All the people have to do is to lie down and die. When the last soldier has gone, the people climb over the debris of the burnt house. The tin sheets that were once the roof are still smoldering. A scorched trunk lies open, flames still leaping out of it. What was in it that burns so beautifully? On the small, smoky mountain of rubble, the people stand and chant. Hum Kia Chadi Azadai. And they call for the Lushkar. Iwa Iwa. Lushkari Taba. More news comes. Mudassir Nazir has been picked up by the STF. His father arrives. His breathing is shallow. His face is ashen. An autumn leaf in spring. They've taken his boy to the camp. He's not a militant. He was injured in a protest last year. They're saying if you want your son back, then send us your daughter. They say she's an OGW, an overground worker. That she helps a Hizb man transport his things. Maybe she does, maybe she doesn't. Either way, she's a goner. I'll help a Hizb man transport his things. And then he'll kill me for being me. Bad, uncovered woman. Indian. Indian? Whatever. So it goes. Nothing. I would like to write one of those sophisticated stories in which even though nothing much happens there's lots to write about. That can't be done in Kashmir. It's not sophisticated, what happens here? There's too much blood for good literature. Q1, why is it not sophisticated? Q2, what is the acceptable amount of blood for good literature? The last entry in the notebook was an army press release, pasted onto one of the pages. Press Information Bureau, Defence Wing. Government of India Public Relations Office. Ministry of Defence, Srinagar. Girls of Bandipora left for excursion. Bandipora, September 27. Today was an important day in the life of 17 girls of village Aran and Dardpora of Bandipora district when their 13 days Saad Bhavana tour to Agra, Delhi and Chandigarh was flagged off by MRS Sonia Mehra and Brigadier Anil Mehra, Commander, 81 Mountain Brigade from Fishery Grounds of Aran village. These girls accompanied by 2 elderly women and 2 panchas from the area along with officials of 14 Rashtriya Rifles. They will visit places of historical and educational interest at Agra, Delhi and Chandigarh. They would have a privilege of interacting with Governor of Punjab and of their own state. Brig Anil Mehra, Commander 81 Mountain Brigade, while addressing the tour participants, told them to make full use of the excellent opportunity provided to them. He also asked them to keenly observe the progress made by other states and to see themselves as ambassadors of peace. Also present on the occasion to give a warm send-off were Colonel Prakash Singh Negi, Commanding Officer, 14 Rashtriya Rifles, elected sarpanchas of the 2 villages and parents of all the participants along with a gathering of local populace. The Reader's Digest book of English grammar and comprehension for very young children was 2 beedies and 4 cigarettes long. Adjusting of course for reading/smoking speed, both of which are variables. Tilo smiled to herself, remembering another goodwill excursion like the one described in the press release that the army had very kindly organized for the boys from Muskan, the army orphanage in Srinagar. Musa had sent a message asking her to meet him at the Red Fort. It must have been about 10 years ago. She was still living with Naga at the time. On that occasion, Musa, at his most audacious, was one of the civilian escorts to the group. They were passing through Delhi on their way to Agra to see the Taj Mahal. While they were in Delhi, the orphans were taken to see the Qutb Minar, Red Fort, India Gate, Rashtrapati Bhavan, Parliament House, Birla House, where Gandhi was shot, Teen Murti, where Nehru had lived, and 1 Safdarjung Road, where Indira Gandhi was shot by her Sikh bodyguards. Musa was unrecognizable. He called himself Zahur Ahmed, smiled more often than he needed to, and had cultivated a bent, slightly oafish, obsequious air. He and Tilo met as strangers who sat next to each other by chance, on a bench in the dark at the Sound and Light show at the Red Fort. Most of the rest of the audience were foreign tourists. "This is a collaborative venture between us and the security forces," Musa whispered to her. Sometimes, in these kinds of collaborations, the partners don't know that they are partners. The army thinks it is teaching the children love for their motherland. And we think we are teaching them to know their enemy, so that when it is their generation's turn to fight, they won't end up behaving like Hassan Lone. One of the orphans, a tiny boy with huge ears, climbed onto Musa's lap, gave him 1,000 kisses and then sat very still, regarding Tilo from a distance of about 3 inches, with intense, expressionless eyes. Musa was gruff with him, unresponsive. But Tilo saw his face muscles twitch and, for a moment, his eyes grow bright. She let the moment pass. "Who's Hassan Lone?" "He was my neighbor. Great guy." "A brother." Brother was Musa's highest form of praise. He wanted to join the militancy, but on his first trip to India, to Bombay, he saw the crowds at VT station and he gave up. When he returned he said, "Brothers, have you seen how many of them there are? We have no chance. I surrender." He actually gave up. He's doing some small textile business now. Musa, smiling broadly in the dark, gave the child on his lap a smacking kiss on his head in memory of his friend Hassan Lone. The little fellow stared straight ahead, glowing like a lamp. On the soundtrack the year was 1739. Emperor Muhammad Shah Rangila had been on the peacock throne in Delhi for almost 30 years. He was an interesting emperor. He watched elephant fights dressed in ladies' clothes and jeweled slippers. Under his patronage a new school of miniature painting depicting explicit sex and bucolic landscapes was born. But it wasn't all sex and debauchery. Great Kathak dancers and Qawwals performed in his court. The scholar mystic Shah Waliullah translated the Quran into Persian. Khwaja Mir Dard and Mir Taqi Mir recited their verse in the tea houses of Chandni Chowk. Le sans pi ahista ki nazuk hai bahat kam. Afak ki iss karga e shishagari ka. Breathe gently here, for with fragility all is fraught. Here, in this workshop of the world, where wares of glass are wrought. But then, the sound of horses' hooves. The tiny boy stood up on Musa's lap and turned around to see where the sound was coming from. It was Nader Shah's cavalry galloping from Persia to Delhi, pillaging cities that lay on its route. The emperor on the peacock throne was unperturbed. Poetry, music, and literature, he believed, ought not to be interrupted by the banality of war. The lights in the Diwan-e-Khas changed color. Purple, red, green. On the soundtrack the laughter of women in the zanana. Bells on the ankles of dancing girls. The unmistakable, deep, coquettish giggle of a court eunuch. After the show the orphans and their escorts spent the night in a dormitory in the Vishva Yuvak Kendra in Diplomatic Enclave. It happened to be just down the road from Tilo's, and Naga's, home. When Tilo got home, Naga was asleep with the TV on. She switched it off and lay down next to him. That night she dreamed of a winding desert road that had no reason to wind. She and Musa were walking down it. There were buses parked along one side and shipping containers on the other, each with an entrance door and a tattered, gauze curtain. There were whores in some of the doorways and soldiers in the others. Long Somali soldiers. Badly harmed people were being brought out and chained people taken in. Musa stopped to speak to a man in white. He seemed to be an old friend. Musa followed him into a shipping container while Tila waited outside. When he didn't come out, she went in looking for him. The light in the room was red. A man and woman were having sex on a bed in a corner of the container. There was a big dressing table with a mirror. Musa wasn't in the room, but his image was reflected in the mirror. He was hanging from the roof by his arms, swinging around and around. There was a lot of talcum powder in the room, including in Musa's armpits. Tila woke up wondering how she came to be on a boat. She looked at Naga for a long time and was briefly overcome by something that felt like love. She didn't understand it and didn't do anything about it. She calculated that it had been 30 years since all of them, Naga, Garson Hobart, Musa, and she had first met on the set of Norman. Is that you? And still they continued to circle around each other in these peculiar ways. The last box wasn't a fruit carton and wasn't a recovery from the flood. It was a small Hewlett-Packard printer cartridge carton that contained the Amrik Singh documents that Musa had left with her after he returned from one of his trips to the US. She opened it to double-check that her memory served her right. It did. There was a sachet of old photographs, a folder of press clippings reporting Amrik Singh's suicide. One of the reports had a photograph of the Singh's house in Clovis with police cars parked outside it and policemen milling around inside the no-go zone they had marked off with the yellow tape you saw in TV serials and crime films. There was an inset photograph of Xerxes, the robot with a camera mounted onto it that the California police had sent into the house before they went in to make sure nobody was lurking around waiting to ambush them. Other than the press clippings, there was a file with copies of Amrik Singh's and his wife's applications for asylum in the US. Musa had given her a long, comical account of how he had got the file. He, along with a lawyer who had argued hundreds of asylum cases on the West Coast, the friend of a brother, visited the American social worker in Clovis who had been dealing with Amrik Singh's case. The social worker was a wonderful man, Musa said, old and infirm, but dedicated to his job. He had socialist leanings and was furious with his government's immigration policy. His small office was lined with files, the legal records of the hundreds of people he had helped to get asylum in the US, most of them Sikhs who had fled India after 1984. He was familiar with the stories of police atrocities in Punjab, the army invasion of the Golden Temple and the 1984 massacre of Sikhs that followed the assassination of Indira Gandhi. He lived in a time warp and wasn't up to date on current affairs. So he had conflated Punjab and Kashmir and viewed Mr and Mrs Amrik Singh through that prism as yet another persecuted Sikh family. He had leaned across his desk and whispered that he believed the tragedy occurred because neither Amrik Singh nor his wife had come to terms with the rape that Mrs Amrik Singh was bound to have suffered while she was in police custody. He had tried to convince her that mentioning it would greatly enhance their chances of getting asylum. But she wouldn't admit to it and had grown agitated when he suggested that there was no shame in talking about it. They were simple good folks, those two, all they needed was some counseling, they and their little ones, he said, handing over copies of their papers to Musa. Some counseling and some good friends. Just a little help and they would still have been alive. But that's too much to expect from this great country, isn't it? Right at the bottom of the printer cartridge carton was a fat, old-fashioned legal file that Tilo didn't remember having seen before. It was a set of loose, unbound pages, perhaps 50 or 60 pages, stacked on a piece of cardboard and tied down with red straps and white string. Witness testimonies in the Jalib Quadri case from nearly 20 years ago. Memorandum of Statement by Ghulam Nabi Rasool S/O Mushtaq Nabi Rasool, R/O Barber Shah. Occupation Service in Tourism Department. Age 37 years. Statement recorded under Section 161/CRPC. The witness states as under. I am a resident of Barber Shah in Srinagar. On August 3, 1995 I saw a military contingent positioned at Paraipora. They were frisking vehicles there. An army truck and armoured vehicle were also parked there. One tall Sikh army officer surrounded by many military personnel in uniform was conducting the frisking. A private taxi was also parked there. In the taxi there were some civilian personnel wrapped in a red blanket. On account of fear I remained some distance away from this scene. Then I saw a white Maruti car coming. Jalib Quadri was driving and his wife was in the passenger seat. On seeing Jalib Quadri, the tall army officer stopped his vehicle and made him to get out. They pushed him in the armored vehicle and all the vehicles including the private taxi went away in a convoy via the bypass. Memorandum of Statement by Ramat Bajad S/O Abdul Kalam Bajad, R/O Kursur Rajbak, Srinagar. Occupation Agriculture Department. Age 32 years. Statement recorded under Section 161/CRPC. The witness states as under. I am the inhabitant of Kursur Rajbak and work in the Agriculture Department as Field Assistant Officer. Today, on 27.03.1995, I was at my home when I heard noise coming from outside. I came out and found people were gathered around a dead body which was tucked into a sack bag. The dead body had been recovered by local youth from the Jhelum flood channel. The youth removed the body from the sack bag. I found it to be the body of Jalib Quadri. I recognized him because he had been living in my neighborhood for the past 12 years. After inspection I identified the following apparel. 1 woolen sweater khaki colored. 2 white shirt. 3 grey pants. 4 white undershirt. Besides this both eyes were missing. His forehead was blood-stained. Body was shrunk and decomposed. Police came and took custody and prepared a custody memo which I signed. Memorandum of Statement by Maruf Ahmed Dars/O Abdul Ahad Dar, R/O Kursur Rajbak, Srinagar. Occupation Business. Age 40 years. Statement recorded under Section 161/CRPC. The witness states as under. I am a resident of Kursur Rajbak and deal with business. On 27.03.1995 I heard noise coming from the bank of the Jhelum flood channel. I went to the spot and found that the dead body of Jalib Quadri was lying on the bund tucked in a sack bag. I could identify the deceased because he was residing in my neighborhood for a period of 12 years and we offered prayers in the same local mosque. On the deceased body the following apparels were seen. 1 woolen sweater khaki colored. 2 white shirt. 3 grey pants. 4 white undershirt. Besides this both eyes were missing. His forehead was blood-stained. Body was shrunk and decomposed. Police came and took custody and prepared a custody memo which I signed. Memorandum of Statement by Mohammed Shafiq Bhat S/O Abdul Aziz Bhat, R/O Gander Bal. Occupation Mason. Age 30 years. Statement recorded under Section 161/CRPC. The witness states as under. I hail from Ganderbal. I am a mason by profession and presently I am working in the house of Mohammed Ayub Dar in Kursur Rajbak. Today, on 27.03.1995 at about 6:30 am in the morning I went to the Jhelum flood channel for washing my face. I saw a dead body in a sack bag floating in the river. One leg and one arm was visible from outside. On account of fear I did not report this to anybody. Later I went to Mohammed Shaburwar's house to perform my labor as a mason. I found the same dead body in a sack bag which was recovered by the locals from the Jhelum flood channel. The dead body was decomposed and soaked. The apparel on the body was as follows. 1 woolen sweater khaki colored. 2 white shirt. 3 grey pants. 4 white undershirt. Besides this both eyes were missing. His forehead was blood-stained. Body was shrunk and decomposed. Police came and took custody and prepared a custody memo which I signed. Memorandum of Statement by brother of the deceased, Parvaiz Ahmed Quadri S/O Altaf Quadri, R/O Awantapura. Occupation Service in Academy of Arts, Culture and Languages. Age 35 years. Statement recorded under Section 161 CRPC. The witness states as under. I am a resident of Awantapura and the brother of the deceased Jalib Quadri. Today, after the identification and post-mortem, I took the dead body of my brother Jalib Quadri from the police. The police separately filed an injury memo and receipt for the dead body. The contents of the memos were read to me, which I acknowledge to be correct. Memorandum of Statement by Mushtaq Ahmed Khan alias Usman alias Baitoth, R/O Jammu City. Age 30 years. Statement recorded on December 6, 95 under Section 164/CRPC. The witness states as under. Sir, I am a baker. I had a shop at Rawalpora and used to supply bread to the army personnel from 1990-91. Then the situation in Kashmir deteriorated and the militants threatened me for supplying bread to army personnel. Since that was the only lifeline for my business, as such I closed down my bakery and went to my native village in Uri. After 3 months of my stay there, militants started to victimize my wife. Not only this, they forcibly kidnapped my 15-year-old sister and forced her to marry one of their companions. On this account I left my native village and returned to Srinagar, where I stayed in a rented house in Magarmal Bagh. In some time militants of the Jammu Kashmir Liberation Front, JKLF, reached there and forced me to join their cadre. Later on, during the mutual conflicts among different militant factions, the militants of Al-Umar outfit picked me up and I got associated with it for 2 years. Then the security forces started troubling me and picked up my children. As such I surrendered before India Bravo IB and handed over my AK-47 rifle to them. I was kept in custody for 8 months in Baramulla and then released, but was bound to report to IB every 15 days. I did this for 3 months but then ran away on account of fear, because if anybody would have seen me with IB it would have been fatal to my life. In Srinagar, one person, namely Ahmed Ali Bhatt alias Cobra, met me and introduced me to the DYSP of Kothabah police station, who took me and sent me for work with the Special Operations Group SOG in the Rawalpora camp. Cobra and Perwaz Bhatt were Ikhwanis and used to work in the camp along with Major Amrik Singh. They provoked Major Amrik Singh against me and told him I knew all the militants and should help him in their arrest. One day Major Amrik Singh took me along with him for purpose of raid on militants' hideout at Wazir Bagh, wherein 2 militants were captured and released after payment of Rs 40,000. I worked with Major Amrik Singh for many months and was witness to the elimination by him of the following people. 1. Ghulam Rasool Wani. 2. Basit Ahmed Kande, who was working in Century Hotel. 3. Abdul Hafiz Pur. 4. Ishfaq Waza. 5. 1 Sikh tailor whose name was Kuldeep Singh. All they have been registered as disappeared since then. Afterwards, on one occasion in March 1995, Major Amrik Singh and his friend Salim Gajeri, who was also like me a surrendered militant and frequent visitor to the camp, picked up one person who was wearing a coat, white shirt and tie and grey pant. At that time Sukhan Singh, Balbir Singh and Doctor were also there. The coat pant man was a very learned person. He argued with them in the camp, saying, "Why did you got me arrested and brought me here?" Upon which Major Amrik Singh got furious and beat him ruthlessly and took him to a separate room. After confining him he came out and said, "Do you know that person is the famous advocate Jalib Quadri? We have arrested him because whosoever maligns the army and helps militants will not be spared, whatever may be his status." That evening I heard cries and shouting from the same room in which Jalib Quadri was confined. I further heard sounds of gunshots in that room. Later I observed one sack bag was loaded into a vehicle. Few days later, when the dead body of Jalib Quadri was recovered and news were published in the papers in this regard, Major Amrik Singh in regret said to me that he did wrong, and that he should not have killed Jalib Quadri, but he was helpless in this regard because other officers had entrusted that job to him and Salim Gajeri. When he said this to me I felt a threat to my life. Then Salim Gajeri and his associates, Mohammed Ramzan, who was a legal immigrant from Bangladesh, Munir Nasser Hajam and Mohammed Akbar Lawi, stopped coming to the camp. Major Amrik Singh sent me along with Sukhan Singh and Balbir Singh in vehicles to find them and bring them to the camp. We found Salim Gajeri sitting in a shop in Budgam and asked him why he had not come to the camp for 1 week. He said he was busy with raids and he would come the next day. Next day he came with his 3 associates. They came in an ambassador taxi. Their weapons were held at the gate. Major Amrik Singh told them this was due to the impending visit of the CO of the camp. After that, Major Amrik Singh, Salim Gajeri, and his associates sat in chairs at the compound and started drinking. After 2 hours, Major Amrik Singh took Salim Gajeri and his associates to the dining room. I was in the veranda. Sukhan Singh, Balbir Singh, one Major Ashik and Doctor tied Salim Gajeri and his associates with ropes and closed the door. The next day their bodies were recovered in a field in Pampuri along with the body of the taxi driver Mumtaz Afzal Malik. Afterwards I moved my wife and children to the house of my friend who was residing at Bypass. Then I escaped to Jammu. Further I do not know. Tilo put the files and the sachet of photographs back into the carton and left it on the table. They were legal papers and contained nothing incriminating. She packed Musa's recoveries, the gun, the knife, the phones, the passports, boarding passes and everything else into airtight plastic food containers and stacked them in her freezer. Inside one of the containers she put Saddam Hussein's visiting card, so that Musa would know where to come. Her refrigerator was an old one, the kind that iced up if it wasn't regularly defrosted. She knew that if she turned the temperature down before she left, the incriminating evidence would turn into a block of ice. Her reasoning was that recoveries that had survived a devastating flood surely had special powers. They would survive a mini blizzard too. She packed a small bag. Clothes, books, baby things, computer, toothbrush. The pot with her mother's ashes. The only decision that remained to be made was what to do with the cake and the balloons. She lay in her bed, fully dressed and ready to leave. It was 3 a.m. Still no sign, nor scent, of Saddam Hussein. Reading the Otter papers was a mistake. A bad one. She felt as though she had been sealed into a barrel of tar, with him and all the people he had killed. She could smell him. And see his cold, flat eyes as he sat across from her on the boat and stared at her. She could feel his hand on her scalp. The bed she lay on wasn't really a bed, just a mattress on the red cement floor. Ants hurried around with cake crumbs. The heat seeped through the mattress and the sheet felt coarse against her skin. A baby gecko walked unsteadily across the floor. It stopped a few feet away, lifted its big head and regarded her with bright, oversized eyes. She watched it back. "Hide," she whispered. "The vegetarians are coming." She offered it a dead mosquito from the pile of dead mosquitoes she had collected on a sheet of blank paper. She put the mosquito carcass down, halfway between herself and the gecko. The gecko ignored it at first, and then ate it in a flash, while she looked away. What I should have been, she thought, is a gecko feeder. Harsh neon light masquerading as the moon streamed through the window. A few weeks ago, walking across a steep, overlit flyover at night, she eavesdropped on a conversation between two men wheeling their bicycles. Is Shermaina Brait Ka Sahara Bhina Hin Milta. In this city we've even lost the shelter of the night. She lay very still, like a corpse in a morgue. Her hair was growing. Her toenails too. The hair on her head was dead white. The triangle of hair between her legs was jet black. What did that mean? Was she old or still young? Was she dead or still alive? And then, even without turning her head, she knew they had come. The bulls. Massive heads with perfect horns silhouetted sickle-shaped against the light. 2 of them. The color of night. The stolen color of what used to be night. Rough curls embossed into their damp foreheads like damask headscarves. Their moist, velvet noses glistened, and they pursed their purple lips. They made no sound. They never harmed her, only stared. The whites of their eyes as they looked around the room were crescent moons. They didn't seem curious or particularly grave. They were like doctors looking in on a patient, trying to agree on a diagnosis. "Did you forget to bring your stethoscopes again?" Time had a different quality in their presence. She couldn't tell for how long they watched her. She never looked back at them. She knew they were gone only when the light they had blocked returned to illuminate the room. When she was sure they were gone, she went to the window and saw them shrink to street level and walk away. City slickers. A pair of thugs. One of them lifted its leg like a dog and pissed on the window of a car. A very tall dog. She put on the light and looked up the word insouciant. The dictionary said, cheerfully unconcerned or unworried about something. She kept dictionaries near her bed, piled up into a tower. She picked a sheet of paper from a ream, and a pencil from a coffee mug full of sharpened blue pencils, and began to write. Dear Doctor, I am witness to a curious scientific phenomenon. 2 bulls live in the service lane outside my flat. In the daytime they appear quite normal, but at night they grow tall. I think the word might be elevate and stare at me through my second-floor window. When they piss, they lift their legs like dogs. Last night, at about 8 p.m., when I was returning from the market, one growled at me. This I'm sure of. My question is there any chance that they could be genetically modified bulls, with dog growth or wolf growth genes implanted in them, that might have escaped from a lab? If so, are they bulls or dogs? Or wolves? I have not heard of any such experiments being done on cattle, have you? I am aware of human growth genes being used on trout, making them gigantic. The people who breed these giant trout say they're doing it to feed people in poor countries. My question is, who will feed the giant trout? Human growth genes have also been used in pigs. I've seen the result of that experiment. It's a cross-eyed mutant that is so heavy that it cannot stand up or bear its own weight. It needs to be propped up on a board. It's pretty disgusting. These days one is never really sure whether a bull is a dog, or an ear of corn is actually a leg of pork or a beef steak. But perhaps this is the path to genuine modernity? Why, after all, shouldn't a glass be a hedgehog, a hedge an etiquette manual, and so on? Yours truly. Tilotima. P.S. I have learned that scientists working in the poultry industry are trying to excise the mothering instinct in hens in order to mitigate or entirely remove their desire to brood. Their goal, apparently, is to stop chickens wasting time on unnecessary things and thereby to increase the efficiency of egg production. Even though I am personally and in principle completely against efficiency, I wonder whether conducting this sort of intervention, by which I mean excising the mothering instinct, on the Maji, the mothers of the disappeared in Kashmir, would help. Right now they are inefficient, unproductive units, living on a mandatory diet of hopeless hope, pottering about in their kitchen gardens, wondering what to grow and what to cook, in case their sons return. I'm sure you agree this is a bad business model. Could you propose a better one? A doable, realistic, although I'm against realism too, formula to arrive at an efficient quantum of hope? The 3 variables in their case are death, disappearance, and familial love. All other forms of love, assuming that they do indeed exist, do not qualify and should be disregarded. Barring of course the love of God. That goes without saying. P.P.S. I'm moving. I don't know where I'm going. This fills me with hope. When she finished her letter she folded it carefully and put it into her bag. She cut the cake, packed it into a box file and put it into the fridge. She untied the balloons one by one and locked them in the cupboard. She switched on the TV with the volume off. A man was selling his eyebrows. He had turned down the initial offer of $500. Eventually, for $1,400 he agreed to have them shaved off with an electric shaver. He had a funny, sheepish smile on his face. He looked like Elmer Fudd in the Wacky Wabbit. Pre-dawn. Still no Saddam Hussein. The kidnapper looked down from her window a little impatiently. A text message on her phone. Let's unite on International Yoga Day for poolside candlelight yoga and meditation by Guru Hanumant Bardwa. She tapped out a reply. Please let's not. Right beside the school gate on which a painted nurse was giving a painted baby a painted polio vaccination, a circle of sleepy women, migrant workers from roadworks nearby, stood around a tiny boy as he squatted like a comma on the edge of an open manhole. The women leaned on their shovels and pickaxes as they waited for their star to perform. The Kama had his eyes fixed on one of the women. His mother. The spirit moved him. He made a pool. A yellow leaf. His mother put down her axe and washed his bottom with muddy water from an old bisleri bottle. With the leftover water she washed her hands, and washed the yellow leaf into the manhole. Nothing in the city belonged to the women. Not a tiny plot of land, not a hovel in a slum, not a tin sheet over their heads. Not even the sewage system. But now they had made a direct, unorthodox deposit, an express delivery straight into the system. Maybe it marked the beginning of a foothold in the city. The Kama's mother gathered him in her arms, slung her axe across her shoulder, and the little contingent left. The street was empty. And then, as though he had been waiting for the women to leave before making his entry, Saddam Hussein appeared. In the following order: sound, sight, smell, stench. The yellow municipal truck turned into the little service lane and parked a few houses away. Saddam Hussein swung out of the passenger seat, with the same flamboyance with which he usually swung off his horse, his gaze already scanning the second-floor window of Tilo's building. Tilo put her head out and signaled that the gate was open and that he should come up. She met him at the door with a packed suitcase, a baby, and a box file full of strawberry cake. Comrade Lalai greeted Saddam on the landing as though she was being reunited with a lost lover. She held her head steady and wagged the rest of her body from side to side, her ears flattened, her eyes slanting coquettishly. "Is she yours?" Saddam asked Tilo after they had introduced themselves to each other. "We can take her, there's plenty of room where we are going." "She has puppies." Where's the problem?" He gently pushed the puppies off the sack they lay on, opened it and dropped them in a bunch of squealing, squirming brinjals. Tilo locked her door and the little procession trooped down the stairs and into the street. Saddam with a packed suitcase and a sack full of puppies. Tilo with a baby and a box file. And Comrade Lalai trailing her newfound love with unashamed devotion. The driver's cabin was as big as a small hotel room. Niraj Kumar the driver and Saddam Hussein were old friends. Saddam, master of forethought and attention to detail, placed a wooden fruit crate near the door of the truck. A makeshift step. Comrade Lalai jumped in, followed by Tilo and Miss Jebin II. They sat at the back, on a red Rexine bunk bed that truck drivers slept on during long-haul drives when they were tired and the stand-in driver took the wheel. Municipal garbage trucks never went on long-haul drives, but they had the bunk beds anyway. Saddam sat in front, on the passenger seat. He placed the puppy sack between his feet, opened it up for air, put on his sunglasses, rapped the passenger door twice, like a bus conductor, and they were off. The yellow truck blazed a trail through the city, leaving the stench of burst cow in its wake. This time, unlike the last journey Saddam had made with similar cargo, he was in a municipal truck in the capital of the country. Gujarat Kalala was still a year away from taking the throne, the saffron parakeets were still biding their time, waiting in the wings. So temporarily, it was safe. The truck rattled past the row of car repair shops, the men and dogs covered in grease, still asleep outside. Past a market, a Sikh Gurdwara, another market. Past a hospital with patients and their families camped on the road outside. Past jostling crowds at the 24x7 chemists. Over a flyover, the street lights still on. Past the garden city with lush, landscaped roundabouts. As it drove on, the gardens disappeared, the roads grew bumpy and potholed, the pavements grew crowded with sleeping bodies. Dogs, goats, cows, humans. Parked cycle rickshaws stacked one behind the other like the vertebrae in a serpent's skeleton. The truck stank its way under crumbling stone arches and past the ramparts of the Red Fort. It skirted the old city and arrived at Janat Guest House and funeral services. Anjum was waiting for them, an ecstatic smile shining out from among the tombstones. She was splendidly dressed, in the sequins and satin of her glory days. She wore makeup and lipstick, she had dyed her hair and pinned on a thick, long, black plait with a red ribbon woven into it. She enveloped both Tilo and Miss Jebin in a bear hug, kissing both of them several times. She had organized a welcome home party. Jannat guest house was decorated with balloons and streamers. The guests, all splendidly dressed, were Zainab, a plump 18-year-old now, studying fashion design at a local polytechnic, Sida, soberly dressed in a sari. In addition to being Ustad of the Kwabga, she headed an NGO that worked on transgender rights, Nimo Gorak Puri, who had driven in from Mewat with 3 kilos of fresh mutton for the party, Ishrat the Beautiful, who had extended her visit, Rojan Lal, who remained poker-faced, Imam Ziauddin, who tickled Miss Jebin with his beard, and then blessed her and said a prayer. Ustad Hamid played the harmonium and welcomed her in Ragdalak Kamad. Aeri Sakimora Pyagar Ai. Bahlaga Iss Ongan Ko. Oh my companions, my love has come home. This bare yard has blossomed into a garden. Saddam and Anjum showed Tilo to the room they had readied for her on the ground floor. She would share it with Comrade Lalai and family, Miss Jebin, and Alam Beji's grave. Pyle the mare was tethered outside the window. The room was festooned with streamers and balloons. Unsure of what arrangements to make for a woman, a real woman, from the Duniya, and not just the Duniya but the South Delhi Duniya, they had opted for a hairdressing salon type of decor, a dressing table from a second-hand furniture market fitted out with a large mirror. A metal trolley on which there was a range of bottles of different shades of Lakme nail polish and lipstick, a comb, a hairbrush, rollers, a hairdryer, and a bottle of shampoo. Nimo Gorak Puri had brought her lifetime's collection of fashion magazines from her home in Mewat and arranged them in tall piles on a large coffee table. Next to the bed was a baby cot with a big teddy bear propped up on the pillow. The controversial subject of where Miss Jebin II would sleep and who would be called Mummy, not Batty Mummy or Kodi Mummy, but Mummy, would be raised later. It would be easily resolved because Tilo conceded to Anjum's demands quite happily. Anjum introduced Tilo to Alam Beji as though Alam Beji were still alive. She recounted her accomplishments and achievements and listed the names of some of Shah Jahanabad's luminaries that she had helped bring into the world: Akbar Mian the baker, maker of the best shirmal in the walled city, Jabbar Bai the tailor, Sabiha Alvi, whose daughter had just started a Banarasi sari emporium in the first floor room of their house. Anjum spoke as though it was a world that Tilo was familiar with, a world that everybody ought to be familiar with, in fact, the only world worth being familiar with. For the first time in her life, Tilo felt that her body had enough room to accommodate all its organs. The first ever hotel that had come up in the small town she grew up in was called Hotel Anjali. The street hoardings that advertised this exciting new development said, "Come to Anjali for the rest of your life." The pun had been unintentional, but as a child she had always imagined that Hotel Anjali was full of the corpses of its unsuspecting guests who had been murdered in their sleep and would remain there for the rest of their dead lives. In the case of Jannat Guest House, Tilo felt that that tagline would have been not just appropriate, but comforting. Instinct told her that she may finally have found a home for the rest of her life. Dawn had just broken when the feasting began. Anjum had shopped all day, for meat and toys and furniture, and cooked all night. On the menu was mutton korma, mutton biryani, brain curry, Kashmiri rogan josh, fried liver, shami kebab, naan, tandoori roti, shirmal, fernie, watermelon with black salt. The addicts and homeless people from the periphery of the graveyard gathered to partake of the feast and merriment. Pyle snuffled up a substantial serving of fernie. Dr. Azad Bardia arrived a little late, but to great applause and affection for having coordinated the escape and homecoming. His indefinite fast had entered its 11th year, 3rd month, and 25th day. He would not eat, but settled for a Durming pill and a glass of water. A few kebabs and some biryani were kept aside for the municipal officers who would surely come by later in the day. "Those fellows are just like us Hijras," Anjum said and laughed affectionately. "Somehow they smell a celebration and arrive to demand their share." Bairu and Comrade Lalai feasted on bones and leftovers. As a matter of abundant caution, Zainab sequestered the pups in a place that was inaccessible to Bairu and spent hours delighting in them and flirting outrageously with Saddam Hussein. Miss Jebin II was passed from arm to arm, hugged, kissed, and overfed. In this way she embarked on her brand new life in a place similar to, and yet a world apart from where, over 18 years ago, her young ancestor Miss Jebin I had ended hers. In a graveyard. Another graveyard, just a little further north. And they would not believe me precisely because they would know that what I said was true. James Baldwin. 9. The untimely death of Miss Jebin I. Ever since she was old enough to insist, she had insisted on being called Miss Jebin. It was the only name she would answer to. Everyone had to call her that, her parents, her grandparents, the neighbors too. She was a precocious devotee of the Miss Fetish that gripped the Kashmir Valley in the early years of the insurrection. All of a sudden, fashionable young ladies, especially in the towns, insisted on being addressed as Miss. Miss Momin, Miss Ghazala, Miss Farhana. It was only one of the many fetishes of the times. In those blood-dimmed years, for reasons nobody fully understood, people became what can only be described as fetish-prone. Other than the Miss Fetish, there was a nurse fetish, a PT, physical training, instructor fetish and a roller skating fetish. So, in addition to checkposts, bunkers, weapons, grenades, landmines, Caspers, concertina wire, soldiers, insurgents, counter-insurgents, spies, special operatives, double agents, triple agents and suitcases of cash from the agencies on both sides of the border, the valley was also awash with nurses, PT instructors and roller skaters. And of course Mrs. Among them Miss Jebin, who didn't live long enough to become a nurse, nor even a roller skater. In the Mazar-e-Shahada, the martyr's graveyard, where she was first buried, the cast-iron signboard that arched over the main gate said, "In 2 languages we gave our todays for your tomorrows." It's corroded now, the green paint faded, the delicate calligraphy flecked with pinholes of light. Still, there it is, after all these years, silhouetted like a swatch of stiff lace against the sapphire sky and the snowy, saw-toothed mountains. There it still is. Miss Jebin was not a member of the committee that decided what should be written on the signboard. But she was in no position to argue with its decision. Also, Miss Jebin hadn't notched up very many todays to trade in for tomorrows, but then the algebra of infinite justice was never so rude. In this way, without being consulted on the matter, she became one of the movement's youngest martyrs. She was buried right next to her mother, Begum Arifah Swai. Mother and daughter died by the same bullet. It entered Miss Jebin's head through her left temple and came to rest in her mother's heart. In the last photograph of her, the bullet wound looked like a cheerful summer rose arranged just above her left ear. A few petals had fallen on her coffin, the white shroud she was wrapped in before she was laid to rest. Miss Jebin and her mother were buried along with 15 others, taking the toll of their massacre to 17. At the time of their funeral the Mazar-e-Shahada was still fairly new, but was already getting crowded. However, the Intizamiya Committee, the organizing committee, had its ear to the ground from the very beginning of the insurrection and had a realistic idea of things to come. It planned the layout of the graves carefully, making ordered, efficient use of the available space. Everyone understood how important it was to bury martyrs' bodies in collective burial grounds and not leave them scattered, in their thousands, like bird feed, up in the mountains, or in the forests around the army camps and torture centers that had mushroomed across the valley. When the fighting began and the occupation tightened its grip, for ordinary people the consolidation of their dead became, in itself, an act of defiance. The first to be laid to rest in the graveyard was a Gumnaim Shahid, an anonymous martyr, whose coffin was brought out at midnight. He was buried in the graveyard, which wasn't yet a graveyard, with full rites and honors before a solemn knot of mourners. The next morning, while candles were lit and fresh rose petals scattered on the fresh grave, and fresh prayers were said in the presence of thousands of people who had gathered following the post-Friday prayer announcements in the mosques, the committee began the business of fencing off a large swathe of land the size of a small meadow. A few days later the sign went up, Mazarisha Hatta. Rumor had it that the unidentified martyr who was buried that night, the founder corpse, was not a corpse at all, but an empty duffel bag. Years later, the alleged mastermind of this alleged plan was questioned by a young Sangbaz, a rock thrower, a member of the new generation of freedom fighters, who had heard this story and was troubled by it. But Jinab, does this not mean that our movement, our Tehreek, is based on a lie? The grizzled mastermind's alleged reply was, "This is the trouble with you youngsters, you have absolutely no idea how wars are fought." Many of course maintained that the rumor about the martyr bag was just another of those endless rumors generated and disseminated by the rumors wing in Badami Bah, military HQ, Srinagar, just another ploy by the occupation forces to undermine the Tehreek and keep people destabilized, suspicious and racked by self-doubt. Rumor had it that there really was a rumors wing with an officer of the rank of major in charge of it. There was a rumor that a dreaded battalion from Nagaland, themselves subjects of another occupation in the east, legendary eaters of pigs and dogs, occasionally enjoyed a snack of human flesh as well, especially the meat of oldies, those in the know said. There was a rumor that anybody who could deliver, to somebody, address unknown, an owl in good health that weighed 3 or more kilos, owls in the region weighed only half that, even the fat ones, would win a ₹1,000,000 prize. People took to snaring hawks, falcons, small owls and raptors of all kinds, feeding them rats, rice and raisins, injecting them with steroids and weighing them on the hour, every hour, even though they were not quite sure whom to deliver the birds to. Cynics said it was the army again, always looking for ways to keep gullible people busy and out of trouble. There were rumors and counter-rumors. There were rumors that might have been true, and truths that ought to have been just rumors. For instance, it really was true that for many years the Army's Human Rights Cell was headed by a Lieutenant Colonel Stalin, a friendly fellow from Kerala, son of an old communist. The rumor was that it was his idea to set up Muskan, which means smile in Urdu, a chain of military goodwill centers for the rehabilitation of widows, half-widows, orphans and half-orphans. Infuriated people, who accused the army of creating the supply of orphans and widows, regularly burned down the goodwill orphanages and sewing centers. They were always rebuilt, bigger, better, plusher, friendlier. In the matter of the martyrs' graveyard, however, the question of whether the first grave contained a bag or a body turned out to be of no real consequence. The substantive truth was that a relatively new graveyard was filling up, with real bodies, at an alarming pace. Martyrdom stole into the Kashmir Valley from across the line of control, through moonlit mountain passes manned by soldiers. Night after night it walked on narrow, stony paths wrapped like thread around blue cliffs of ice, across vast glaciers and high meadows of waist-deep snow. It trudged past young boys shot down in snowdrifts, their bodies arranged in eerie, frozen tableaus under the pitiless gaze of the pale moon in the cold night sky, and stars that hung so low you felt you could almost touch them. When it arrived in the valley it stayed close to the ground and spread through the walnut groves, the saffron fields, the apple, almond, and cherry orchards like a creeping mist. It whispered words of war into the ears of doctors and engineers, students and laborers, tailors and carpenters, weavers and farmers, shepherds, cooks and bards. They listened carefully, and then put down their books and implements, their needles, their chisels, their staffs, their plows, their cleavers and their spangled clown costumes. They stilled the looms on which they had woven the most beautiful carpets and the finest, softest shawls the world had ever seen, and ran gnarled, wondering fingers over the smooth barrels of Kalashnikovs that the strangers who visited them allowed them to touch. They followed the new Pied Pipers up into the high meadows and alpine glades where training camps had been set up. Only after they had been given guns of their own, after they had curled their fingers around the trigger and felt it give, ever so slightly, after they had weighed the odds and decided it was a viable option, only then did they allow the rage and shame of the subjugation they had endured for decades, for centuries, to course through their bodies and turn the blood in their veins into smoke. The mist swirled on an indiscriminate recruitment drive. It whispered into the ears of black marketeers, bigots, thugs, and confidence tricksters. They too listened intently before they reconfigured their plans. They ran their sly fingers over the cold metal bumps on their quota of grenades that was being distributed so generously, like parcels of choice mutton at Eid. They grafted the language of God and freedom, Allah and Azadai, onto their murders and new scams. They made off with money, property, and women. Of course women. Women of course. In this way the insurrection began. Death was everywhere. Death was everything. Career. Desire. Dream. Poetry. Love. Youth itself. Dying became just another way of living. Graveyards sprang up in parks and meadows, by streams and rivers, in fields and forest glades. Tombstones grew out of the ground like young children's teeth. Every village, every locality, had its own graveyard. The ones that didn't grew anxious about being seen as collaborators. In remote border areas, near the line of control, the speed and regularity with which the bodies turned up, and the condition some of them were in, wasn't easy to cope with. Some were delivered in sacks, some in small polythene bags, just pieces of flesh, some hair and teeth. Notes pinned to them by the quartermasters of death said, 1 kilogram, 2.7 kilograms, 500 grams. Yes, another of those truths that ought really to have been just a rumor. Tourists flew out. Journalists flew in. Honeymooners flew out. Soldiers flew in. Women flocked around police stations and army camps holding up a forest of thumbed, dog-eared, passport-sized photographs grown soft with tears. Please sir, have you seen my boy anywhere? Have you seen my husband? Has my brother by any chance passed through your hands? And the sirs swelled their chests and bristled their mustaches and played with their medals and narrowed their eyes to assess them, to see which one's despair would be worth converting into corrosive hope. I'll see what I can do, and what that hope would be worth to whom. A fee? A feast? A fuck? A truckload of walnuts. Prisons filled up, jobs evaporated. Guides, touts, pony owners, and their ponies, bellboys, waiters, receptionists, toboggan pullers, trinket sellers, florists, and the boatmen on the lake grew poorer and hungrier. Only for grave diggers there was no rest. It was just work work work. With no extra pay for overtime or night shifts. In the Mazarisha Hatta, Miss Jabin and her mother were buried next to each other. On his wife's tombstone, Musa Yaswai wrote, Arafah Yaswai. September 12, 1968 – 22 December 1995. Wife of Musa Yaswai. And below that, Abwahanka Aka Datai Hai Izan. Full Hayan Thay Peli. Now dust blows on autumn's breeze. Where once were flowers, only flowers. Next to it, on Miss Jabin's tombstone it said, Miss Jabin. January 2, 1992 – 22 December 1995. Beloved D/O Arafah and Musa Yaswai. And then right at the bottom, in very small letters, Musa asked the tombstone engraver to inscribe what many would consider an inappropriate epitaph for a martyr. He positioned it in a place where he knew that in winter it would be more or less hidden under the snow and during the rest of the year tall grass and wild narcissus would obscure it. More or less. This is what he wrote. Okdalayla wan. Yeth mans ne kon bala edasi. Nae so kuni junglas mans rozan. It's what Miss Jebin would say to him at night as she lay next to him on the carpet, resting her back on a frayed velvet bolster, washed, darned, washed again, wearing her own faran, washed, darned, washed again, tiny as a tea cozy, fair as eye blue with salmon pink paisleys embroidered along the neck and sleeves, and mimicking precisely her father's lying down posture, her left leg bent, her right ankle on her left knee, her very small fist in his big one. Okdalayla wan. Tell me a story. And then she would begin the story herself, shouting it out into the somber, curfewed night, her raucous delight dancing out of the windows and rousing the neighborhood. Yeth mans ne kon bala edasi. Nae so cunny junglas mans rose on. There wasn't a witch, and she didn't live in the jungle. Tell me a story, and can we cut the crap about the witch and the jungle? Can you tell me a real story? Cold soldiers from a warm climate patrolling the icy highway that circled their neighborhood cocked their ears and uncocked the safety catches of their guns. Who's there? What's that sound? Stop or we'll shoot. They came from far away and did not know the words in Kashmiri for stop or shoot or who. They had guns, so they didn't need to. The youngest of them, S. Murugesan, barely adult, had never been so cold, had never seen snow and was still enchanted by the shapes his breath made as it condensed in the frozen air. Look, he said on his first night patrol, 2 fingers to his lips, pulling on an imaginary cigarette, exhaling a plume of blue smoke. Free cigarette. The white smile in his dark face floated through the night and then faded, deflated by the bored disdain of his mates. Go ahead, Rajanikant, they said to him, smoke the whole pack. Cigarettes don't taste so good once they've blown your head off. They did get him eventually. The armored jeep he was riding in was blown up on the highway just outside Kupwara. He and 2 other soldiers bled to death by the side of the road. His body was delivered in a coffin to his family in his village in Tanjavur district, Tamil Nadu, along with a DVD of the documentary film Saga of Untold Valor directed by a Major Raju and produced by the Ministry of Defence. S. Murugesan wasn't in the film, but his family thought he was because they never saw it. They didn't have a DVD player. In his village the Vaniyars, who were not untouchable, would not allow the body of S. Murugesan, who was, to be carried past their houses to the cremation ground. So the funeral procession took a circuitous route that skirted the village to the separate untouchables cremation ground right next to the village dump. One of the things that S. Murugesan had secretly enjoyed about being in Kashmir was that fair-skinned Kashmiris would often taunt Indian soldiers by mocking their dark skins and calling them Kamar Nasal, Kamar breed. He was amused by the rage it provoked among those of his fellow soldiers who considered themselves upper caste and thought nothing of calling him a Kamar, which was what North Indians usually called all Dalits, regardless of which of the many untouchable castes they belonged to. Kashmir was one of the few places in the world where a fair-skinned people had been ruled by a darker-skinned one. That inversion imbued appalling slurs with a kind of righteousness. To commemorate S. Murugesan's valor, the army contributed towards building a cement statue of Sepoy S. Murugesan, in his soldier's uniform, with his rifle on his shoulder, at the entrance to the village. Every now and then his young widow would point it out to their baby, who was 6 months old when her father died. Appa, she'd say, waving at the statue. And the baby would smile, mimicking precisely her mother's wave, a fold of baby fat spilling over her baby wrist like a bracelet. A papa 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 pa, she'd say, smiling. Not everyone in the village was happy with the idea of having an untouchable man's statue put up at the entrance. Particularly not an untouchable who carried a weapon. They felt it would give out the wrong message, give people ideas. 3 weeks after the statue went up, the rifle on its shoulder went missing. Sepoy S. Murugesan's family tried to file a complaint, but the police refused to register a case, saying that the rifle must have fallen off or simply disintegrated due to the use of substandard cement, a fairly common malpractice, and that nobody could be blamed. A month later the statue's hands were cut off. Once again the police refused to register a case, although this time they sniggered knowingly and did not even bother to offer a reason. 2 weeks after the amputation of its hands, the statue of Sepoy S. Murugesan was beheaded. There were a few days of tension. People from nearby villages who belonged to the same caste as S. Murugesan organized a protest. They began a relay hunger strike at the base of the statue. A local court said it would constitute a magisterial committee to look into the matter. In the meanwhile it ordered a status quo. The hunger strike was discontinued. The magisterial committee was never constituted. In some countries, some soldiers die twice. The headless statue remained at the entrance of the village. Though it no longer bore any likeness to the man it was supposed to commemorate, it turned out to be a more truthful emblem of the times than it would otherwise have been. Murugesun's baby continued to wave at him. A papa papa. As the war progressed in the Kashmir Valley, graveyards became as common as the multi-story parking lots that were springing up in the burgeoning cities in the plains. When they ran out of space, some graves became double-deckered, like the buses in Srinagar that once ferried tourists between Lal Chowk and the boulevard. Fortunately, Miss Jabin's grave did not suffer that fate. Years later, after the government declared that the insurrection had been contained, although 500,000 soldiers stayed on just to make sure, after the major militant groups had turned, or been turned, on each other, after pilgrims, tourists and honeymooners from the mainland began to return to the valley to frolic in the snow, to be heaved up and whisked down steep snow banks shrieking in sledges manned by former militants after spies and informers had, for reasons of tidiness and abundant caution, been killed by their handlers, after renegades were absorbed into regular day jobs by the thousands of NGOs working in the peace sector, after local businessmen who had made fortunes supplying the army with coal and walnut wood began to invest their money in the fast-growing hospitality sector, otherwise known as giving people stakes in the peace process, after senior bank managers had appropriated the unclaimed money that remained in dead militants' bank accounts. After the torture centers were converted into plush homes for politicians, after the martyrs' graveyards grew a little derelict and the number of martyrs had reduced to a trickle, and the number of suicides rose dramatically, after elections were held and democracy was declared, after the Jailam rose and receded, after the insurrection rose again and was crushed again and rose again and was crushed again and rose again, even after all this, Miss Jabin's grave remained single-deckered. She drew a lucky straw. She had a pretty grave with wild flowers growing around it and her mother close by. Her massacre was the second in the city in 2 months. Of the 17 who died that day, 7 were bystanders like Miss Jabin and her mother. In their case, they were technically bysitters. They had been watching from their balcony, Miss Jabin, running a slight temperature, sitting on her mother's lap, as thousands of mourners carried the body of Usman Abdullah, a popular university lecturer, through the streets of the city. He had been shot by what the authorities declared to be an unidentified gunman, even though his identity was an open secret. Although Usman Abdullah was a prominent ideologue in the struggle for Azadi, he had been threatened several times by the newly emerging hardline faction of militants who had returned from across the line of control, fitted out with new weapons and harsh new ideas that he had publicly disagreed with. The assassination of Usman Abdullah was a declaration that the syncretism of Kashmir that he represented would not be tolerated. There was to be no more of that folksy, old-world stuff. No more worshipping of homegrown saints and seers at local shrines, the new militants declared, no more addle-headedness. There were to be no more sideshow saints and local god-men. There was only Allah, the one God. There was the Quran. There was Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. There was one way of praying, one interpretation of divine law and one definition of Azadi, which was this. Azadi ka matlab kya? La ilaha illallah. What does freedom mean? There is no God but Allah. There was to be no debate about this. In future, all arguments would be settled with bullets. Shias were not Muslim. And women would have to learn to dress appropriately. Women, of course. Of course, women. Some of this made ordinary people uncomfortable. They loved their shrines, Hazrat Bal in particular, which housed the holy relic, the Moyi Muqaddas, a hair of Prophet Muhammad. Hundreds of thousands had wept on the streets when it went missing one winter in 1963. Hundreds of thousands rejoiced when it turned up a month later, and was certified as genuine by the concerned authority. But when the strict ones returned from their travels, they declared that worshipping local saints and enshrining hair were heresy. The strict line plunged the valley into a dilemma. People knew that the freedom they longed for would not come without a war, and they knew the strict ones were by far the better warriors. They had the best training, the better weapons and, as per divine regulation, the shorter trousers and the longer beards. They had more blessings and more money from the other side of the line of control. Their steely, Unwavering faith disciplined them, simplified them, and equipped them to take on the might of the second biggest army in the world. The militants who called themselves secular were less strict, more easygoing, more stylish, more flamboyant. They wrote poetry, flirted with the nurses and the roller skaters, and patrolled the streets with their rifles slung carelessly on their shoulders. But they did not seem to have what it took to win a war. People loved the less strict ones, but they feared and respected the strict ones. In the battle of attrition that took place between the two, hundreds lost their lives. Eventually the less strict ones declared a ceasefire, came overground, and vowed to continue their struggle as Gandhians. The strict ones continued the fight and over the years were hunted down man by man. For each one that was killed, another took his place. A few months after the murder of Usman Abdullah, his assassin, the well-known UG, was captured and killed by the army. His body was handed over to his family, pockmarked with bullet holes and cigarette burns. The Graveyard Committee, after discussing the matter at length, decided that he was a martyr too and deserved to be buried in the martyr's graveyard. They buried him at the opposite end of the cemetery, hoping perhaps that keeping Usman Abdullah and his assassin as far apart as possible would prevent them from quarreling in the afterlife. As the war went on, in the valley the soft line gradually hardened and the hard line further hardened. Each line begot more lines and sublines. The strict ones begot even stricter ones. Ordinary people managed, quite miraculously, to indulge them all, support them all, subvert them all, and go on with their old, supposedly addle-headed ways. The reign of the Moyi Mukadas continued unabated. And even as they drifted on the quickening currents of strictness, ever larger numbers of people continued to flock to the shrines to weep and unburden their broken hearts. From the safety of their balcony, Miss Jabin and her mother watched the funeral procession approach. Like the other women and children who were crowded into the wooden balconies of the old houses all the way down the street, Miss Jabin and Arafat too had readied a bowl of fresh rose petals to shower on the body of Usman Abdullah as it passed below them. Miss Jabin was bundled up against the cold in 2 sweaters and woolen mittens. On her head she wore a little white hijab made of wool. Thousands of people chanting Azadai, Azadai, funneled into the narrow lane. Miss Jabin and her mother chanted it too. Although Miss Jabin, always naughty, sometimes shouted Mataji, Mother, instead of Azadai. Because the 2 words sounded the same, and because she knew that when she did that, her mother would look down at her and smile and kiss her. The procession had to pass a large bunker of the 26th Battalion of the Border Security Force that was positioned less than 100 feet from where Arafat and Miss Jabin sat. The snouts of machine guns protruded through the steel mesh window of a dusty booth made up of tin sheets and wooden planks. The bunker was barricaded with sandbags and concertina wire. Empty bottles of Army-issue Old Monk and Triple X rum dangled in pairs from the razor wire, clinking against each other like bells, a primitive but effective alarm system. Any tinkering with the wire would set them off. Booze bottles in the service of the nation. They came with the added benefit of being callously insulting to devout Muslims. The soldiers in the bunker fed the stray dogs that the local population shunned, as devout Muslims were meant to, so the dogs doubled as an additional ring of security. They sat around, watching the proceedings, alert, but not alarmed. As the procession approached the bunker, the men caged inside it fused into the shadows, cold sweat trickling down their backs underneath their winter uniforms and bulletproof vests. Suddenly, an explosion. Not a very loud one, but loud enough and close enough to generate blind panic. The soldiers came out of the bunker, took position, and fired their light machine guns straight into the unarmed crowd that was wedged into the narrow street. They shot to kill. Even after people turned to flee, the bullets pursued them, lodging themselves in receding backs and heads and legs. Some frightened soldiers turned their weapons on those watching from windows and balconies, and emptied their magazines into people and railings, walls and window panes. Into Miss Jabin and her mother, Arafat. Usman Abdullah's coffin and coffin bearers were hit. His coffin broke open and his re-slain corpse spilled onto the street, awkwardly folded, in a snow-white shroud, doubly dead among the dead and injured. Some Kashmiris die twice too. The shooting stopped only when the street was empty, and when all that remained were the bodies of the dead and wounded. And shoes. Thousands of shoes. And the deafening slogan, "There was nobody left to chant. Jis Kashmir ko kun se seen cha. Wo Kashmir hamara hai. The Kashmir we have irrigated with our blood. That Kashmir is ours." The post-massacre protocol was quick and efficient, perfected by practice. Within an hour the dead bodies had been removed to the morgue in the police control room, and the wounded to hospital. The street was hosed down, the blood directed into the open drains. Shops reopened. Normalcy was declared. Normalcy was always a declaration. Later it was established that the explosion had been caused by a car driving over an empty carton of mango fruity on the next street. Who was to blame? Who had left the packet of mango fruity, fresh and juicy, on the street? India or Kashmir? Or Pakistan? Who had driven over it? A tribunal was instituted to inquire into the causes of the massacre. The facts were never established. Nobody was blamed. This was Kashmir. It was Kashmir's fault. Life went on. Death went on. The war went on. All those who watched Musa Yaswai bury his wife and daughter noticed how quiet he had been that day. He displayed no grief. He seemed withdrawn and distracted, as though he wasn't really there. That could have been what eventually led to his arrest. Or it could have been his heartbeat. Perhaps it was too quick or too slow for an innocent civilian. At notorious checkposts soldiers sometimes put their ears to young men's chests and listened to their heartbeats. There were rumors that some soldiers even carried stethoscopes. "This one's heart is beating for freedom," they'd say, and that would be reason enough for the body that hosted the too quick or too slow heart to make a trip to Cargo, or Papa 2, or the Shiraz Cinema, the most dreaded interrogation centers in the valley. Musa was not arrested at a checkpost. He was picked up from his home after the funeral. Overquietness at the funeral of your wife and child would not have passed unnoticed in those days. At first, of course, everybody had been quiet, fearful. The funeral procession snaked its way through the drab, slushy little city in dead silence. The only sound was the slap 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 of thousands of sockless shoes on the silver wet road that led to the Mazar-e Shahada. Young men carried 17 coffins on their shoulders. 17 plus 1, that is, for the remurdered Usman Abdullah, who obviously could not be entered twice in the books. So, 17 plus 1 tin coffins wove through the streets, winking back at the winter sun. To someone looking down at the city from the ring of high mountains that surrounded it, the procession would have looked like a column of brown ants carrying 17 plus 1 sugar crystals to their anthill to feed their queen. Perhaps to a student of history and human conflict, in relative terms that's all the little procession really amounted to, a column of ants making off with some crumbs that had fallen from the high table. As wars go, this was only a small one. Nobody paid much attention. So it went on and on. So it folded and unfolded over decades, gathering people into its unhinged embrace. Its cruelties became as natural as the changing seasons, each came with its own unique range of scent and blossom, its own cycle of loss and renewal, disruption and normalcy, uprisings and elections. Of all the sugar crystals carried by the ants that winter morning, the smallest crystal of course went by the name of Miss Jebin. Ants that were too nervous to join the procession lined the streets, standing on slippery banks of old brown snow, their arms crossed inside the warmth of their farans, leaving their empty sleeves to flap in the breeze. Armless people at the heart of an armed insurrection. Those who were too scared to venture out watched from their windows and balconies, although they had been made acutely aware of the perils of that too. Each of them knew that they were being tracked in the gun sights of the soldiers who had taken position across the city on roofs, bridges, boats, mosques, water towers. They had occupied hotels, schools, shops, and even some homes. It was cold that morning. For the first time in years the lake had frozen over and the forecast predicted more snow. Trees raised their naked, mottled branches to the sky like mourners stilled in attitudes of grief. In the graveyard, 17+1 graves had been readied. Neat, fresh, deep. The earth from each pit piled up next to it, a dark chocolate pyramid. An advance party had brought in the blood-stained metal stretchers on which the bodies had been returned to their families after the post-mortems. They were propped up, arranged around the trunks of trees, like bloodied steel petals of some gigantic flesh-eating mountain blossom. As the procession turned in through the gates of the graveyard, a scrum of pressmen, quivering like athletes on their starting blocks, broke rank and rushed forward. The coffins were laid down, opened, arranged in a line on the icy earth. The crowd made room for the press respectfully. It knew that without the journalists and photographers the massacre would be erased and the dead would truly die. So the bodies were offered to them, in hope and anger. A banquet of death. Mourning relatives who had backed away were asked to return into frame. Their sorrow was to be archived. In the years to come, when the war became a way of life, there would be books and films and photo exhibitions curated around the theme of Kashmir's grief and loss. Musa would not be in any of those pictures. On this occasion Miss Jebin was by far the biggest draw. The cameras closed in on her, whirring and clicking like a worried bear. From that harvest of photographs, one emerged a local classic. For years it was reproduced in papers and magazines and on the covers of human rights reports that no one ever read, with captions like Blood in the Snow, Vale of Tears and Will the Sorrow Never End? In the mainland, for obvious reasons, the photograph of Miss Jebin was less popular. In the supermarket of sorrow, the Bhopal boy, victim of the Union Carbide gas leak, remained well ahead of her in the charts. Several leading photographers claimed copyright of that famous photograph of the dead boy buried neck-deep in a grave of debris, his staring, opaque eyes blinded by poison gas. Those eyes told the story of what had happened on that terrible night like nothing else could. They stared out of the pages of glossy magazines all over the world. In the end it didn't matter, of course. The story flared, then faded. The battle over the copyright of the photograph continued for years, almost as ferociously as the battle for compensation for the thousands of devastated victims of the gas leak. The worried bear dispersed, and revealed Miss Jebin intact, unmauled, fast asleep. Her summer rose still in place. As the bodies were lowered into their graves the crowd began to murmur its prayer. Rabish Rali Sadri, Wa Yasir Li Amri. Walal Ukdatan Min Lisa Ani, Yafka Hukali. My Lord. Relieve my mind. And ease my task for me. And loose a knot from my tongue. That they may understand my saying. The smaller, hip-high children in the separate, segregated section for women, suffocated by the rough wool of their mothers' garments, unable to see very much, barely able to breathe, conducted their own hip-level transactions. I'll give you 6 bullet casings if you give me your dud grenade. A lone woman's voice climbed into the sky, eerily high, raw pain driven through it like a pike. Arorahi hai yazamin. Aroraha hai asman. Another joined in and then another. This earth, she weeps. The heavens too. The birds stopped their twittering for a while and listened, beady-eyed, to human song. Street dogs slouched past checkposts unchecked, their heartbeats rock steady. Kites and griffins circled the thermals, drifting lazily back and forth across the line of control, just to mock the tiny clot of humans gathered down below. When the sky was full of keening, something ignited. Young men began to leap into the air, like flames kindled from smoldering embers. Higher and higher they jumped, as though the ground beneath their feet was sprung, a trampoline. They wore their anguish like armor, their anger slung across their bodies like ammunition belts. At that moment, perhaps because they were thus armed, or because they had decided to embrace a life of death, or because they knew they were already dead, they became invincible. The soldiers who surrounded the Mazar-e Shahada had clear instructions to hold their fire, no matter what. Their informers, brothers, cousins, fathers, uncles, nephews, who mingled with the crowd and shouted slogans as passionately as everybody else, and even meant them, had clear instructions to submit photographs and if possible videos of each young man who, carried on the tide of fury, had leapt into the air and turned himself into a flame. Soon each of them would hear a knock on his door, or be taken aside at a checkpoint. "Are you so-and-so? Son of so-and-so? Employed at such and such?" Often the threat went no further than that, just that bland, perfunctory inquiry. In Kashmir, throwing a man's own biodata at him was sometimes enough to change the course of his life. And sometimes it wasn't. They came for Musa at their customary visiting hour, 4 in the morning. He was awake, sitting at his desk writing a letter. His mother was in the next room. He could hear her crying and the comforting murmurs of her sisters and relatives. Miss Jebin's beloved stuffed, and leaking, green hippopotamus with a V-shaped smile and a pink patchwork heart was in his usual place, propped up against a bolster waiting for his little mother and his usual bedtime story. "Ok de Layla Wan," Musa heard the vehicle approach. From his first-floor window he saw it turn into the lane and stop outside his house. He felt nothing, neither anger nor trepidation, as he watched the soldiers get out of the armored gypsy. His father, Shokat Yaswai, Godzilla to Musa and his friends, was awake too, sitting cross-legged on the carpet in the front room. He was a building contractor who worked closely with the military engineering services, supplying building materials and doing turnkey projects for them. He had sent his son to Delhi to study architecture in the hope that he would help him expand his line of business. But when the Tehreek began in 1990, and Godzilla continued to work with the army, Musa shunned him altogether. Torn between filial duty and the guilt of enjoying what he saw as the spoils of collaboration, Musa found it harder and harder to live under the same roof as his father. Shokat Yaswai seemed to have been expecting the soldiers. He did not appear alarmed. Amrik Singh called. "He wants to talk to you." "It's nothing, don't worry. He will release you before daylight." Musa did not reply. He did not even glance at Godzilla, his disgust apparent in the way he held his shoulders and in the erectness of his back. He walked out of the front door escorted by 2 armed men on either side of him and got into the vehicle. He was not handcuffed or head-bagged. The gypsy slid through the slick, frozen streets. It had begun to snow again. The Shiraz cinema was the centerpiece of an enclave of barracks and officers' quarters, cordoned off by the elaborate trappings of paranoia. 2 concentric rings of barbed wire sandwiching a shallow, sandy moat. The fourth and innermost ring was a high boundary wall topped with jagged shards of broken glass. The corrugated metal gates had watchtowers on either side, manned by soldiers with machine guns. The gypsy carrying Musa made it through the checkposts quickly. Clearly it was expected. It drove straight through the compound to the main entrance. The cinema lobby was brightly lit. A mosaic of tiny mirrors that sequined the fluted white plaster of Paris false ceiling, whipped up like icing on a gigantic, inverted wedding cake, dispersed and magnified the light from cheap, flashy chandeliers. The red carpet was frayed and worn, the cement floor showing through in patches. The stale, recirculated air smelled of guns and diesel and old clothes. What had once been the cinema snack bar now functioned as a reception-cum-registration counter for torturers and tortures. It continued to advertise things it no longer stocked: Cadbury's fruit and nut chocolate and several flavors of quality ice cream, Choco Bar, Orange Bar, Mango Bar. Faded posters of old films, Chandni, Main Pyarkia, Parinda and Lion of the Desert, from the time before films were banned and the cinema hall shut down by the Allah Tigers, were still up on the wall, some of them spattered with red beetle juice. Rows of young men, bound and handcuffed, squatted on the floor like chickens, some so badly beaten that they had keeled over, barely alive, still in squatting position, their wrists secured to their ankles. Soldiers milled around, bringing prisoners in, taking others away for interrogation. The faint sounds that came through the grand wooden doors leading to the auditorium could have been the muted soundtrack of a violent film. Cement kangaroos with mirthless smiles and garbage bin pouches that said "Use me" supervised the kangaroo court. Musa and his escort were not detained by the formalities of reception or registration. Followed by the gaze of the chained, beaten men, they swept like royalty straight up the grand, curving staircase that led to the balcony seats, the Queen's Circle, and then further up a narrower staircase to the projection room that had been expanded into an office. Musa was aware that even the staging of this piece of theatre was deliberate, not innocent. Major Amrik Singh stood up from behind a desk that was cluttered with his collection of exotic paperweights, spiky, speckled seashells, brass figurines, sailing ships and ballerinas imprisoned in glass orbs to greet Musa. He was a swarthy, exceptionally tall man, 6'2", easily in his mid-30s. His chosen avatar that night was Sikh. The skin on his cheeks above his beard line was large pored, like the surface of a souffle. His dark green turban, wound tight around his ears and forehead, pulled the corners of his eyes and his eyebrows upward, giving him a sleepy air. Those who were even casually acquainted with him knew that to be taken in by that sleepy air would be a perilous misreading of the man. He came around the desk and greeted Musa solicitously, with concern and affection. The soldiers who had brought Musa in were asked to leave. As-salam alaikum Huzoer. Please sit down. What will you have? Tea? Or coffee? His tone was somewhere between a query and an order. Nothing. Shukriya. Musa sat down. Amrik Singh picked up the receiver of his red intercom and ordered tea and officers' biscuits. His size and bulk made his desk look small and out of proportion. It was not their first meeting. Musa had met Amrik Singh several times before, at, of all places, his, Musa's, own home, when Amrik Singh would drop in to visit Godzilla, upon whom he had decided to bestow the gift of friendship, an offer that Godzilla was not exactly free to turn down. After Amrik Singh's first few visits, Musa became aware of a drastic change in the home atmosphere. It became quieter. The bitter political arguments between himself and his father ebbed away. But Musa sensed that Godzilla's suddenly suspicious eyes were constantly on him, as though trying to assess him, gauge him, fathom him. One afternoon, coming down from his room, Musa slipped on the staircase, righted himself mid-slide, and landed on his feet. Godzilla, who had been watching this performance, accosted Musa. He did not raise his voice, but he was furious, and Musa could see a pulse throbbing near his temple. How did you learn to fall like that? Who taught you to fall like this? He examined his son with the finely honed instincts of a worried Kashmiri parent. He looked for unusual things, for a callus on a trigger finger, for horny, tough-skinned knees and elbows, and any other signs of training that might have been received in militant camps. He found none. He decided to confront Musa with the troubling information Amrik Singh had given him about boxes of metal being moved through his family's orchards in Ganderbal. About Musa's journeys into the mountains, about his meetings with certain friends. What do you have to say about all this? Ask your friend the Major Sahib. He'll tell you that non-actionable intelligence is as good as garbage, Musa said. Sech hui marnuia si sarnia ti mar navak, Godzilla said. You're going to die and take us all with you. The next time Amrik Singh dropped in, Godzilla insisted that Musa be present. On that occasion they sat cross-legged on the floor around a flowered, plastic dastarkhan as Musa's mother served the tea. Musa had asked Arafat to make sure that she and Miss Jebin did not come downstairs until the visitor had left. Amrik Singh exuded warmth and camaraderie. He made himself at home, sprawling back against the bolsters. He told a few body-stupid Sikh jokes about Santa Singh and Banta Singh, and laughed at them louder than anybody else. And then, on the pretext that it was preventing him from eating as much as he would like to, he unbuckled his belt with his pistol still in its holster. If the gesture was meant to signal that he trusted his hosts and felt at ease with them, it had the opposite effect. The murder of Jalib Quadri was still to come, but everyone knew about the string of other murders and kidnappings. The pistol lay balefully among the plates of cakes and snacks and thermos flasks of salted noon chai. When Amrik Singh finally stood up to leave, burping his appreciation, he forgot it, or appeared to have forgotten it. Godzilla picked it up and handed it to him. Amrik Singh looked straight at Musa and laughed as he buckled it back on. A good thing your father remembered. Imagine if it had been found here during a cordon and search. Forget me, Even God wouldn't have been able to help you. Imagine. Everybody laughed obediently. Musa saw that there was no laughter in Amrik Singh's eyes. They seemed to absorb light but not reflect it. They were opaque, depthless black discs with not a hint of a glimmer or a glint. Those same opaque eyes now looked at Musa across a desk full of paperweights in the projection room of the Shiraz. It was an extraordinary sight, Amrik Singh sitting at a desk. It was clear that he had absolutely no idea what to do with it other than use it as a coffee table for mementos. It was placed in such a way that he had only to lean back in his chair and peer through the tiny rectangular opening in the wall, once the projectionist's viewing portal, now a spy hole to keep an eye on whatever was happening in the main hall. The interrogation cells led off from there, through the doorways over which red, neon-lit signs said, and sometimes meant exit. The screen still had an old-fashioned red velvet tasseled curtain, the kind that used to go up in the old days to piped music, popcorn or baby elephant walk. The cheaper seats in the stalls had been removed and piled up in a heap in a corner, to make space for an indoor badminton court where stressed-out soldiers could let off steam. Even at this hour, the faint thwack-thwack of a shuttlecock meeting a racket made its way into Amrik Singh's office. "I brought you here to offer my apologies and my deepest personal condolences for what has happened." The corrosion in Kashmir ran so deep that Amrik Singh was genuinely unaware of the irony of picking up a man whose wife and child had just been shot and bringing him forcibly, under armed guard, to an interrogation center at 4 in the morning, only in order to offer his commiseration. Musa knew that Amrik Singh was a chameleon and that underneath his turban he was a Mona. He didn't have the long hair of a Sikh. He had committed that ultimate sacrilege against the Sikh canon by cutting his hair many years ago. Musa had heard him boast to Godzilla about how when he was out on a counter-insurgency operation he could pass himself off as a Hindu, a Sikh or a Punjabi-speaking Pakistani Muslim, depending on what the operation demanded. He guffawed as he described how, in order to identify and flush out sympathizers, he and his men dressed in salwar kameez Khan suits and knocked on villagers' doors in the dead of night, pretending to be militants from Pakistan asking for shelter. If they were welcomed, the next day the villagers would be arrested as OGWs, overground workers. How are unarmed villagers supposed to turn away a group of men with guns who knock on their doors in the middle of the night? Regardless of whether they are militants or military. Musa could not help asking. "Oh, we have ways of assessing the warmth of the welcome," Amrik Singh said. "We have our own thermometers." "Maybe. But you have no understanding of the depths of Kashmiri duplicity," Musa thought but did not say. "You have no idea how a people like us, who have survived a history and a geography such as ours, have learned to drive our pride underground. Duplicity is the only weapon we have. You don't know how radiantly we smile when our hearts are broken. How ferociously we can turn on those we love while we graciously embrace those whom we despise. You have no idea how warmly we can welcome you when all we really want is for you to go away. Your thermometer is quite useless here." That was one way of looking at it. On the other hand, it may have been Musa who was, at that point in time, the naive one. Because Amrik Singh certainly had the full measure of the dystopia he operated in, one whose populace had no borders, no loyalties, and no limits to the depths to which it would fall. As for the Kashmiri psyche, if there was indeed such a thing, Amrik Singh was seeking neither understanding nor insight. For him it was a game, a hunt, in which his quarry's wits were pitted against his own. He saw himself more as a sportsman than a soldier. Which made for a sunny soul. Major Amrik Singh was a gambler, a daredevil officer, a deadly interrogator and a cheery, cold-blooded killer. He greatly enjoyed his work and was constantly on the lookout for ways to up the entertainment. He was in touch with certain militants who would occasionally tune into his wireless frequency, or he into theirs, and they would taunt each other like schoolboys. "Aryar, what am I but a humble travel agent," he liked to say to them. "For you jihadis, Kashmir is just a transit point, isn't it? Your real destination is Jannat, where your houris are waiting for you. I'm only here to facilitate your journey." He referred to himself as Jannat Express. And if he was speaking English, which usually meant he was drunk, he translated that as Paradise Express. One of his legendary lines was, Dek Homian, Main Bharat Sarkar Kalund Hoon, or Marakam Hai Kodina. Look, brother, I am the government of India's dick and it's my job to fuck people. In his relentless quest for amusement, he was known to have released a militant whom he had tracked down and captured with the greatest difficulty, only because he wanted to relieve the exhilaration of recapturing him. It was in keeping with that spirit, with the perverse rubric of his personal hunting manual, that he had summoned Musa to the Shiraz to apologize to him. Over the last few months Amrik Singh had, correctly perhaps, identified Musa as a potentially worthy antagonist, someone who was his polar opposite and yet had the nerve and the intelligence to raise the stakes and perhaps change the nature of the hunt to a point where it would be hard to tell who was the hunter and who the hunted. For this reason Amrik Singh was extremely upset when he learned of the death of Musa's wife and daughter. He wanted Musa to know that he had nothing to do with it. That it was an unexpected end, as far as he was concerned, below the belt blow, never part of his plan. In order for the hunt to go on, he needed to clarify this to his quarry. Hunting was not Amrik Singh's only passion. He had expensive tastes and a lifestyle that he couldn't support on his salary. So he exploited other avenues of entrepreneurial potential that being on the winning side of a military occupation offered. In addition to his kidnapping and extortion concerns, he owned, in his wife's name, a sawmill in the mountains and a furniture business in the valley. He was as impetuously generous as he was violent, and distributed extravagant gifts of carved coffee tables and walnut wood chairs to people he liked or needed. Godzilla had a pair of bedside tables pressed on him. Amrik Singh's wife, Loveleen Kaur, was the fourth of 5 sisters Tofleen, Harpreet, Gurpreet, Loveleen, and Dimple, famous for their beauty, and 2 younger brothers. They belonged to the small community of Sikhs who had settled in the valley centuries ago. Their father was a small farmer with little or no means to feed his large family. It was said that the family was so poor that when one of the girls tripped on her way to school and dropped the tiffin carrier that contained their packed lunch, the hungry sisters ate the spilled food straight off the pavement. As the girls grew up, all manner of men began to circle around them like hornets, with all manner of proposals, none of them for marriage. So their parents were more than delighted to be able to give away one of their daughters, for no dowry, to a Sikh from the mainland, an army officer, no less. After they were married, Loveleen did not move into Amrik Singh's officers' quarters in the various camps he was posted to in and around Srinagar. Because, it was said, rumoured, at work he had another woman, another wife, a colleague from the Central Reserve Police, an ACP Pinky who usually partnered him in field operations as well as in interrogation sessions at the camps. On weekends, when Amrik Singh visited his wife and their infant son in their first-floor flat in Jawahar Nagar, the little Sikh enclave in Srinagar, neighbours whispered about domestic violence and her muffled screams for help. Nobody dared to intervene. Though Amrik Singh hunted down and eliminated militants ruthlessly, he actually regarded them, the best of them at least, with a sort of grudging admiration. He had been known to pay his respects at the graves of some, including a few whom he himself had killed. One even got an unofficial gun salute. The people he didn't just disrespect but truly despised were human rights activists, mostly lawyers, journalists, and newspaper editors. To him, they were vermin who spoiled and distorted the rules of engagement of the great game with their constant complaints and whining. Whenever Amrik Singh was given permission to pick one of them up or neutralize them, these permissions never came in the form of orders to kill, but usually as an absence of orders not to kill. He was never less than enthusiastic in carrying out his duties. The case of Jalib Quadri was different. His orders had been merely to intimidate and detain the man. Things had gone wrong. Jalib Quadri had made the mistake of being unafraid of talking back. Amrik Singh regretted having lost control of himself and regretted even more that he had had to eliminate his friend and fellow traveller, the Ikhwan Salim Gajeri, as a consequence of that. They had shared good times and many grand escapades, he and Salim Gajeri. He knew that had things been the other way around, Salim would surely have done the same thing. And he, Amrik Singh, would surely have understood. Or so he told himself. Of all the things he had done, killing Salim Gajeri was the one thing that had given him pause. Salim Gajeri was the only person in the world, his wife Loveleen included, for whom Amrik Singh had felt something that vaguely resembled love. In acknowledgement of this, when the moment came, he pulled the trigger on his friend himself. He was not a brooder though, and got over things quickly. Sitting across the table from Musa, the major was his usual self, cocky and sure of himself. He had been pulled out of the field and given a desk job, yes, but things had not begun to unravel for him yet. He did still go out on field trips occasionally, on operations in which he was familiar with the particular case history of a militant or OGW. He was reasonably sure he had contained the damage, and was out of the woods. The officers' biscuits and tea arrived. Musa heard the faint rattle of teacups on a metal tray before the bearer of the biscuits appeared from behind him. Musa and the bearer recognized each other at once, but their expressions remained passive and opaque. Amrik Singh watched them closely. The room ran out of air. Breathing became impossible. It had to be simulated. Junaid Ahmed Shah was an area commander of the Hizbul Mujahideen who had been captured a few months ago when he made that most common, but fatal, mistake of paying a midnight visit to his wife and infant son at their home in Sopri where soldiers lay in wait for him. He was a tall, lithe man, well known, much loved for his good looks and for his real, as well as apocryphal, acts of bravery. He had once had shoulder-length hair and a thick black beard. He was clean-shaven now, his hair close-cropped, Indian Army style. His dull, sunken eyes looked out from deep, grey hollows. He was wearing worn tracksuit bottoms that ended halfway down his shins, woolen socks, Army-issue canvas keds and a scarlet, moth-eaten waiter's jacket with brass buttons that was too small for him and made him look comical. The tremor in his hands caused the crockery to dance on the tray. "All right, get lost now. What are you hanging around for?" Amrik Singh said to Junaid. "Ji Nab. Jai Hind." "Yes sir. Victory to India." Junaid saluted and left the room. Amrik Singh turned to Musa, the picture of commiseration. "What happened to you is something that ought not to happen to any human being. You must be in shock. Here, have a crackjack. It's very good for you. 50-50. 50% sugar, 50% salt." Musa did not reply. Amrik Singh finished his tea. Musa left his untouched. "You have an engineering degree, is that not so?" "No. Architecture. I want to help you. You know the army is always looking for engineers. There is a lot of work. Very well paid. Border fencing, orphanage building, they are planning some recreation centers, gyms for young people, even this place needs doing up. I can get you some good contracts. We owe you that much at least." Musa, not looking up, tested the spike of a seashell with the tip of his index finger. "Am I under arrest, or do I have your permission to leave?" Since he wasn't looking up, he did not see the translucent film of anger that dropped across Amrik Singh's eyes, as quietly and quickly as a cat jumping off a low wall. "You can go." Amrik Singh remained seated as Musa stood up and left the room. He rang a bell and told the man who answered it to escort Musa out. Downstairs in the cinema lobby there was a torture break. Tea was being served to the soldiers, poured out from big steaming kettles. There were cold samosas in iron buckets, 2 per head. Musa crossed the lobby, this time holding the gaze of one of the bound, beaten, bleeding boys whom he knew well. He knew the boy's mother had been going from camp to camp, police station to police station, desperately looking for her son. That could have lasted a whole lifetime. At least some horrible good has come of this night, Musa thought. He had almost walked out of the door when Amrik Singh appeared at the head of the stairs, beaming, exuding bonhomie, an entirely different person from the one Musa had left in the projection room. His voice boomed across the lobby. "Ar Huzor. Ek cheese main bilkul pool gaya gha. There's something I completely forgot. Everybody, torturers and torturers alike, turned their gaze on him. Wholly aware that he had the attention of his audience, Amrik Singh trotted athletically down the steps, like a joyful host saying goodbye to a guest whose visit he has greatly enjoyed. He hugged Musa affectionately and pressed on him a package he was carrying. "This is for your father. Tell him I ordered it especially for him." It was a bottle of Red Stag whiskey. The lobby fell silent. Everybody, the audience as well as the protagonists of the play that was unfolding, understood the script. If Musa spurned the gift, it would be a public declaration of war with Amrik Singh, which made him, Musa, as good as dead. If he accepted it, Amrik Singh would have outsourced the death sentence to the militants. Because he knew that the news would get out, and that every militant group, whatever else they disagreed about, agreed that death was the punishment for collaborators and friends of the occupation. And whiskey drinking even by non-collaborators was a declared un-Islamic activity. Musa walked over to the snack bar and put the bottle of whiskey down on it. "My father does not drink." What is there to hide? There's no shame in it. Of course your father drinks. You know that very well. I bought this bottle especially for him. Never mind, I'll give it to him myself." Amrik Singh, still smiling, ordered his men to follow Musa and see that he got home safe. He was pleased with the way things had turned out. Dawn was breaking. A hint of rose in a pigeon-grey sky. Musa walked home through the dead streets. The gypsy followed him at a safe distance, the driver instructing checkpost after checkpost on his walkie-talkie to let Musa through. He entered his home with snow on his shoulders. The cold of that was nothing compared to the cold that was gathering inside him. When they saw his face, his parents and sisters knew better than to approach him or ask what had happened. He went straight back to his desk and resumed the letter he had been writing before the soldiers came for him. He wrote in Urdu. He wrote quickly, as though it was his last task, as though he was racing against the cold and had to finish it before the warmth seeped out of his body, perhaps forever. It was a letter to Miss Jabin. "Baba Jana. Do you think I'm going to miss you? You are wrong. I will never miss you, because you will always be with me. You wanted me to tell you real stories, but I don't know what is real anymore. What used to be real sounds like a silly fairy story now, the kind I used to tell you, the kind you wouldn't tolerate. What I know for sure is only this: in our Kashmir the dead will live forever, and the living are only dead people, pretending. Next week we were going to try and make you your own ID card. As you know, Jana, our cards are more important than we ourselves are now. That card is the most valuable thing anyone can have. It is more valuable than the most beautifully woven carpet, or the softest, warmest shawl, or the biggest garden, or all the cherries and all the walnuts from all the orchards in our valley. Can you imagine that? My ID card number is M108672J. You told me it was a lucky number because it has an M for Miss and a J for Jabin. If it is, then it will bring me to you and your Amajan quickly. So get ready to do your homework in heaven. What sense would it make to you if I told you that there were 100,000 people at your funeral? You who could only count to 59? Count, did I say? I meant shout, you who could only shout to 59. I hope that wherever you are not shouting. You must learn to talk softly, like a lady, at least sometimes. How shall I explain 100,000 to you? Such a huge number. Shall we try and think about it seasonally? In spring, think of how many leaves there are on the trees, and how many pebbles you can see in the streams once the ice has melted. Think of how many red poppies blossom in the meadows. That should give you a rough idea of what 100,000 means in spring. In autumn it is as many china leaves as crackled under our feet in the university campus the day I took you for a walk, and you were angry with the cat who wouldn't trust you and refused the piece of bread you offered him. We're all becoming a bit like that cat, Jana. We can't trust anyone. The bread they offer us is dangerous because it turns us into slaves and fawning servants. You'd probably be angry with us all. Anyway, we were talking about a number. 100,000. In winter we'll have to think of the snowflakes falling from the sky. Remember how we used to count them? How you used to try and catch them? That many people is 100,000. At your funeral the crowd covered the ground like snow. Can you picture it now? Good. And that's only the people. I'm not going to tell you about the sloth bear that came down the mountain, the hongul that watched from the woods, the snow leopard that left its tracks in the snow and the kites that circled in the sky, supervising everything. On the whole, it was quite a spectacle. You'd have been happy, you love crowds, I know. You were always going to be a city girl. That much was clear from the beginning. Now it's your turn. Tell me about. Mid-sentence he lost the race against the cold. He stopped writing, folded the letter and put it in his pocket. He never completed it, but he always carried it with him. He knew he didn't have much time. He would have to preempt Amrik Singh's next move, and quickly. Life as he once knew it was over. He knew that Kashmir had swallowed him and he was now part of its entrails. He spent the day settling what affairs he could, paying the cigarette bills he had accumulated, destroying papers, taking the few things he loved or needed. The next morning when the Yaswai household woke up to its grief, Musa was gone. He had left a note for one of his sisters about the beaten boy he had seen in the Shiraz with his mother's name and address. Thus began his life underground. A life that lasted precisely 9 months, like a pregnancy. Except that, in a manner of speaking at least, its consequence was the opposite of a pregnancy. It ended in a kind of death, instead of a kind of life. During his days as a fugitive, Musa moved from place to place, never the same place on consecutive nights. There were always people around him in forest hideouts, in businessmen's plush homes, in shops, in dungeons, in storerooms, wherever the Tehreek was welcomed with love and solidarity. He learned everything about weapons, where to buy them, how to move them, where to hide them, how to use them. He developed real calluses in the places where his father had imagined phantom ones, on his knees and elbows, on his trigger finger. He carried a gun, but never used it. With his fellow travelers, who were all much younger than him, he shared the love that hot-blooded men who would gladly give their lives for each other share. Their lives were short. Many of them were killed, jailed, or tortured until they lost their minds. Others took their place. Musa survived purge after purge. His ties to his old life were gradually, and deliberately, erased. Nobody knew who he really was. Nobody asked. His family did not know that. He did not belong to any one particular organization. In the heart of a filthy war, up against a bestiality that is hard to imagine, he did what he could to persuade his comrades to hold on to a semblance of humanity, to not turn into the very thing they abhorred and fought against. He did not always succeed. Nor did he always fail. He refined the art of merging into the background, of disappearing in a crowd, of mumbling and dissembling, of burying the secrets he knew so deep that he forgot he knew them. He learned the art of ennui, of enduring as well as inflicting boredom. He hardly ever spoke. At night, fed up with the regime of silence, his organs murmured to each other in the language of night crickets. His spleen contacted his kidney. His pancreas whispered across the silent void to his lungs. "Hello? Can you hear me? Are you still there?" He grew colder, and quieter. The price on his head went up very quickly from 1 lakh to 3 lakhs. When 9 months had gone by, Tilo came to Kashmir. Tilo was where she was most evenings, at a tea stall in one of the narrow lanes around the Dargah of Hazrat Nizamuddin Aulia, on her way back home from work, when a young man approached her, confirmed that her name was Tilottama, and handed her a note. It said, "Got number 33, HB Shaheen, Dal Lake. Please come 20th. There was no signature, only a tiny pencil sketch of a horse's head in one corner. When she looked up, the messenger had vanished. She took 2 weeks off from her job in an architecture firm in Nehru Place, caught a train to Jammu, and an early morning bus from Jammu to Srinagar. Musa and she had not been in touch for a while. She went, because that was how it was between them. She had never been to Kashmir. It was late afternoon when the bus emerged from the long tunnel that bored through the mountains, the only link between India and Kashmir. Autumn in the valley was the season of immodest abundance. The sun slanted down on the lavender haze of saffron crocuses in bloom. Orchards were heavy with fruit, the china trees were on fire. Tilo's CO passengers, most of them Kashmiri, could disaggregate the breeze and tell not merely the scent of apples from the scent of pears and ripe paddy that wafted through the bus windows, but whose apples, whose pears, and whose ripe paddy they were driving past. There was another scent they all knew well. The smell of dread. It soured the air and turned their bodies to stone. As the noisy, rattling bus with its still, silent passengers drove deeper into the valley, the tension grew more tangible. Every 50 meters, on either side of the road, there was a heavily armed soldier, alert and dangerously tense. There were soldiers in the fields, deep inside orchards, on bridges and culverts, in shops and marketplaces, on rooftops, each covering the other, in a grid that stretched all the way up into the mountains. In every part of the legendary Valley of Kashmir, whatever people might be doing, walking, praying, bathing, cracking jokes, shelling walnuts, making love or taking a bus ride home, they were in the rifle sights of a soldier. And because they were in the rifle sights of a soldier, whatever they might be doing, walking, praying, bathing, cracking jokes, shelling walnuts, making love or taking a bus ride home, they were a legitimate target. At every checkpoint the road was blocked with movable horizontal barriers mounted with iron spikes that could shred a tire to ribbons. At each checkpost the bus had to stop, all the passengers had to disembark and line up with their bags to be searched. Soldiers riffled through the luggage on the bus roof. The passengers kept their eyes lowered. At the 6th or perhaps the 7th checkpost, an armored gypsy with slits for windows was parked on the side of the road. After conferring with a hidden person in the gypsy, a gleaming, strutting young officer pulled 3 young men out of the passenger line. Up you, and you. They were pushed into an army truck. They went without demur. The passengers kept their eyes lowered. By the time the bus arrived in Srinagar, the light was dying. In those days the little city of Srinagar died with the light. The shops closed, the streets emptied. At the bus stop a man sidled up to Tilo and asked her name. From then on, she was passed from hand to hand. An auto rickshaw took her from the bus stand to the boulevard. She crossed the lake in a shikara on which there was no sitting option, only a lounging one. So she lounged on the bright, floral cushions, a honeymooner without a husband. It was to make up for that, she thought, that the bright flanges of the boatman's oars which pushed through the weeds were heart-shaped. The lake was deadly quiet. The rhythmic sound of oars in the water might well have been the uneasy heartbeat of the valley. Pliv! 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 The houseboats anchored next to each other cheek by jowl on the opposite shore. HB Shaheen, HB Janat, HB Queen Victoria, HB Derbyshire, HB Snowview, HB Desert Breeze, HB Zamzam, HB Gulshan, HB New Gulshan, HB Gulshan Palace, HB Mandalay, HB Clifton, HB New Clifton were dark and empty. HB, the boatman told Tilo when she asked, stood for houseboat. HB Shaheen was the smallest and shabbiest of them all. As the shikara drew up, a little man, lost inside his worn brown furan that almost touched his ankles, came out to greet Tilo. Later she learned his name was Gulrez. He greeted her as though he knew her well, as though she had lived there all her life and had just returned from buying provisions in the market. His large head and oddly thin neck rested on broad, sturdy shoulders. As he led Tilo through the small dining room and down a narrow carpeted corridor to the bedroom, she heard kittens mewling. He threw a sparkling smile over his shoulder, like a proud father, his emerald, wizard eyes shining. The cramped room was only slightly larger than the double bed covered with an embroidered counterpane. On the bedside table there was a flowered plastic tray with a filigreed bell-metal water jug, 2 colored glasses and a small CD player. The threadbare carpet on the floor was patterned, the cupboard doors were crudely carved, the wooden ceiling was honeycombed, the waste paper bin was intricately patterned papier-mâché. Tilo looked for a space that was not patterned, embroidered, carved, or filigreed, to rest her eyes on. When she didn't find one, a tide of anxiety welled up in her. She opened the wooden windows, but they looked directly onto the closed wooden windows of the next houseboat a few feet away. Empty cigarette packets and cigarette stubs floated in the few feet of water that separated them. She put her bag down and went out to the porch, lit a cigarette and watched the glassy surface of the lake turn silver as the first stars appeared in the sky. The snow on the mountains glowed for a while, like phosphorus, even after darkness had fallen. She waited on the boat the whole of the next day, watching Gulrez dust the undusty furniture and talk to purple brinjals and big-leaved hawk in his vegetable garden on the bank just behind the boat. After clearing away a simple lunch, he showed her his collection of things that he kept in a big yellow airport duty-free shopping bag that said see, buy, fly. He laid them out on the dining table one by one. It was his version of a visitor's book, an empty bottle of Polo aftershave lotion, a range of old airline boarding passes, a pair of small binoculars, a pair of sunglasses from which one lens had fallen out, a well-thumbed Lonely Planet guidebook, a Qantas toilet bag, a small torch, a bottle of herbal mosquito repellent, a bottle of suntan lotion, a silver foil card of expired diarrhea pills, and a pair of blue Marks and Spencer ladies' knickers stuffed into an old cigarette tin. He giggled and made his eyes sly as he rolled the knickers into a soft cigar and put them back in the tin. Tilo searched her sling bag and added a small strawberry-shaped eraser and a vial that used to contain clutch pencil leads to the collection. Gulrez unscrewed the little cap of the vial and screwed it back on, thrilled. After contemplating the matter for a while, he put the eraser in the plastic bag and pocketed the vial. He went out of the room and came back with a postcard-sized print of a photograph of himself holding the kittens in the palms of his hands that the last visitor on the boat had given him. He gave it to Tilo formally, holding it out with both hands as though it were a certificate of merit being awarded to her. Tilo accepted it with a bow. Their barter was complete. In a conversation in which her hesitant Hindi encountered his halting Urdu, Tilo figured out that the muskak that Gulrez kept referring to was Musa. He brought out a clipping of an Urdu newspaper which had published photographs of all those who had been shot on the same day as Miss Jebin and her mother. He kissed the cutting several times over, pointing to a little girl and a young woman. Gradually Tilo pieced together the semblance of a narrative. The woman was Musa's wife and the child was their daughter. The photos were so badly printed it was impossible to decipher their features and tell what they looked like. To make sure Tilo understood his meaning, Gulrez laid his head down on a pillow made of his palms, closed his eyes like a child and then pointed to the sky. They've gone to heaven. Tilo didn't know that Musa was married. He hadn't told her. Should he have? Why should he have? And why should she mind? It was she who had walked away from him. But she did mind. Not because he was married, but because he hadn't told her. For the rest of the day a Malayalam nonsense rhyme looped endlessly in her head. It had been the monsoon anthem of an army of tiny, knickered children, she, one among them who stomped in mud puddles and streaked down the creepered, overgreened riverbank in the pouring rain, shrieking it. Dum. Dum. Pat alam. Sarind Vidal Kalianam. Inapindam Koru. Adavarthadu Uparai. Koji Thedam Chamandi. Bang. Bang. Here's the army band. A wedding in the house of the lord of the land. Elephant dung rice. Fried millipedes, nice. Minced hen shit for spice. She couldn't understand. Could there be a more inappropriate response to what she had just learned? She hadn't thought of this verse since she was 5 years old. Why now? Perhaps it was raining inside her head. Perhaps it was the survival strategy of a mind that might shut down if it was foolish enough to attempt to make sense of the intricate fretwork that connected Musa's nightmares to hers. There was no tour guide on hand to tell her that in Kashmir nightmares were promiscuous. That they were unfaithful to their owners, they cartwheeled wantonly into other people's dreams, they acknowledged no precincts, they were the greatest ambush artists of all. No fortification, no fence building could keep them in check. In Kashmir the only thing to do with nightmares was to embrace them like old friends and manage them like old enemies. She would learn that, of course. Soon. She sat on the upholstered, built-in bench in the entrance porch of the houseboat and watched her second sunset. A gloomy night fish, no relative of the nightmare, rose from the bottom of the lake and swallowed the reflection of the mountains in the water. Whole. Gulrez was laying the table for dinner, for two. Clearly he knew something, when Musa arrived suddenly, quietly, entering from the back of the boat. Salam. Salam. You came. Of course. How are you? How was the journey? Okay. You. Okay. The rhyme in Tilo's head swelled into a symphony. I'm sorry I'm so late. He didn't give any further explanation. Other than looking a little gaunt, he hadn't changed very much, and yet he was almost unrecognizable. He had grown a stubble that was almost a beard. His eyes seemed to have lightened and darkened at once, as though they'd been washed, and one color had faded and the other had not. His brown-green irises were circumscribed with a ring of black that Tilo did not remember. She saw that his outline, the shape he made in the world, had grown indistinct, smudged, somehow. He merged into his surroundings even more than he used to. It had nothing to do with the ubiquitous brown Kashmiri fern that flapped around him. When he took off his wool cap, Tilo saw that his hair had thick streaks of silver. He noticed that she noticed and ran self-conscious fingers through his hair. Strong, horse-drawing fingers, with the callus on the trigger finger. He was the same age as her. 31. The silence between them swelled and subsided like the bellows of an accordion playing a tune that only they could hear. He knew that she knew that he knew that she knew. That's how it was between them. Gulrez brought in a tray of tea. With him too, there was no great exchange of greetings, although it was clear that there was familiarity, even love. Musa called him Gulkak and sometimes Mout and had brought him eardrops. The eardrops broke the ice as only eardrops can. He has an ear infection, and he's scared. Terrified, Musa explained. Is he in pain? He seemed fine all day. Not of the pain, there's no pain. Of being shot. He says he can't hear properly and he's worried that he might not hear them at the checkposts when they say stop. Sometimes they first let you go through and then stop you. So if you don't hear that. Gulrez, sensing the strain, and the love, in the room and alert to the fact that he could play a part in easing it, knelt on the floor theatrically, and rested his cheek on Musa's lap with a big cauliflower ear turned upwards to receive eardrops. After ministering to both cauliflowers and stopping them up with wads of cotton wool, Musa gave him the bottle. Keep it carefully. When I'm not here ask her, she'll do it, he said. She's my friend. Gulrez, much as he coveted the tiny bottle with its plastic nozzle, much as he felt its rightful place was in his sea. By Fly. Visitor's book, entrusted it to Tilo and beamed at her. For a moment they became a spontaneously constituted family. Father bear, mother bear, baby bear. Baby bear was by far the happiest. For dinner he produced 5 meat dishes, gushtaba, rista, martswangan korma, shami kebab, chicken yakni. So much food, Tilo said. Cow, goat, chicken, lamb, only slaves eat like this, Musa said, heaping an impolite amount onto his plate. Our stomachs are graveyards. Tilo would not believe that Baby Bear had cooked the feast single-handedly. He was talking to brinjals and playing with the kittens all day. I didn't see him doing any cooking. He must have done it before you came. He's a wonderful cook. His father is a professional, a waza, from Godzilla's village. Why is he here all alone? He's not alone. There are eyes and ears and hearts around him. But he can't live in the village, it's too dangerous for him. Gulkak is what we call a Mout. He lives in his own world, with his own rules. A bit like you, in some ways. Musa looked up at Tilo, serious, unsmiling. You mean a fool, a village fool? Tilo looked back at him, not smiling either. I mean a special person. A blessed person. Blessed by whom? Twisted fucking way to bless someone. Blessed with a beautiful soul. Here we revere our Ma'et. It had been a while since Musa had heard a laconic profanity of this nature, especially from a woman. It landed lightly, like a cricket on his constricted heart, and stirred the memory of why and how much he had loved Tilo. He tried to return that thought to the locked section of the archive it had come out of. We nearly lost him 2 years ago. There was a cordon and search operation in his village. The men were asked to come out and line up in the fields. Gul ran out to greet the soldiers, insisting they were the Pakistani army, come to liberate them. He was singing, shouting GV. GV. Pakistan. He wanted to kiss their hands. They shot him in his thigh, beat him with rifle butts and left him bleeding in the snow. After that incident he became hysterical, and would try to run away whenever he saw a soldier, which is of course the most dangerous thing to do. So I brought him to Srinagar to live with us. But now since there's hardly anybody in our home, I don't live there anymore. He didn't want to stay there either. I got him this job. This boat belongs to a friend, he's safe here, he doesn't need to go out. He just has to cook for the few visitors that come, hardly any do. Provisions are delivered to him. The only danger is that the boat is so old it might sink. Seriously? Musa smiled. No. It's quite safe. The house with hardly anybody in it took its place at the dinner table, a third guest, with the ravenous appetite of a slave. Almost all the Ma'et in Kashmir have been killed. They were the first to be killed, because they don't know how to obey orders. Maybe that's why we need them. To teach us how to be free. Or how to be killed. Here it's the same thing. Only the dead are free. Musa looked at Tilo's hand resting on the table. He knew it better than he knew his own. She still wore the silver ring he had given her, years ago, when he was someone else. There was still ink on her middle finger. Gulrez, keenly aware that he was being spoken about, hovered around the table, refilling glasses and plates, with a mewling kitten in each pocket of his farran. During a break in the conversation, he introduced them as Aga and Khanum. The streaky grey one was Aga. The black and white harlequin was Khanum. And Sultan? Musa asked him with a smile. How is he? As if on cue, Gulrez's face clouded over. His reply was a long profanity in a mixture of Kashmiri and Urdu. Tilo understood only the last sentence, Russ Biwakuf ko agar yahan mintri k sath renanahi iata tha, tafir wo sala is duni yamain aya haikutun tha? If that fool didn't know how to live here with the military, why did he have to come into this world in the first place? It was no doubt something Gulrez had heard a worried parent or neighbor say about him, and had filed away to use as a complaint against Sultan, whoever Sultan was. Musa laughed out loud, grabbed Gulrez and kissed him on his head. Gul smiled. A happy imp. Who's Sultan? Tilo asked Musa. I'll tell you later. After dinner they went out onto the porch to smoke and listen to the news on the transistor. 3 militants had been killed. Despite the curfew in Baramulla, there had been major protests. It was a no-moon night, pitch dark, the water black as an oil slick. The hotels on the boulevard that ran along the lake shore had been turned into barracks, wrapped in razor wire, sandbagged and boarded up. The dining rooms were soldiers' dormitories, the receptions daytime lock UPS, the guest rooms interrogation centers. Thick, painstakingly embroidered crewel work drapes and exquisite carpets muffled the screams of young men having their genitals prodded with electrodes and petrol poured into their anuses. Do you know who's here these days? Musa said. Garson Hobart. Have you been in touch with him at all? Not for some years. He's deputy station head, IB. It's a pretty important post. Good for him. There was no breeze. The lake was calm, the boat steady, the silence unsteady. Did you love her? I did. I wanted to tell you that. Why? Musa finished his cigarette and lit another. I don't know. Something to do with honor. Yours, mine and hers. Why didn't you tell me earlier, then? I don't know. Was it an arranged marriage? No. Sitting next to Tilo, breathing next to her, he felt like an empty house whose locked windows and doors were creaking open a little, to air the ghosts trapped inside it. When he spoke again, he spoke into the night, addressing the mountains, entirely invisible now, except for the winking lights of army camps that were strung across the range, like meager decorations for some dreadful festival. I met her in the most horrible way, horrible yet beautiful. It could have only happened here. It was the spring of '91, our year of chaos. We, everybody except Godzilla, I think, thought Azadai was around the corner, just a heartbeat away. Every day there were gun battles, explosions, encounter killings. Militants walked openly in the streets, flaunting their weapons. Musa trailed off, unsettled by the sound of his own voice. He wasn't used to it. Tilo did nothing to help him out. A part of her shied away from the story that Musa had begun to tell her, and was grateful for the diversion into generalities. Anyway, that year, the year I met her, I had just got a job. It should have been a big deal, but it wasn't, because in those days everything had shut down. Nothing worked, not courts, not colleges, not schools. There was a complete breakdown of normal life. How can I tell you how it was? How crazy! It was a free-for-all. There was looting, kidnapping, murder, mass cheating in school exams. That was the funniest thing. Suddenly, in the middle of war, everyone wanted to be a matric pass because it would help them to get cheap loans from the government. I actually know a family in which 3 generations, the grandfather, father, and son, all sat for the school final exam together. Imagine that. Farmers, laborers, fruit sellers, all of them class 2 and 3 pass, barely literate, sat for the exam, copied from the guidebook and passed with flying colors. They even copied that "please turn over" sign at the bottom of the page, the pointing finger, remember? It used to be at the bottom of our school textbooks. Even today, when we want to insult someone who's being stupid, we say, "Are you an MTUC pass?" Tilo understood he was deliberately digressing, circling around a story that was as harder for him to tell as it was for her to hear. "Are you the batch of '91? Musa's soft laugh was full of affection for the foibles of his people. She had always loved that about him, the way he belonged so completely to a people whom he loved and laughed at, complained about and swore at, but never separated himself from. Maybe she loved it because she herself couldn't think of anybody as her people. Except perhaps the 2 dogs that arrived at 6 a.m. sharp in the little park outside her house where she fed them, and the hobos she drank tea with at the tea stall near the Nizamuddin Dargah. But not even them, not really. Long ago she had thought of Musa as her people. They had been a strange country together for a while, an island republic that had seceded from the rest of the world. Since the day they decided to go their own ways, she had had no people. We were fighting and dying in our thousands for Azadai, and at the same time we were trying to secure cheap loans from the very government we were fighting. We're a valley of idiots and schizophrenics, and we are fighting for the freedom to be idiotic and... Musa stopped mid-chuckle, cocking his head. A patrol boat chugged past some distance away, the soldiers in it sweeping the surface of the water with beams of light from powerful torches. Once they had gone, he stood up. "Let's go in, Baba Jana. It's getting cold." It slipped out so naturally, that old term of endearment. Baba Jana. My love. She noticed. He didn't. It wasn't cold. But still, they went in. Gulrez was asleep on the carpet in the dining room. Aga and Khanum were wide awake, playing on him as though his body were an amusement park constructed entirely for their pleasure. Aga hit in the crook of his knee, Khanum staged an ambush from the strategic heights of his hip. Musa stood at the door of the carved, embroidered, patterned, filigreed bedroom and said, "May I come in?" and that hurt her. Slaves don't necessarily have to be stupid, do they? She sat on the edge of the bed and flipped backwards, her palms under her head, her feet remaining on the floor. Musa sat next to her and put his hand on her stomach. The tension slipped out of the room like an unwanted stranger. It was dark except for the light from the corridor. "Can I play you a Kashmiri song?" "No, thanks, man. I'm not a Kashmiri nationalist." "You soon will be. In 3 or maybe 4 days' time." "Why's that?" "You will be, because I know you. When you see what you see and hear what you hear, you won't have a choice. Because you are you." "Is there going to be a convocation?" "I'll get a degree." "Yes. And you'll pass with flying colors." "I know you." "You don't really know me." "I'm a patriot. I get goosebumps when I see the national flag. I get so emotional I can't think straight. I love flags and soldiers and all that marching around stuff." "What's the song?" "You'll like it. I carried it through the curfew for you. It was written for us, for you and me. By a fellow called Las Cone, from my village. You'll love it." "I'm pretty sure I won't." "Come on. Give me a chance." Musa took out a CD from the pocket of his farran and put it into the player. Within seconds of the opening chords of the guitar, Tilo's eyes snapped open. "Traveling lady, stay a while. Until the night is over. I'm just a station on your way. I know I'm not your lover." "Leonard Cohen." "Yes. Even he doesn't know that he's really a Kashmiri. Or that his real name is Las Cone. Well, I lived with a child of snow. When I was a soldier. And I fought every man for her. Until the nights grew colder. She used to wear her hair like you. Except when she was sleeping. And then she'd weave it on a loom. Of smoke and gold and breathing." "And why are you so quiet now? Standing there in the doorway? You chose your journey long before. You came upon this highway. How did he know?" "Las Cone knows everything." "Did she wear her hair like mine?" "She was a civilized person, Baba Jana. Not a mout." Tilo kissed Musa, and while she held him to her and would not let him go, she said, "Get away from me, you filthy mountain man. Overwashed river woman. How long since you bathed?" 9 months. "No, seriously. A week maybe. I don't know." "Filthy bastard." Musa's shower lasted an inordinately long time. She could hear him humming along with Las Cone. He came out bare-bodied, with the towel around his hips, smelling of her soap and shampoo. It made her chortle. "You're smelling like a summer rose." "I'm feeling really guilty," Musa said, smiling. "Right. You really look it. After weeks of generous hospitality to Lyses and leeches, I've turned them out of the house." Lyses made her love him a little more. They had always fitted together like pieces of an unsolved, and perhaps unsolvable, puzzle, the smoke of her into the solidness of him, the solitariness of her into the gathering of him, the strangeness of her into the straightforwardness of him, the insouciance of her into the restraint of him, the quietness of her into the quietness of him. And then of course there were the other parts, the ones that wouldn't fit. What happened that night on the HB Shaheen was less love-making than lament. Their wounds were too old and too new, too different, and perhaps too deep, for healing. But for a fleeting moment, they were able to pool them like accumulated gambling debts and share the pain equally, without naming the injuries or asking which was whose. For a fleeting moment they were able to repudiate the world they lived in and call forth another one, just as real. A world in which Ma'et gave the orders and soldiers needed eardrops so they could hear them clearly and carry them out correctly. Tilo knew there was a gun underneath the bed. She made no comment about it. Not even afterwards, when Musa's calluses had been counted and kissed. She lay stretched out on top of him, as though he were a mattress, her chin resting on her intertwined fingers, her distinctly un-Kashmiri bottom vulnerable to the Srinagar night. In a way, Musa's journey to where he was now did not entirely surprise her. She clearly remembered a day years ago, in 1984, who could forget 1984, when the newspapers reported that a Kashmiri called Makbul Butt, jailed for murder and treason, had been hanged in Tihar jail in Delhi, his remains interred in the prison yard, for fear his grave would become a monument, a rallying point in Kashmir, where trouble had already begun to simmer. The news had not mattered to even one other person in their college, neither student nor professor. But that night Musa had said to her, quietly, matter-of-factly, "Someday you'll understand why, for me, history began today." Though she had not fully comprehended the import of his words at the time, the intensity with which they had been uttered had remained with her. "How's the Queen Mother in Kerala keeping?" Musa inquired into the bird's nest that passed off as his lover's hair. "Don't know. Haven't visited." "You should. I know. She's your mother. She's you. You are her. That's only the Kashmiri view. It's different in India. Seriously. It's not a joke. This is not a good thing on your part, Baba Jana. You should go." "I know." Musa ran his fingers down the ridges of muscle on either side of her spine. What began as a caress turned into a physical examination. For a moment he became his suspicious father. He checked out her shoulders, her lean, muscled arms. "Where's all this from?" "Practice." There was a second of silence. She decided against telling him about the men who stalked her, who knocked on her door at odd hours of the day and night, including Mr. SPP. Rajendran, a retired police officer who held an administrative post in the architectural firm she worked for. He had been hired more for his contacts in the government than for his skills as an administrator. He was openly lecherous towards her in the office, making lewd suggestions, often leaving gifts on her desk, which she ignored. But late at night, bolstered perhaps by alcohol, he would drive to Nizamuddin and hammer on her door, shouting to be let in. His brazenness came from knowing that if matters came to a head, in the public eye, as well as in a court of law, his word would prevail against hers. He had a record of exemplary public service, a medal for bravery, and she was a lone woman who was immodestly attired and smoked cigarettes, and there was nothing to suggest that she came from a decent family who would rise to her defense. Tilo was aware of this and had taken precautionary measures. If Mr. Rajendran pushed his luck, she could have him pinned to the floor before he knew what had happened. She said nothing of all this because it seemed sordid and trivial compared to what Musa was living through. She rolled off him. "Tell me about Sultan, the Bewakoof person that Gulrez was so upset with." "Who's he?" Musa smiled. "Sultan. Sultan wasn't a person. And he wasn't Bewakoof. He was a very clever fellow. He was a rooster, an orphan rooster that Gul had raised since he was a little chick. Sultan was devoted to him, he would follow him around wherever he went, they would have long conversations with each other that no one else understood, they were a team, inseparable. Sultan was famous in the region. People from nearby villages would come to see him. He had beautiful plumage, purple, orange, red, he would strut around the place like a real sultan. I knew him well, we all knew him. He was so lofty, he always acted as though you owed him something, you know? One day an army captain came to the village with some soldiers. Captain John Bez he called himself, I don't know what his real name was, they always give themselves these filmy names, these guys, they weren't there for a cordon and search or anything, just to speak to the villagers, threaten them a little, mistreat them a bit, the usual stuff. The men of the village were all made to assemble in the chowk. The well-known firm of Gul Kak and Sultan were there too, Sultan listening attentively as though he were a human being, a village elder. The captain had a dog with him. A huge German shepherd, on a leash. After he finished delivering his threats and his lecture, he let the dog off the leash, saying, "Jimmy. Fetch." Jimmy pounced on Sultan, killed him, and the soldiers took him for their dinner. Gul Kak was devastated. He cried for days, like people cry for their relatives who have been killed. For him Sultan was a relative, nothing less. And he was upset with Sultan for letting him down, for not fighting back, or escaping almost as though he was a militant who should have known these tactics. So Ghoul would curse Sultan and wail, "If you didn't know how to live with the military, why did you come into this world? So why were you reminding him about it? That was mean. Ghoul is my little brother, yar. We wear each other's clothes, we trust each other with our lives. I can do anything with him. This is not a good thing on your part, Musakutan. In India we don't do these things. We even share the same name." Meaning. That's what I'm known as. Commander Gul Res. No one knows me as Musa Yaswai. It's all a fucking mindfuck. SHHH, in Kashmir we don't use such language. In India we do. We should sleep, Baba Jana. We should. But before that we should get dressed. Why? Protocol. This is Kashmir. After that casual intervention, sleep was no longer a realistic option. Tilo, fully dressed, a little apprehensive about what the protocol implied, but fortified by love and sated by love-making, propped herself up on an elbow. "Talk to me. And what do we call what we've been doing all this time? We call it pre-talk. She rubbed her cheek against his stubble and then lay back, her head on the pillow beside Musa's. "What shall I tell you? Every single thing. No omissions." She lit 2 cigarettes. "Tell me the other story, the one that's horrible and beautiful, the love story. Tell me the real story." Tilo did not understand why what she said made Musa hold her tighter and turned his eyes bright with what might have been tears. She didn't know what he meant when he murmured "Ok Dalala Wan." And then, holding her as though his life depended on it, Musa told her about Jebin, about how she insisted on being called Miss Jebin, about her specific requirements from bedtime stories and all her other naughtinesses. He told her about Arafah and how he first met her in a stationery shop in Srinagar. "I'd had a huge fight with Gaji that day. Over my new boots. They were lovely boots, Gulkak wears them now. Anyway. I was going out to buy some stationery, and I was wearing them. Gaji told me to take them off and wear normal shoes, because young men wearing good boots were often arrested as militants those days. That was evidence enough. Anyway, I refused to listen to him, so finally he said, 'Do what you want, but mark my words, those boots will bring trouble.' He was right, they did bring trouble, big trouble, but not the kind he was expecting. The stationery shop I used to go to, JK Stationery, was in Lal Chowk, the center of the city. I was inside when a grenade exploded on the street just outside. A militant had thrown it at a soldier. My eardrums nearly burst. Everything inside the shop shattered, there was glass everywhere, chaos in the market, everyone screaming. The soldiers went crazy obviously. They smashed up all the shops, came in and beat everyone in sight. I was on the floor. They kicked me, beat me with rifle butts. I remember just lying there, trying to protect my skull, watching my blood spreading on the floor. I was hurt, not too badly, but I was too scared to move. A dog was staring at me. He seemed quite sympathetic. When I got over the initial shock, I felt a weight on my feet. I remembered my new boots and wondered if they were okay. As soon as I thought it was safe, I lifted my head slowly, as carefully as I could, to take a look. And I saw this beautiful face resting on them. It was like waking up in hell and finding an angel on my shoe. It was Arafah. She too was frozen, too scared to move. But she was absolutely calm. She didn't smile, didn't move her head. She just looked at me and said, "Asal boot, nice boots." I couldn't believe the coolness of that. No wailing, screaming, sobbing, crying, just absolutely cool. We both laughed. She had just done a degree in veterinary medicine. My mother was shocked when I said I wanted to get married. She thought I never would. She had given up on me. It was possible for Tilo and Musa to have this strange conversation about a third loved one, because they were concurrently sweethearts and ex-sweethearts, lovers and ex-lovers, siblings and ex-siblings, classmates and ex-classmates. Because they trusted each other so peculiarly that they knew, even if they were hurt by it, that whoever it was that the other person loved had to be worth loving. In matters of the heart, they had a virtual forest of safety nets. Musa showed Tilo a photograph of Miss Jebin and Arafah that he carried in his wallet. Arafah wore a pearl greyfaran with silver embroidery and a white hijab. Miss Jebin was holding her mother's hand. She was dressed in a denim jumpsuit with an embroidered heart on its pinafore. A white hijab was pinned around her smiling, apple-cheeked face. Tilo looked at the photograph for a long time before she gave it back. She saw Musa suddenly look drawn and haggard. But he recovered his poise in a while. He told her about how Arafah and Miss Jebin had died. About Amrik Singh and the murder of Jalib Quadri, and the string of murders that followed. About his ominous apology at the Shiraz. "I'll never take what happened to my family personally. But I'll never not take it personally. Because that is important too." They talked into the night. Hours later, Tilo circled back to the photograph. "Did she like wearing a headscarf?" Arafah. "No, your daughter." Musa shrugged. "It's the custom. Our custom. I didn't know you were such a customs man. So if I had agreed to marry you, you'd have wanted me to wear one." "No, Baba Jana. If you had agreed to marry me, I'd have ended up wearing a hijab and you would have been running around the underground with a gun." Tilo laughed out loud. "And who would have been in my army?" "I don't know. No humans for sure. A moth squadron and a mongoose brigade." Tilo told Musa about her boring job and her exciting life in her storeroom near the Nizamuddin Dargah. About the rooster she had drawn on her wall so weird. "Maybe Sultan visited me telepathically, is that a word?" It was the pre-mobile phone era, so she didn't have a photograph to show him. She described her neighbor, the fake sex hakim with waxed mustaches who had endless queues of patients outside his door, and her friends, the tramps and mendicants she drank tea with on the street every morning, who all believed she worked for a drug lord. "I laugh, but I don't deny it. I leave it ambiguous." "Why's that?" "That's dangerous." "No. Opposite. It's free security for me. They think I have gangster protection. No one bothers me. Let's read a poem before we sleep." It was an old habit, from their college days. One of them would open the book at a random page. The other would read the poem. It often turned out to have uncanny significance for them and the particular moment they were living through. Poetry roulette. She scrambled out of bed and returned with a slim, worn volume of Osip Mandelstam. Musa opened the book. Tilo read. "I was washing at night in the courtyard. Harsh stars shone in the sky. Starlight, like salt on an axe head. The rain butt was brimful and frozen." "What's a rain butt?" "Don't know, must check. The gates are locked. And the earth in all conscience is bleak. There's scarcely anything more basic and pure than truth's clean canvas. A star melts, like salt, in the barrel. And the freezing water is blacker. Death cleaner, misfortune saltier. And the earth more truthful, more awful." Another Kashmiri poet. "Russian Kashmiri," Tilo said. "He died in a prison camp, during Stalin's Gulag. His ode to Stalin wasn't considered sincere enough." She regretted reading the poem. They slept fitfully. Before dawn, still half asleep, Tilo heard Musa splashing in the bathroom again, washing, brushing his teeth, with her toothbrush of course. He came out with his hair slicked down and put on his cap and faran. She watched him say his prayers. She had never seen him do that before. She sat up in bed. It did not distract him. When he was done he came to her and sat on the edge of the bed. "Does it worry you?" "Should it? It's a big change." "Yes. No. Just makes me think. We can't win this with just our bodies. We have to recruit our souls too. She lit 2 more cigarettes. You know what the hardest thing for us is? The hardest thing to fight? Pity. It's so easy for us to pity ourselves. Such terrible things have happened to our people, in every single household something terrible has happened, but self-pity is so debilitating. So humiliating. More than Azadai, now it's a fight for dignity. And the only way we can hold on to our dignity is to fight back. Even if we lose. Even if we die. But for that we as a people, as an ordinary people, have to become a fighting force, an army. To do that we have to simplify ourselves, standardize ourselves, reduce ourselves. Everyone has to think the same way, want the same thing. We have to do away with our complexities, our differences, our absurdities, our nuances. We have to make ourselves as single-minded, as monolithic, as stupid, as the army we face. But they're professionals, and we are just people. This is the worst part of the occupation, what it makes us do to ourselves. This reduction, this standardization, this stupidification. Is that a word? It just became one. This stupidification, this idiotification, if and when we achieve it, will be our salvation. It will make us impossible to defeat. First it will be our salvation, and then, after we win, it will be our nemesis. First Azadai. Then annihilation. That's the pattern. Tilo said nothing. Are you listening? Of course. I'm being so profound and you're not saying anything. She looked up at him and pressed her thumb into the tiny inverted V between his chipped front teeth. He held her hand and kissed her silver ring. It makes me happy that you still wear it. It's stuck. I can't take it off even if I want to. Musa smiled. They smoked in silence, and when they were done she took the ashtray to the window, dropped the stubs into the water to join the other floating stubs, and looked up at the sky before she returned to bed. That was a filthy thing I just did. Sorry. Musa kissed her forehead and stood up. You're leaving? Yes. A boat's coming for me. With a cargo of spinach and melons and carrots and lotus stems. I'll be a hens, selling my produce in the floating market. I'll undercut the competition, bargain ruthlessly with housewives. And through the chaos I'll make my exit. When will I see you? Someone will come for you, a woman called Khadija. Trust her. Go with her. You'll be traveling. I want you to see everything, know everything. You'll be safe. When will I see you? Sooner than you think. I'll find you. Khuda Hafiz, Baba Jana. And he was gone. In the morning Gulrez gave her a Kashmiri breakfast. Chewy lavasa rotis with butter and honey. Kawa with no sugar, but with shredded almonds that she had to scoop up from the bottom of her cup. Aga and Khanum displayed deplorable manners, skittering up and down the dining table, knocking around the cutlery, spilling the salt. At 10 sharp, Khadija arrived with her 2 young sons. They crossed the lake in a shikara and drove downtown in a red Maruti 800. For the next 10 days Tilo travelled through the Kashmir Valley, each day accompanied by a different set of companions, sometimes men, sometimes women, sometimes families with children. It was the first of many trips she made over several years. She travelled by bus, in shared taxis, and sometimes by car. She visited the tourist spots made famous by Hindi cinema Gulmarg, Sonmarg, Pahalgam, and the Betab Valley, which was actually named after the film that was shot there. The hotels where film stars used to stay were empty, the honeymoon cottages, where, her travelling companions joked, their oppressors had been conceived, were abandoned. She trekked through the meadow from where, a year ago, 6 tourists, American, British, German and Norwegian, had been kidnapped by Al Farran, a newly formed militant outfit that not many people knew about. 5 of the 6 were murdered, 1 escaped. The young Norwegian, a poet and dancer, had been beheaded, his body left in the Pahalgam meadow. Before he died, as his kidnappers moved him from place to place, he left a trail of poetry on scraps of paper that he secretly managed to give to people he encountered on the way. She traveled to the Lolab Valley, considered the most beautiful and dangerous place in all of Kashmir, its forest teeming with militants, soldiers, and rogue Ikwanis. She walked on little-known forest paths near Rafiabad that ran close to the line of control, along the grassy banks of mountain streams from which she would drop down on all fours and drink the clear water like a thirsty animal, her lips turning blue with cold. She visited villages ringed by orchards and graveyards, she stayed in villagers' homes. Musa would appear and leave without notice. They sat around a fire in an empty stone hut high up in the mountains that was used by Gujayar shepherds in the summer when they brought their sheep up from the plains. Musa pointed out a route that was often used by militants to cross the line of control. Berlin had a wall. We have the highest mountain range in the world. It won't fall, but it will be scaled. In a home in Kupwara, Tilo met the older sister of Mumtaz Afzal Malik, the young man who happened to be driving the taxi that took Amrik Singh's accomplice Salim Gajeri to the camp the day they were murdered. She described how, when her brother's body was found in a field and brought home, his fists, clenched in rigor mortis, were full of earth and yellow mustard flowers grew from between his fingers. Tilo returned to HB Shaheen from her excursions in the valley, alone. She and Musa had said their goodbyes, casually, just in case. Tilo learned quickly that, in these matters, casualness and jokes were strictly serious, and seriousness was usually communicated as a joke. They spoke in code even when they didn't need to. That was how Amrik Singh Spotter got his code name, Otter. There hadn't been a formal convocation, but the degree they had jested about had been conferred and accepted. Even though Tilo was nothing less than irreverent about the slogan Azadai ka matlab kiya, La ilaha illallah, she could now certainly, and correctly, be described as an enemy of the state. The day after she returned, when she saw Gulrez laying the table for two, she knew Musa would come. He came late in the night, looking preoccupied. He said there had been serious trouble in the city. They switched on the radio. A group of Ikwanis had killed a boy and disappeared his body. In the protests that followed, 14 people had been shot dead. 3 militants had been killed in an encounter. 3 police stations burned. The toll for the day was 18. Musa ate quickly and stood up to leave. He murmured a gruff goodbye to Gulrez. He kissed Tilo on her forehead. Khuda Hafiz, Baba Jana. Travel safe. He asked her to stay inside, not to come out to see him off. She didn't listen. She walked out with him to the rickety, makeshift dock where a small wooden rowboat was waiting. Musa climbed in and lay flat on the floor of the boat. The boatman covered him with a woven grass mat and artfully arranged empty baskets and a few sacks of vegetables over him. Tilo watched the boat row away with its beloved cargo. Not across the lake to the boulevard, but along the endless line of houseboats, into the distance. The thought of Musa lying at the bottom of a boat, covered with empty baskets, did something to her. Her heart felt like a grey pebble in a mountain stream, something icy rushed over it. She went to bed, setting her alarm to be up in time to catch her bus to Jammu. Fortunately she followed Kashmiri protocol, not because she meant to, but because she was too tired to undress. She could hear Gulkak pottering around, humming. She woke less than an hour later, not suddenly, but gradually, swimming through layers of sleep, first to sound and then to the absence of it. First to the hum of engines that seemed to come from every direction. Then, when they were switched off, to the sudden silence. Motor boats. Many of them. The HB Shaheen pitched and rolled. Not much, just a little. She was already on her feet, braced for trouble, when the door of her carved, embroidered, filigreed bedroom was kicked down and the room was full of soldiers with guns. What happened over the next few hours happened either very quickly or very slowly. She couldn't tell which. The picture was clear and the sound precise, but somehow distant. Feelings lagged far behind. She was gagged, her hands were tied, and the room was searched. They hustled her down the corridor into the dining room where she passed Gulkak on the floor, being kicked and beaten by at least 10 men. Where is he? I don't know. Who are you? Gulrez. Gulrez. Gulrezabru. Gulrezabru. Each time he told the truth they hit him harder. His wails speared clean through her body like javelins and drifted across the lake. When her eyes got used to the darkness outside, she saw a flotilla of boats full of soldiers bobbing on the black water, the aquatic equivalent of a cordon and surge. There were 2 concentric arcs, the outer arc was the area domination team, the inner one, the support team. The soldiers that made up the support team were standing in their boats, probing and stabbing at the water with knives tied to the end of long poles, improvised harpoons, to make sure the man they had come for did not make an underwater getaway. They were mortified by the recent, but already legendary, escape of Harungad Harun the fish, who got away even after the raiding party thought it had cornered him in his hideout on the banks of the Wooler Lake. The only possible exit route he had was the lake itself, where a team of marine commandos lay in wait for him. But Harungad got away by hiding underwater in a clump of weeds, using a reed of bamboo as a snorkel. He was able to remain concealed for hours until his flummoxed pursuers gave up and went away. The boat that had carried the assault team was docked, waiting for its passengers to return with their trophy. The man in charge of the operation was a tall Sikh wearing a dark green turban. Tilo assumed, correctly, that he was Amrik Singh. She was shoved onto the boat and made to sit down. Nobody spoke to her. Nobody in the neighboring houseboats came out to find out what was happening. Each of them had already been searched by small teams of soldiers. In a while Gulrez was brought out. He couldn't walk, so he was dragged. His big head, covered by a hood now, lolled forward. He was seated opposite Tilo. All she could see of him was the hood, his farran, and his boots. The hood wasn't even a hood. It was a bag that advertised Surya brand basmati rice. Gulkak was quiet and appeared to be badly hurt. He could not sit up unsupported. 2 soldiers held him up. Tilo hoped he had lost consciousness. The convoy set off in the same direction that Musa's boat had taken. Past the endless row of dark, empty houseboats and then right, into what looked like a swamp. Nobody spoke, and for a while there was silence except for the drone of boat engines and the plaintive mewling of a kitten that filled the night and made the soldiers uneasy. The mewling seemed to be traveling with them, but there was no sign of a kitten on board. Finally she was located, Khanum the Harlequin, in Gulrez's pocket. A soldier pulled her out and flung her into the lake as though she was a piece of garbage. She flew through the air, yowling, with her fangs bared and her little claws extended, ready to take on the entire Indian army all by herself. She sank without a sound. That was the end of yet another Bewakuf who did not know how to live in a Mintri occupation. Her sibling Aga survived, whether as collaborator, common citizen, or mujahid was never ascertained. The moon was high, and through the forest of reeds Tilo could make out the silhouettes of houseboats, much smaller than the ones meant for tourists. A ramshackle wooden construction fronted by a rickety wooden boardwalk, a backwater shopping arcade that hadn't seen customers in years, sat just above the waterline on rotting stilts. The shops, a chemist, an A1 ladies' store and several emporiums for local handicrafts, were all boarded up. Small rowboats were docked on the shores of what looked like boggy islands dotted with old wooden houses fallen to ruin. The only sign that the eerie silence which lay upon the swamp was not entirely unpeopled was the crackle of radios and the occasional snatches of songs that drifted out of the barred, shuttered shadows. The boat sat low in the water. That part of the lake was choked with weeds, so it felt surreal, as though they were cleaving through a dark, liquid lawn. Debris from the morning's floating vegetable market bobbed around. All Tilo could think of was Musa's little boat that had taken the same path less than an hour ago. His had no motor. Please God, whoever you are, wherever you are, slow us down. Give him time to get away. Slow down, slow down, slow down, slow down, slow down, slow down, slow down. Someone heard her prayer and answered it. It was unlikely to have been God. Amrik Singh, who was in the same boat as Tilo and Gulrez, stood up and waved to the escort boats, indicating that they should go ahead. Once they were gone, he directed the driver of the boat they were in to turn left into a waterway so narrow they had to slow down and literally push their way through the reeds. After 10 minutes of suffocation they emerged in open water again. They made another left turn. The driver cut the motor and they docked. What followed appeared to be a familiar drill. Nobody seemed to need instructions. Gulrez was lifted up and dragged ashore through a couple of feet of water. One soldier remained on the boat with Tilo. The rest, including Amrik Singh, waded ashore. Tilo could see the outline of a large, dilapidated house. Its roof had fallen in and the moon shone through its skeleton of rafters that loomed against the night, a luminous heart in an angular ribcage. A gunshot followed by a short explosion alarmed the ground-nesting birds. For a moment the sky was full of herons, cormorants, plovers, lapwings, calling as though day had broken. They were only play-acting and settled down soon enough. The odd hours and unusual soundtrack of the occupation were now a matter of routine for them. When the soldiers returned there was no Gulrez. But they carried a heavy, shapeless sack that needed more than one man to lift. In this way the prisoner who left the boat as Gul Kakabru returned as the mortal remains of the dreaded militant commander Gulrez, whose capture and killing would earn his killers 300,000 rupees. The toll for the day was now 18 plus 1. Amrik Singh settled back into the boat, this time seating himself directly opposite Tilo. Whoever you are charged with being the accomplice of a terrorist. But you will not be harmed if you tell us everything. He spoke pleasantly, in Hindi. Take your time. But we want all the details. How you know him? Where you went? Who you met? Everything. Take your time. And you should know that we already know those details. You won't be helping us. We will be testing you. The same depthless, blank, black eyes that had pretended to laugh about pretending to forget his pistol in Musa's home now stared at Tilo in the moonlit bog. That gaze called forth something in her blood, a mute rage, a stubborn, suicidal impulse. A stupid resolve that she would say nothing, no matter what. Fortunately, it was never tested, it never came to that. The boat ride lasted another 20 minutes. An armored gypsy and an open military truck were parked under a tree, waiting to drive them to the Shiraz. Before they got in, Amrik Singh removed Tilo's gag but left her hands tied. In the cinema lobby, busy as a bus terminal, even at that hour, Tilo was handed over to ACP Pinky, who had been summoned from her sleep to deal with this unusual prisoner. The arrest was not registered. They had not even asked the prisoner her name. ACP Pinky led her past the reception counter where 9 months ago Musa had left Amrik Singh's bottle of Red Stag whiskey, past the advertisements for Cadbury's chocolate and quality ice cream and the faded posters of Chandni, Main Pyarkia, Parinda, and Lion of the Desert. They threaded their way through the lines of the latest batch of bound, beaten men and the cement kangaroo garbage bins, entered the theatre, crossed the improvised badminton court, exited from the door closest to the screen and then took another door that opened onto a backyard. There were more than a few amused glances and mumbled lewd remarks as the women made their way to the Shiraz's main interrogation center. It was an independent structure, an unremarkable, long, rectangular room whose primary feature was its stench. The smell of urine and sweat was overlaid by the sick sweet smell of old blood. Though the sign on the door said Interrogation Center, it was in truth a torture center. In Kashmir, interrogation was not a real category. There was questioning, which meant a few slaps and kicks, and interrogation, which meant torture. The room had only one door and no windows. ACP Pinky walked over to a desk in the corner, pulled out a few blank sheets of paper and a pen from a drawer and slapped them on the table. Let's not waste each other's time. Right. I'll be back in 10 minutes. She untied Tilo's hands and left, shutting the door behind her. Tilo waited for the numbness to go away and the blood to return to her fingers before she picked up the pen. Her first 3 attempts at writing failed. Her hands were shaking so much she could not read her own writing. She closed her eyes and remembered her breathing lessons. They worked. In clear letters she wrote. Please call Mr. Biplab Dasgupta, Deputy Station Head India Bravo. Give him this message, GARSONHOBART. While she waited for ACP Pinky to return, she inspected the room. At first glance it looked like a rudimentary tool shed, kitted out with a couple of carpenter's work tables, hammers, screwdrivers, pliers, ropes, what seemed to be scaled-down stone or concrete pillars, pipes, a tub of filthy water, jerrycans of petrol, metal funnels, wires, electric extension boards, coils of wire, rods of all sizes, a couple of spades, crowbars. On a shelf there was a jar of red chili powder. The floor was littered with cigarette stubs. Tilo had learned enough over the last 10 days to know that those ordinary things could be put to extraordinary use. She knew that the pillars were the instruments of the most favored form of torture in Kashmir. They were used as rollers on prisoners who were tied down while two men rolled the pillars over them, literally crushing their muscles. More often than not, roller treatment resulted in acute renal failure. The tub was for waterboarding, the pliers for extracting fingernails, the wires for applying electric shocks to men's genitals. The chili powder was usually applied on rods that were inserted into prisoners' anuses or mixed into water and poured down their throats. Years later, another woman, Loveleen, Amrik Singh's wife, would display an intimate knowledge of these methods in her application for asylum in the US. It was this very tool shed that was the site of her field research, except that she had visited it not as a victim, but as the spouse of the torturer-in-chief, who was being given a tour of her husband's office. ACP Pinky returned with Major Amrik Singh. Tilo saw at once, from their body language and the intimate way in which they spoke to each other, that they were more than just colleagues. ACP Pinky picked up the sheet of paper Tilo had written on and read it aloud, slowly and with some difficulty. Clearly, reading was not her forte. Amrik Singh took the paper from her. Tilo saw his expression change. Who is he to you, this Dasgupta? A friend. A friend. How many men do you fuck at the same time? This was ACP Pinky. Tilo said nothing. I asked you a question. How many men do you fuck at the same time? Tilo's silence elicited a slew of insults along predictable lines, in which Tilo recognized the words black, whore and jihadi, and then the question was asked again. Tilo's continued silence had nothing to do with courage or resilience. It had to do with a lack of choice. Her blood had shut down. ACP Pinky noticed the smirk on Amrik Singh's face. Clearly in some way he admired the defiance that was on display. She read volumes into that expression and it incensed her. Amrik Singh left with the sheet of paper. At the door he turned and said, "Find out what you can. No injury marks. This is a senior officer, this person whose name she's written. Let me check it out. Maybe nonsense. But no marks until then." No marks was a problem for the ACP. She had no experience in that field, because she was not a trained torturer. She had learned her craft on the run, in the battlefield, and no marks was not a courtesy that was extended to Kashmiris. She did not believe that Amrik Singh's instructions had anything to do with a senior officer. She recognized the look in his eye, and she knew what attracted him in women. Having to constrain herself offended her dignity, and that didn't help her temper. Her slaps and kicks, which came under the category of questioning, drew nothing from her detainee but expressionless, dead silence. It took Amrik Singh more than an hour to locate Biplab Dasgupta and speak to him on the hotline to the forest guest house in Dachigam. The fact that he was part of the governor's weekend entourage was cause for serious alarm. There was no question that the woman knew him. And well, the Deputy Director India Bravo seemed to know exactly what GARSONHOBART meant. But the predator in Amrik Singh smelled hesitation, diffidence even. He knew he could be in more trouble, big trouble, but it wasn't too late for it to be undone if he released the woman unhurt. There was space to maneuver. He hurried back to the interrogation center to stall any further damage. He was a little late, but not too late. ACP Pinky had found a cheap, cliched way around her problem. She called down the primordial punishment for the woman who must be taught a lesson. Her vindictiveness had very little to do with counterterrorism or with Kashmir except perhaps for the fact that the place was an incubator for every kind of insanity. Mohammad Subhan Hajam, the camp barber, was just leaving as Amrik Singh rushed into the room. Tilo was sitting on a wooden chair with her arms strapped down. Her long hair was on the floor, the scattered curls, no longer hers, mingled with the filth and cigarette butts. While he tonsured her, Subhan Hajam had managed to whisper, "Sorry, madam, very sorry." Amrik Singh and ACP Pinky had a lover's tiff that almost came to blows. Pinky was sulky but defiant. "Show me the law against haircuts." Amrik Singh untied Tilo and helped her to her feet. He made a show of dusting the hair off her shoulders. He put a huge hand protectively on her scalp, a butcher's blessing. It would take Tilo years to get over the obscenity of that touch. He sent for a balaclava for her to cover her head. While they waited for it, he said, "Sorry about this. It shouldn't have happened. We have decided to release you. What's done is done. You don't talk. I don't talk. If you talk, I talk. And if I talk, you and your officer friend will be in a lot of trouble. Collaborating with terrorists is not a small thing." The balaclava arrived along with a small pink tin of Pond's Dream Flower talc. Amrik Singh powdered Tilo's shaved scalp. The balaclava stank worse than a dead fish. But she allowed him to put it on her head. They walked out of the interrogation center, across the yard and up a fire escape to a small office. It was empty. Amrik Singh said it was the office of Ashfaq Mir of the Special Operations Group, Deputy Commandant of the camp. He was out on an operation, but would return shortly to hand her over to the person whom Biplab Das Gupta Sir was sending. Tilo politely refused Amrik Singh's offers of tea and even water. He left her in the room, clearly keen for this particular chapter to end. It was the last she saw of him, until she opened the morning papers more than 16 years later, to the news that he had shot himself and his wife and 3 young sons in their home in a small town in the US. She found it hard to connect the newspaper photograph of the puffy, fat-faced, clean-shaven man with frightened eyes to the same one who had murdered Gulkak and then solicitously, almost tenderly, powdered her scalp. She waited in the empty office, staring at the whiteboard with a list of names against which it said, "Killed, killed, killed," and a poster on the wall which said, "We follow our own rules. Ferocious we are. Lethal in any form. Tamer of tides. We play with storms. You guessed it right. We are. Men in uniform." It was 2 hours before Naga walked through the door, followed by the cheerful Ashfaq Mir who was accompanied by the scent of his cologne. It took another hour for Ashfaq Mir to complete his histrionics with the wounded Lushkar militant as his prop, for the omelets and kebabs to be served and for the handover to be completed. All through the meeting and the dawn ride to autos through the empty streets while Naga held her hand, all she could think of was Gulkak's head lolling forward in a Surya brand basmati rice bag. For some reason the handles, particularly the handles, of the bag seemed demonically disrespectful, and Musa lying at the bottom of a small boat covered by empty baskets, being rowed to eternity. Naga had very considerately booked her a room next to his in autos. He asked her whether she wanted him to stay with her, on a purely secular basis, as he put it. When she said no, he hugged her and gave her 2 sleeping pills. "Or would you prefer a joint? I have one rolled and ready." He called and asked housekeeping to bring her 2 buckets of hot water. Tilo was touched by this caring, kind-hearted side of him. She had never encountered it before. He left her an ironed shirt and a pair of his trousers in case she wanted to change. He suggested they take the afternoon flight to Delhi. She said she'd let him know. She knew she couldn't leave without hearing from Musa. She just couldn't. And she knew that a message would come. Somehow it would come. She lay on her bed unable to close her eyes, almost too scared to even blink, for fear of what apparition might appear before her. A part of herself that she didn't recognize wanted to go back to the Shiraz and have a fair fight with ACP Pinky. It was like thinking of something clever to say long after the moment has passed. She realized that it was also cheap and mean. ACP Pinky was just a violent, unhappy woman. She wasn't Otter, the killing machine. So why the misguided revenge fantasy? She missed her hair. She would never grow it long again. In memory of Gul Kak. At about 10 o'clock that morning there was a quiet, barely audible knock on her door. She thought it would be Naga, but it was Khadija. They hardly knew each other, but there was nobody in the world, other than Musa, that Tilo would have been happier to see. Khadija explained quickly how she had found Tilo. We have our people too. In this case they included the pilot of one of the boats on the cordon and search team and people on neighboring houseboats and all along the way, who had relayed information, almost in real time. In the Shiraz cinema, there was Mohammed Subhan Hajam the barber. And in Atuz there was a bellboy. Khadija had news. The army had announced the capture and killing of the dreaded militant commander Gul Rez. Musa was still in Srinagar. He would be at the funeral. Militants from several groups would attend to give Commander Gul Rez a farewell gun salute. It was safe for them to move around because there would be tens of thousands of people out on the streets. The army would have to pull back to avoid an all-out massacre. Tilo was to go with her to a safe house in Khan Kaimula where Musa would meet her after the funeral. He said it was important. Khadija had brought Tilo a set of fresh clothes, a salwar kameez, a faran, and a lime green hijab. Her matter-of-factness jolted Tilo out of the little swamp of self-pity she had allowed herself to sink into. It reminded her that she was among a people for whom her ordeal of the previous night was known as normal life. The hot water came. Tilo bathed and put on her new clothes. Khadija showed her how to pin the hijab around her face. It made her look regal, like an Ethiopian queen. She liked it, although she much preferred the look of her own hair. Hair. Tilo slipped a note under Naga's door saying she would be back by evening. The two women stepped out of the hotel and into the streets of the city that came alive only when it had to bury its dead. The city of funerals was suddenly awake, animated, kinetic. All around was motion. The streets were tributaries, small rivers of people, all flowing towards the estuary the Mazari Shahada. Little contingents, large contingents, people from the old city, the new city, from villages and from other cities were converging quickly. Even in the narrowest by-lanes, groups of women and men and even the smallest children chanted Azadai. Azadai. Along the way young men had set up water points and community kitchens to feed those who had come from far away. As they distributed water, as they filled the plates, as people ate and drank, as they breathed and walked, to a drumbeat that only they could hear, they shouted, Azadai! Azadai! Khadija seemed to have a detailed map of the back streets of her city in her head. This impressed Tilo enormously, because she herself had no such skills. They took a long, circuitous route. The chants of Azadai became a reverberating boom that sounded like the coming of a storm. Garson Hobart, holed up in Dachigam with the governor's entourage, unable to return to the city until the streets had been secured, heard it on the phone held out to the street by his secretary. 9 months after Miss Jebin's funeral, here was another one. This time there were 19 coffins. One of them empty, for the boy whose body the Ikwanis had stolen. Another one full of the shredded remains of a little man with emerald eyes who was on his way to join Sultan, his beloved Buwakuf, in heaven. I would like to attend the funeral, Tilo said to Khadija. We could. But it will be a risk. We may get late. And we won't get anywhere close. Women are not allowed near the grave. We can visit it afterwards, once everyone has left. Women are not allowed. Women are not allowed. Women are not allowed. Was it to protect the grave from the women or the women from the grave? Tilo didn't ask. After 45 minutes of driving around, Khadija parked her car and they walked quickly through a maze of narrow, winding streets in a part of town that seemed to be interconnected in several ways underground and overground, vertically and diagonally, via streets and rooftops and secret passages like a single organism. A giant coral, or an anthill. This part of town is still ours, Khadija said. The army can't come in here. They stepped through a small wooden doorway into a bare, green-carpeted room. An unsmiling young man greeted them and ushered them in. He walked them quickly through 2 rooms, and as they entered the third, he opened what looked like a large cupboard. There was a trapdoor through which steep, narrow steps led into a secret basement. Tilo followed Khadija down the steps. The room had no furniture, but there were a couple of mattresses on the floor and some cushions. There was a calendar on the wall, but it was 2 years old. Her backpack was propped up in a corner. Someone had risked salvaging it from the HB Shaheen. A young girl came down the steps and rolled out a plastic lace dastarkhan. An older woman followed with a tray of tea and teacups, a plate of rusks and a plate of sliced sponge cake. She took Tilo's face in her hands and kissed her forehead. Not much was said, but both mother and daughter stayed in the room. When Tilo finished her tea, Khadija patted the mattress they were sitting on. Sleep. He will take at least 2 or 3 hours to get here. Tilo lay down and Khadija covered her with a quilt. She reached out and held Khadija's hand under the quilt. In the years that followed, they would become fast friends. Tilo's eyes closed. The murmur of women's voices saying things she couldn't understand was like balm on raw skin. She was still asleep when Musa came. He sat cross-legged next to her, looking down at her sleeping face for a long time, wishing he could wake her up to another, better world. He knew it would be a long time before he saw her again. And then only if they were lucky. There wasn't much time. He had to leave while the tide was high and the streets still belonged to the people. He woke her as gently as he could. Baba Jana! Wake up! She opened her eyes and pulled him down next to her. For a long time there was nothing to say. Absolutely nothing. I've just come from my own funeral. I gave myself a 21-gun salute, Musa said. And then in a voice that would not rise above a whisper because each time it did it broke under the weight of what it was trying to say, Tilo told him what had happened. She forgot nothing. Not a single thing. Not a sound. Not a feeling. Not a word that had or had not been said. Musa kissed her head. They don't know what they've done. They really have no idea. And then it was time for him to leave. Baba Jana, listen carefully. When you go back to Delhi you must not on any account stay alone. It's too dangerous. Stay with friends, maybe Naga. You'll hate me for saying this but either get married or go to your mother. You need cover. For a while at least. Until we deal with Otter. We'll win this war, and then we'll be together, you and I. I'll wear a hijab although you look lovely in this one and you can take up arms. Okay. Okay. Of course it didn't work out that way. Before Musa left he gave Tilo a sealed envelope. Don't open it now. Khuda Hafiz. It would be 2 years before she saw him again. The sun had not yet set when Khadija and Tilo went to the Mazar-e Shahada. Commander Gulrez's grave stood out from the others. A small bamboo framework had been erected over it. It was decorated with strings of silver and gold tinsel and a green flag. A temporary shrine to a beloved freedom fighter who had given his todays for his people's tomorrows. A man with tears streaming down his face looked at it from a distance. He's an ex-militant, Khadija said, under her breath. He was in jail for years. Poor man, he's crying for the wrong person. Maybe not, Tilo said. The whole world should weep for Gul Kak. They scattered rose petals on Gul Kak's grave and lit a candle. Khadija found the graves of Arafah and Miss Jebin the first, and did the same for them. She read the inscription on Miss Jebin's tombstone out to Tilo. Miss Jebin. January 2, 1992 – 22 December 1995. Beloved D/O Arafah and Musa Yaswai. And the almost hidden one below it. Ok de la wan. Yeth mans ne kon bala edisi. Noa es sa kuni junglas mans rozan. Khadija translated it for Tilo, but neither of them understood what it really meant. The last lines of the Mandelstam poem she had read with Musa, and wished she hadn't, floated back unbidden into Tilo's brain. Death cleaner, misfortune saltier. And the earth more truthful, more awful. They returned to Atus. Khadija would not leave until she saw Tilo back to her room. When Khadija had gone, Tilo called Naga to say she was back and that she was going to bed. For no reason she knew, she said a small prayer, to no god she knew, before opening the envelope Musa had given her. It contained a doctor's prescription for eardrops and a photograph of Gul Kak. He was in a khaki shirt, combat fatigues, and Musa's assault boot, smiling into the camera. He had a handsome leather ammunition belt slung across both his shoulders, and a pistol holster at his hip. He was armed to the teeth. In each leather bullet loop there was a green chili. Sheathed in his pistol holster was a juicy, fresh-leaved, white radish. On the back of the photograph Musa had written, "Our darling Commander Gulrez." In the middle of the night Tilo knocked on Naga's door. He opened it and put his arm around her. They spent the night together on a purely secular basis. Tilo had been careless. She returned from the Valley of Death carrying a little life. She and Naga had been married for 2 months when she discovered that she was pregnant. Their marriage had not been what was called consummated yet. So there was no doubt in her mind about who the father of the child was. She considered going through with it. Why not? Gulrez if it was a boy. Jebin if it was a girl. She couldn't see herself as a mother any more than she could see herself as a bride, although she had been a bride. She had done that and survived. So why not this? The decision she eventually took had nothing to do with her feelings for Naga or her love for Musa. It came from a more primal place. She worried that the little human she produced would have to negotiate the same ocean full of strange and dangerous fish that she had had to in her relationship with her mother. She did not trust that she would be a better parent than Mariam Ip. Her clear-eyed assessment of herself was that she'd be a far worse one. She did not wish to inflict herself on a child. And she did not wish to inflict a replication of herself on the world. Money was a problem. She had a little, but not much. She had been fired from her job for poor attendance, and hadn't got another one. She didn't want to ask Naga for any. So she went to a government hospital. The waiting room was full of distraught women who had been thrown out of their homes by their husbands for not being able to conceive. They were there to have fertility tests. When the women found out that Tilo was there for what was called MTP, medical termination of pregnancy, they could not hide their hostility and disgust. The doctors too were disapproving. She listened to their lectures impassively. When she made it clear that she would not change her mind, they said they could not give her general anesthetic unless there was somebody with her to sign the consent form, preferably the father of the child. She told them to do it without anesthetic. She passed out with the pain and woke in the general ward. Someone else was with her in the bed. A child, with a kidney disorder, screaming in pain. There was more than one patient in every bed. There were patients on the floor. Most of the visitors and family members who were crowded around them looked just as ill. Harried doctors and nurses picked their way through the chaos. It was like a wartime ward. Except that in Delhi there was no war other than the usual one, the war of the rich against the poor. Tilo got up and stumbled out of the ward. She lost her way in the filthy hospital corridors that were packed with sick and dying people. On the ground floor she asked a small man with biceps that seemed to belong to someone else whether he could show her the way out. The exit he pointed to led her to the back of the hospital. To the mortuary, and beyond it, to a derelict Muslim graveyard that seemed to have fallen into disuse. Flying foxes hung from the branches of huge, old trees, like limp black flags from an old protest. There was nobody around. Tilo sat on a broken grave, trying to orient herself. A thin, bald man in a scarlet waiter's coat clanked in on an old bicycle. He had a small bunch of marigolds clamped to the back seat of his cycle. He made his way to one of the graves with the flowers and a duster. After dusting it, he placed the flowers on it, stood in silence for a moment and then hurried away. Tilo walked over to the grave. It was the only one, as far as she could tell, whose tombstone was inscribed in English. It was the grave of Begum Renata Mumtaz Madam, the belly dancer from Romania who had died of a broken heart. The man was Roshan Lal on his day off from Rosebud Resto Bar. Tilo would meet him 17 years later, when she returned to the graveyard with Miss Jebin II. Of course she wouldn't recognize him. Nor would she recognize the graveyard, because by then, it was no longer a derelict place for the forgotten dead. Once Roshan Lal left, Tilo lay down on Begum Renata Mumtaz Madam's grave. She cried a little and then fell asleep. When she woke she felt better prepared to go home and face the rest of her life. That included dinner downstairs, at least once a week, with Ambassador Shiva Shankar and his wife, whose views on almost everything, including Kashmir, made Tilo's hands shake and the cutlery rattle on her plate. The stupidification of the mainland was picking up speed at an unprecedented rate, and it didn't even need a military occupation. Then there was the changing of the seasons. "This is also a journey," M said, "and they can't take it away from us." Nadezhda Mandelstam. 10. The Ministry of Utmost Happiness. Word spread quickly in the poorer quarters that a clever woman had moved into the graveyard. Parents in the neighborhood flocked to enroll their children in the classes Tilo held at Janat Guest House. Her pupils called her Tilo Madam and sometimes Ustaniji, teacher, in Urdu. Although she missed the morning singing by the children from the school opposite her apartment, she didn't teach her own pupils to sing "We Shall Overcome" in any language, because she wasn't sure that overcoming was anywhere on anyone's horizon. But she taught them arithmetic, drawing, computer graphics, on 3 second-hand desktop computers she had bought with the minimal fees she charged, a bit of basic science, English, and eccentricity. From them she learned Urdu and something of the art of happiness. She worked a long day and, for the first time in her life, slept a full night. Miss Jebin II slept with Anjum. With each passing day Tilo's mind felt less like one of Musa's recoveries. Despite making plans every other day to do so, she had not visited her apartment since she left. Not even after receiving the message Garson Hobart had sent through Anjum and Saddam when they went, out of curiosity to see where and how the strange woman who had parachuted into their lives lived, to pick up some of her things. She continued to pay her rent into his account, which she thought was only fair until she moved her things out. When a few months had gone by with no news from Musa, she left a message with the fruit seller who brought her his recoveries. But she still hadn't heard from him. And yet, the burden of perpetual apprehension that she had carried around for years of suddenly receiving news of Musa's death had lightened somewhat. Not because she loved him any less, but because the battered angels in the graveyard that kept watch over their battered charges held open the doors between worlds, illegally, just a crack, so that the souls of the present and the departed could mingle, like guests at the same party. It made life less determinate and death less conclusive. Somehow everything became a little easier to bear. Encouraged by the success and popularity of Tilo's tuition classes, Ustad Hamid had begun, once again, to give music lessons to students he considered promising. Anjum attended these classes as though they were a call to prayer. She still wouldn't sing, but hummed the way she used to when she was trying to get Zainab the Bandicoot to learn to sing. On the pretext of helping Anjum and Tilo look after Miss Jebin II, who was growing up fast, getting naughty and being spoiled rotten, Zainab began to spend her afternoons, evenings, and sometimes even nights at the graveyard. The real reason not lost on anyone was her heady love affair with Saddam Hussein. She had completed her course at the Polytechnic and become a pudgy little fashionista who stitched ladies' clothes to order. She inherited all Nimo Gorakhpuri's old-fashioned magazines as well as the hair curlers and cosmetics that had been put in Tilo's room to welcome her when she first came. Saddam's first, unspoken declaration of love had been to allow Zainab to flirtatiously paint his fingernails and toenails scarlet, both of them giggling all the while. He did not remove the nail polish until it chipped off by itself. Between Zainab and Saddam, they had turned the graveyard into a zoo, a Noah's Ark of injured animals. There was a young peacock who could not fly, and a peahen, perhaps his mother, who would not leave him. There were 3 old cows that slept all day. Zainab arrived one day in an auto-rickshaw with several cages stuffed with 3 dozen budgerigars that had been absurdly colored in luminous dyes. She had bought them in a fit of anger from a bird seller who had the cages stacked on the back of his bicycle and was peddling the birds in the old city. Colored like that, they couldn't be set free, Saddam said, because they'd attract predators in seconds. So he built them a high, airy cage that spanned the breadth of 2 graves. The budgerigars flitted about in it, glowing at night like fat fireflies. A small tortoise, an abandoned pet that Saddam had found in a park, with a sprig of clover in one nostril, now wallowed on the terrace in a mud pit of his own. Pyle the mare had a lame donkey for a companion. He was called Mahesh for no reason that anyone knew. Byra was getting old, but his and comrade Lalai's progeny had multiplied, and they tumbled around the place. Several cats came and went. As did the human guests in Jannat guest house. The vegetable garden behind the guest house was doing well too, the soil of the graveyard being as it was a compost pit of ancient provenance. Although nobody was particularly keen on eating vegetables, least of all Zainab, they grew brinjals, beans, chilies, tomatoes, and several kinds of gourds, all of which, despite the smoke and fumes from the heavy traffic on the roads that abutted the graveyard, attracted several varieties of butterflies. Some of the more able-bodied addicts were recruited to help with the garden and the animals. It seemed to bring them some temporary solace. Anjum mooted the idea that Jannat guest house should have a swimming pool. Why not, she said. Why should only rich people have swimming pools? Why not us? When Saddam pointed out that water was a key element in swimming pools and the lack of it might prove to be a problem, she said poor people would appreciate a swimming pool even without water. She had one dug, a few feet deep, the size of a large water tank, and had it lined with blue bathroom tiles. She was right. People did appreciate it. They came to visit it and prayed for the day, Insha'Allah, Insha'Allah, when it would be full of clean blue water. So all in all, with a people's pool, a people's zoo and a people's school, things were going well in the old graveyard. The same, however, could not be said of the Dunya. Anjum's old friend D.D. Gupta had returned from Baghdad, or what was left of it, with horror stories of wars and massacres, bombings, and butchery of a whole region that had been deliberately and systematically turned into hell on earth. He was grateful to be alive and to have a home to return to. He no longer had the stomach for blast walls, or for that matter for any kind of business enterprise, and was delighted to see how the desolate, ravaged spectre that he had left behind when he went to Iraq had blossomed and prospered. He and Anjum spent hours together, shooting the breeze, watching old Hindi films on TV, and overseeing new plans for expansion and construction. It was he who supervised the construction of the swimming pool. Mrs. Gupta, for her part, had also retreated from worldly love and spent all her time with Lord Krishna in her puja room. Hell was closing in on the home front too. Gujarat Kalala had swept the polls and was the new Prime Minister. People idolized him, and temples in which he was the presiding deity began to appear in small towns. A devotee gifted him a pinstripe suit with lala 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 woven into the fabric. He wore it to greet visiting heads of state. Every week he addressed the people of the country directly in an emotional radio broadcast. He disseminated his message of cleanliness, purity, and sacrifice for the nation, either with a fable, a folk tale, or an edict of some sort. He popularized the practice of mass yoga in community parks. At least once a month he visited a poor colony and swept the streets himself. As his popularity peaked, he became paranoid and secretive. He trusted nobody and sought no advice. He lived alone, ate alone, and never socialized. For his personal protection, he hired food tasters and security guards from other countries. He made dramatic announcements and took drastic decisions that had far-reaching effects. The organization that had brought him to power took a dim view of personality cults, and a long view of history. It continued to support him, but quietly began to groom a successor. The saffron parakeets that had been biding their time were set loose. They swooped into university campuses and courtrooms, disrupted concerts, vandalized cinema halls and burned books. A parakeet committee of pedagogy was set up to formalize the process of turning history into mythology and mythology into history. The sound and light show at the Red Fort was taken into the workshop for revision. Soon the centuries of Muslim rule would be stripped of poetry, music, and architecture and collapsed into the sound of the clash of swords and a blood-curdling war cry that lasted only a little longer than the husky giggle that Ustad Kulsum had hung her hopes on. The remaining time would be taken up by the story of Hindu glory. As always, history would be a revelation of the future as much as it was a study of the past. Small gangs of thugs, who called themselves defenders of the Hindu faith, worked the villages, gaining what advantage they could. Aspiring politicians jump-started their careers by filming themselves making hateful speeches or beating up Muslims and uploading the videos onto YouTube. Every Hindu pilgrimage and religious festival turned into a provocative victory parade. Armed escort teams rode beside pilgrims and revelers on trucks and motorcycles, looking to pick fights in peaceful neighborhoods. Instead of saffron flags they now proudly waved the national flag, a trick they had learned from Mr. Agarwal and his tubby Gandhian mascot in Yantar Mantar. The holy cow became the national emblem. The government backed campaigns to promote cow urine, as a drink as well as a detergent. News filtered in from Lala strongholds about people accused of eating beef or killing cows being publicly flogged and often lynched. Given his recent experiences in Iraq, the worldly Mr. D.D. Gupta's considered assessment of all this activity was that in the long run it would only end up creating a market for blast walls. Nimo Gorak Puri came over one weekend with a, literally, blow-by-blow fourth-person account of how the relative of a neighbor's friend had been beaten to death in front of his family by a mob that accused him of killing a cow and eating beef. "You had better chase out these old cows that you have here," she said. "If they die here, not if, when they die they'll say you killed them and that will be the end of all of you. They must have their eyes on this property now. That's how they do it these days. They accuse you of eating beef and then take over your house and your land and send you to a refugee camp. It's all about property, not cows. You have to be very careful." "Careful in what way?" Saddam shouted. "The only way you can be careful with these bastards is by ceasing to exist. If they want to kill you they will kill you whether you are careful or not, whether you've killed a cow or not, whether you have even set eyes on a cow or not." It was the first time anybody had ever heard him lose his temper. Everybody was taken aback. None of them knew his story. Anjum had told nobody. As a keeper of secrets, she was nothing short of Olympic class. On Independence Day, in what had grown to be a ritual, Saddam sat next to Anjum on the red car sofa with his sunglasses on. He switched channels between Gujarat Kalala's bellicose speech at the Red Fort and a massive, public protest in Gujarat. Thousands of people, mainly Dalit, had gathered in a district called Una to protest the public flogging of 5 Dalits who had been stopped on the road because they had the carcass of a cow in their pickup truck. They hadn't killed the cow. They had only picked up the carcass, like Saddam's father had, all those years ago. Unable to bear the humiliation of what was done to them, all 5 men had tried to commit suicide. One had succeeded. First they tried to finish off the Muslims and Christians. Now they're going for the Kamars, Anjum said. It's the other way around, Saddam said. He did not explain what he meant, but looked thrilled as speaker after speaker at the protests swore on oath that they would never again pick up cow carcasses for upper caste Hindus. What didn't make it to TV were the gangs of thugs that had positioned themselves on the highways leading away from the venue of the gathering, waiting to pick off the protesters as they dispersed. Anjum and Saddam's Independence Day TV watching ritual was interrupted by wild shrieks from Zainab, who was outside, hanging up some washing. Saddam raced out, followed by a slower, worried Anjum. It took them a while to believe that what they saw was real and not a specter. "Zainab, her gaze directed skyward, was transfixed, terrified. A crow hung frozen in mid-air, one of its wings spread out like a fan. A feathered Christ, hanging askew, on an invisible cross. The sky swarmed with thousands of agitated, low-flying fellow crows, their distraught cawing drowning out every other city's sound. Above them in an upper tier, silent kites circled, curious perhaps, but inscrutable. The crucified crow was absolutely still. Very quickly a small crowd of people gathered to watch the proceedings, to frighten themselves to death, to advise each other about the occult significance of frozen crows, and to discuss the exact nature of the horrors that this ill omen, this macabre curse, would visit upon them. What had happened was not a mystery. The crow's wing feathers had snagged mid-flight on an invisible kite string that was laced across the branches of the old banyan trees in the graveyard. The felon, a purple paper kite, peeped guiltily through the foliage of one of them. The string, a new Chinese brand that had suddenly flooded the market, was made of tough, transparent plastic, coated with ground glass. Independence Day kite warriors used it to cut each other's strings, and bring each other's kites down. It had already caused some tragic accidents in the city. The crow had struggled at first, but seemed to have realized that each time it moved, the string sliced deeper into its wing. So it stayed still, looking down with a bewildered, bright eye in its tilted head at the people gathered below. With every passing moment the sky grew denser with more and more distressed, hysterical crows. Saddam, who had hurried away after assessing the situation, returned with a long robe made of several odd pieces of parcel string and clothesline knotted together. He tied a stone to one end and, squinting into the sun through his sunglasses, lobbed the stone into the sky, using instinct to gauge the trajectory of the invisible kite string, hoping to loop the rope over it and bring it down with the weight of the stone. It took several attempts and several changes of stone. It had to be light enough to spin high into the sky, and heavy enough to arc over the string and pull it through the foliage it was snagged on, before he succeeded. When he finally did, the kite string fell to the ground. The crow first dipped down with it, and then, magically, flew away. The sky lightened, the cawing receded. Normalcy was declared. To those onlookers in the graveyard who were of an irrational and unscientific temper, which means all of them, including USTANEG, it was clear that an apocalypse had been averted and a benediction earned in its place. The man of the moment was feted, hugged and kissed. Not one to allow such an opportunity to pass, Saddam decided that his time was now. Late that night he went to Anjum's room. She was lying on her side, propped up on an elbow, looking tenderly down at Miss Jebin II, who was fast asleep. The unsuitable bedtime stories stage was still to come. "Imagine," she said, "but for the grace of God, this little creature would have been in some government orphanage right now." Saddam allowed for a well-judged moment of respectful silence and then formally asked her for Zainab's hand in marriage. Anjum responded a little bitterly, without looking up, suddenly revisited by an old ache. "Why ask me? Ask Sita. She's her mother. I know the story. That's why I'm asking you." Anjum was pleased, but did not show it. Instead she looked Saddam up and down as though he was a stranger. "Give me one reason why Zainab should marry a man who is waiting to commit a crime and then be hanged like Saddam Hussein of Iraq." "Aryar, that's all over now. It's gone. My people have risen up." Saddam took out his mobile phone and pulled up the Saddam Hussein execution video. "Here, see. I'm deleting it now, right in front of you. See, it's gone. I don't need it anymore. I have a new one now. Look." As she cranked herself up on her bed and creaked into a sitting position, Anjum grumbled good-naturedly under her breath, "Ya Allah! What sin have I committed that I have to put up with this lunatic?" She put on her reading glasses. The new video Saddam showed her began with a shot of several rusty pickup trucks parked in the compound of a genteel old colonial bungalow, the office of a local district collector in Gujarat. The trucks were piled high with old carcasses and skeletons of cows. Furious young Dalit men unloaded the carcasses and began flinging them into the deep, colonnaded veranda of the bungalow. They left a macabre trail of cow skeletons in the driveway, placed a huge, horned skull on the collector's office table and draped serpentine cow vertebrae like antimacassars over the backs of his pretty armchairs. Anjum watched the video looking shocked, the light from the mobile phone screen bouncing off her perfect white tooth. It was clear the men were shouting, but the volume on the phone was turned down so as not to wake Miss Jebin. "What are they shouting?" "It's in Gujarati," she asked Saddam. "Your mother. You look after her," Saddam whispered. "Ai hi. What will they do to these boys now? What can they do, the poor fuckers? They can't clean their own shit. They can't bury their own mothers. I don't know what they'll do. But it's their problem, not ours. So now," Anjum said, "you've deleted the video, that means that you've given up the idea of killing that bastard cop." She sounded disappointed. Disapproving, almost. "Now I don't need to kill him. You saw the video, my people have risen up. They are fighting. What is one Sarawat for us now? Nothing. Do you make all your life's big decisions based on mobile phone videos? That's how it is these days, Yar. The world is only videos now. But see what they've done. It's real. It's not a movie. They're not actors. Do you want to see it again? It's not that easy, Babu. They'll beat up these boys, buy them off, that's how they do it these days, and if they leave this work of theirs, how will they earn? What will they eat? Chelo, we'll think about that later. Do you have a nice photograph of your father? We can hang it up in the TV room." Anjum was suggesting that a portrait of Saddam's father be hung next to the portrait of Zakir Mian garlanded with crisp cashbirds that graced the TV room. It was her way of accepting Saddam as her son-in-law. Sida was delighted, Zainab ecstatic. Preparations for the wedding began. Everybody, including Tilo Madam, was measured up for new clothes that Zainab would design. A month before the wedding, Saddam announced that he was taking the family out for a special treat. A surprise. Imam Ziauddin was too frail to go and it was Ustad Hamid's grandson's birthday. Dr. Azad Bardia said the treat destination Saddam had chosen was against his principles and in any case he couldn't eat. So the party consisted of Anjum, Sida, Nimo Gorak Puri, Zainab, Tilo, Miss Jebin II and Saddam himself. None of them could in their wildest dreams have predicted what he had in store for them. Naresh Kumar, a friend of Saddam's, was one of 5 chauffeurs employed by a billionaire industrialist who maintained a palatial home and a fleet of expensive cars even though he spent only 3 or 4 days a month in Delhi. Naresh Kumar arrived at the graveyard to pick up the pre-wedding party in his master's leather-seated silver Mercedes. Zainab sat in front on Saddam's lap and everybody else squashed in behind. Tilo could never have imagined enjoying a ride through the streets of Delhi in a Mercedes. But that, she discovered very quickly, was only due to her severely limited imagination. The passengers shrieked as the car picked up speed. Saddam would not tell them where he was taking them. As they drove through the vicinity of the old city, they looked out of the windows eagerly, hoping to be seen by friends and acquaintances. As they moved into South Delhi, the mismatch between the passengers and the vehicle they were in drew plenty of curious and sometimes angry looks. A little intimidated, they rolled the window glasses up. They stopped at a traffic intersection at the end of a long, tree-lined avenue where a group of hijras dressed up to the nines were begging. They were technically begging, but actually hammering on car windows demanding money. All the cars that had stopped at the lights had their windows rolled up. The people in them were doing all they could to avoid eye contact with the hijras. When they caught sight of the silver Mercedes, all 4 hijras converged on it, smelling wealth and, they hoped, a naive foreigner. They were surprised when the windows rolled down before they had even launched their strike, and Anjum, Sida and Nimo Gorak Puri smiled back at them, returning their wide-fingered hijra clap. The encounter quickly turned into an exchange of gossip. Which Gharana did the 4 belong to? Who was their Ustad? And their Ustad's Ustad? The 4 leaned through the Merc's windows, their elbows resting on the ledges, their bottoms protruding provocatively into the traffic. When the lights changed, the cars behind them hooted impatiently. They responded with a string of inventive obscenities. Saddam gave them 100 rupees and his visiting card. He invited them to the wedding. "You must come." They smiled and waved goodbye, sashaying their leisurely way through the annoyed traffic. As their car sped away, Sida said that because sexual reassignment surgery was becoming cheaper, better, and more accessible to people, hijras would soon disappear. "Nobody will need to go through what we've been through anymore." "You mean no more Indo-Pak?" Nimo Gorak Puri said. "It wasn't all bad," Anjum said. "I think it would be a shame if we became extinct." "It was all bad," Nimo Gorak Puri said. "You've forgotten that quack Dr. Mukhtar. How much money did he make off you?" The car floated like a steel bubble through streets wide and narrow, smooth and potholed, for more than 2 hours. They glided through dense forests of apartment buildings, past gigantic concrete amusement parks, bizarrely designed wedding halls and towering cement statues as high as skyscrapers, of Shiva in a cement leopard skin loincloth with a cement cobra around his neck and a colossal Hanuman looming over a metro track. They drove over an impossible-to-pee-on flyover as wide as a wheat field, with 20 lanes of cars whizzing over it and towers of steel and glass growing on either side of it. But when they took an exit road off it, they saw that the world underneath the flyover was an entirely different one, an unpaved, unlaned, unlit, unregulated, wild, and dangerous one, in which buses, trucks, bullocks, rickshaws, cycles, handcarts and pedestrians jostled for survival. One kind of world flew over another kind of world without troubling to stop and ask the time of day. The steel bubble floated on, past shanty towns and industrial swamps where the air was a pale mauve haze, past railway tracks packed thick with trash and lined with slums. Finally they arrived at their destination. The edge. Where the countryside was trying, quickly, clumsily and tragically, to turn itself into the city. A mall. The passengers in the Merc fell dead silent as it turned into the underground parking lot, lifted its bonnet and its boot like a girl lifting her skirts, for a quick bomb check, and then drifted down into a basement full of cars. When they entered the bright shopping arcade, Saddam and Zainab looked happy and excited, completely at ease in the new surroundings. The others, including Ustaniji, looked as though they had stepped through a portal into another cosmos. The visit began with a hitch, a little trouble on the escalator. Anjum refused to get on. It took a good 15 minutes of coaxing and encouragement. Finally, while Tilo carried Miss Jeb in the second, Saddam stood next to Anjum on the step with his arm around her shoulders, and Zainab stood on the step above her, facing her, holding both her hands. Thus reinforced, Anjum went up wobbling and roaring ai high, as though she was risking her life in a dangerous adventure sport. As they wandered around Ostrog, trying to tell the difference between the shoppers and the mannequins in shop windows, Nimo Gorak Puri was the first to regain her composure. She looked approvingly at the young women in shorts and miniskirts, with huge shopping bags and sunglasses pushed up into their lush, blow-dried hair. "See, this is what I wanted to look like when I was young. I had a real fashion sense. But nobody understood. I was too far ahead of our times." After an hour's window shopping and absolutely no buying, they ate lunch in an outlet called Nando's. Mainly, huge helpings of deep-fried chicken. Zainab was assigned to supervise Nimo Gorak Puri, and Saddam took care of Anjum, because neither of them had been to a restaurant before. Anjum stared in frank amazement at the family of 4 at the next table, an older couple and a younger one. The women, clearly mother and daughter, were both dressed alike in sleeveless printed tops and trousers, their faces caked with makeup. The young man, presumably the girl's fiancé, had his elbows on the table and frequently gazed down admiringly at his own huge biceps that bulged out of his blue, short-sleeved t-shirt. Only the older man did not appear to be enjoying himself. He peered furtively out from around the imaginary pillar he was hiding behind. Every few minutes the family suspended all conversation, immobilized their smiles and took selfies with the menu, with the waiter, with the food and with each other. After each selfie they passed their phones around for the others to see. They did not pay any attention to anyone else in the restaurant. Anjum was far more interested in them than in the food on her plate, which she had not been in the least impressed by. After he paid the bill, Saddam looked around the table with a sense of ceremony. "You all must be wondering why I brought you all the way here. To show us the dunya," Anjum said, as though it were a quiz question on a TV show. "No. To introduce all of you to my father. This is where he died. Right here. Where this building now stands. Before it came up there were villages here, surrounded by wheat fields. There was a police station, a road." Saddam then told them the story of what happened to his father. He told them about his vow to kill Sarwat, the station house officer of the Dulina police station, and why he had given up the idea. They all took turns to pass his mobile phone around the table and watch the video of the dead cows being flung into the district collector's bungalow. "My father's spirit must be wandering here, trapped inside this place." Everybody tried to imagine him a village skinner, lost in the bright lights, trying to find his way out of the mall. "This is his mazar," Anjum said. "Hindus aren't buried. They don't have mazars, Badi Mummy," Zainab said. "Maybe it's the whole world's mazar," Tilo thought, but didn't say. "Maybe the mannequin shoppers are ghosts trying to buy what no longer exists." "It isn't right," Anjum said. "The matter can't be left like this. Your father should have a proper funeral." "He did have a proper funeral," Saddam said. "He was cremated in our village. I lit his funeral pyre." Anjum was not convinced. She wanted to do something more for Saddam's father, to lay his spirit to rest. After a great deal of discussion, they decided they would buy a shirt in his name from one of the shops, like people bought chadars in dargahs, and bury it in the old graveyard so that Saddam and Zainab's children would feel the presence of their grandfather around them as they grew up. "I know a Hindu prayer," Zainab said suddenly. "Shall I recite it here in memory of a bhajan?" Everybody leaned in to listen. And then, sitting at a table in a fast food restaurant, as a missive of love to her late as well as future father-in-law, Zainab recited the Gayatri mantra that Anjum had taught her when she was a little girl, because she believed it would help her in a mob situation. Om Bhurbhuvasvaha. Tatsavatar Varanyam. Bargo Devasya Dhimahi. Dio Yona Prakodayafn 1. On the morning of Saddam Hussein's father's second funeral, Tilo put something else on the table. Literally. She brought out the little pot that contained her mother's ashes and said she would like her mother to be buried in the old graveyard too. It was decided that there would be a double funeral that day. If the cremation in the electric crematorium in Cochin counted, it would be Mariam Ib's second funeral too. Saddam Hussein dug the graves. A stylish, Madras-checked shirt was interred in one. A pot of ashes in the other. Imam Ziauddin demurred a little at the unorthodoxy of the proceedings, but eventually agreed to say the prayers. Anjum asked Tilo if she wanted to say a Christian prayer for her mother. Tilo explained that the church had refused to bury her mother, so any prayers would do. As she stood beside her mother's grave, a line that Mariam Ib had repeated more than once during her hallucinations in the ICU came back to her. "I feel I am surrounded by eunuchs. Am I?" At the time it had seemed like nothing more than a part of her regular barrage of ICU insults. But now it gave Tilo a shiver. How did she know? Once the pot of ashes had been buried and the grave filled with earth, Tilo closed her eyes and recited her mother's favorite passage from Shakespeare to herself. And at that moment the world, already a strange place, became an even stranger one. "And Crispin Crispian shall ne'er go by. From this day to the ending of the world. But we in it shall be remembered. We few, we happy few, we band of brothers. For he today that sheds his blood with me shall be my brother, be he ne'er so vile. This day shall gentle his condition. And gentlemen in England now abed shall think themselves accursed they were not here. and hold their manhoods cheap whiles any speaks. That fought with us upon St. Crispin's Day. She had never understood why her mother had so particularly loved this manly, soldierly, warlike passage. But she had. When Tilo opened her eyes, she was shocked to realize that she was weeping. Zainab and Saddam were married a month later. There was an eclectic gathering of guests hijras from all over Delhi, including the new friends they had made at the traffic lights, Zainab's friends, most of them students of fashion design, some of Ustanaji's students and their parents, Zakir Mian's family, and several of Saddam Hussein's old comrades from his varied career: sweepers, mortuary workers, municipal truck drivers, security guards. Dr. Azad Bhartiya, D.D. Gupta and Roshan Lal were there, of course. Anwar Bhai and his women and his son who had outgrown his mauve crocs came from GB Road, and Ishrat the Beautiful, who had played a stellar role in the rescue of Miss Jebin II, came from Indore. Tilo's and Dr. Azad Bhartiya's little cobbler friend, who had outlined his father's lung tumor in the dirt, dropped in briefly. Old Dr. Bhagat came too, still dressed in white, still wearing his watch on a sweatband. Dr. Mukhtar the quack was not invited. Miss Jebin II was dressed as a little queen. She wore a tiara and a frothy dress and shoes that squeaked. Of all the presents the young couple were showered with, their favorite was the goat that Nimo Gorakhpuri gave them. She had had it specially imported from Iran. Ustad Hamid and his students sang. Everybody danced. Afterwards Anjum took Saddam and Zainab to Hazrat Sarmad. Tilo, Sida, and Miss Jebin II went too. They made their way past the sellers of ittars and amulets, the custodians of pilgrims' shoes, the cripples, the beggars, and the goats being fattened for Eid. 60 years had gone by since Hahanara Begum had taken her son Aftab to Hazrat Sarmad and asked him to teach her how to love him. 15 years had passed since Anjum took the bandicoot to him to exorcise her Sifli Jadoo. It was more than a year since Miss Jebin II's first visit. Hahanara Begum's son had become her daughter, and the bandicoot was now a bride. But other than that, nothing much had changed. The floor was red, the walls were red, and the ceiling was red. Hazrat Sarmad's blood had not been washed away. A wispy man with a prayer cap striped like a bee's bottom held out his prayer beads to Sarmad beseechingly. A thin woman in a printed sari tied a red bangle to the grill and then pressed her baby's forehead to the floor. Tilo did the same with Miss Jebin II, who thought it was a good game and did it many more times than was really necessary. Zainab and Saddam tied bangles to the grill and laid a new velvet chador trimmed with tinsel on the Hazrat's grave. Anjum said a prayer and asked him to bless the young couple. And Sarmad Hazrat of utmost happiness, saint of the unconsoled and solace of the indeterminate, blasphemer among believers and believer among blasphemers, did. 3 weeks later there was a third funeral in the old graveyard. One morning Dr. Azad Bhartiya arrived at Janat guest house with a letter that was addressed to him. It had been hand-delivered by a woman who would not identify herself, but said the letter was from the Bastar forest. Anjum didn't know what or where that was. Dr. Azad explained briefly about Bastar, the Adivasi tribes that lived there, the mining companies that wanted their land, and the Maoist guerrillas who were waging a war against security forces that were trying to clear the land for the companies. The letter was written in English, in tiny, cramped handwriting. There was no date on it. Dr. Azad Bhartiya said it was from Miss Jebin II's real mother. Tear it up! Anjum roared. She throws away her baby and then comes back here saying she is the real mother. Saddam stopped her from lunging for the letter. Don't worry, Dr. Azad Bhartiya said, she is not coming back. It was a long letter, written on both sides of the pages with whole passages scored out, sentences running into each other as though paper was in limited supply. Between the pages there were a few pressed flowers that had crumbled when the papers had been folded into the pellet that was delivered. Dr. Azad Bhartiya read it out, roughly translating it as best he could as he went along. His audience was Anjum, Tilo, and Saddam Hussein. And Miss Jebin II, who did all she could to disrupt the proceedings. Dear Comrade Azad Bharatiya Garu, I am writing this to you because in my 3 days Time in Yantar Mantar I observed you carefully. If anybody knows where is my child now, I think it might be you only. I am a Telugu woman and sorry I don't know Hindi. My English is not good also. Sorry for that. I am Revati, working as a full-timer with Communist Party of India, Maoist. When you will receive this letter I will be already killed. At this point, Anjum, who had been leaning forward, listening with rapt attention, rocked back, looking visibly relieved. She seemed to have lost interest. But gradually, as Dr. Azad Bhartiya read on, she grew riveted again and listened without interrupting. My comrade Suguna knows to send this letter to you when she hears that I am no more. As you know we are banned, underground people, and this letter from me you can call as underground of underground, so it will take minimum 5 or 6 weeks to come to you through a safe channels. After I left my child there in Delhi, my conscience is very much bad. I cannot sleep or take rest. I don't want her. But I don't want her to suffer also. So in case if you know where she is, I want to tell you her frank story a little. Rest is for your decision. Her name that I have gave her was Udaya. In Telugu it means sunrise. I gave her this name because she was born in Dandakaranya forest during sunrise. When she was born I frankly felt hatred for her and I thought to kill her. I felt really she was not mine. Really she is not mine. Really if you see her story that I have written here, I am not her mother. River is her mother and forest is her father. This is the story of Udaya and Revati. I, Revati, hail from East Godavari district of Andhra Pradesh. My caste is Setabalaja which comes under BC, backward caste. My mother's name is Indumati. She is a SSLC school pass. She is married with my father when she is 18 years. Father worked in army. He was older to her by many years. He saw her when he was home for vacation and fell in love because mother is very fair and pretty. After engagement but before marriage father was court-martialed from army for smoking near the armory. He came to live in his village which was on opposite side of Godavari river from mother's village. His family is same caste, but was rich than hers. During marriage ceremony itself they made my mother to got up from the pandal and demanded for more dowry. My grandfather had to run for loan. Only then they agreed and marriage continued. Immediately after marriage father developed some perversions and sadism. He wanted mother to wear short dresses and do ballroom dancing. When she refused he cut her with blades and complained she was not satisfying him. After some months he sent her home to my grandfather. When she was 5 months pregnant with me my mother's younger brother took her back to father's village in a boat. She was dressed in a very good sari and jewelry and took 2 silver pots of sweets and 25 new saris for her mother-in-law. Father was not there in the house. In-laws refused to open the door and came out and kicked the pot of sweets. Mother felt very much ashamed. On the way back, in middle of the river she taked off her jewelry and jumped from the boat. I was in her stomach 5 months then. Boatman saved her and took her home. I was born in my maternal grandfather's house. During pregnancy time mother's stomach was huge. She was expecting twins. White color, like her and her husband. But I came out. I was black and weighty. Seeing my color mother was unconscious for 2 days. But after that she never left me. The whole village talked. My father's family came to know how black I was. They had that caste and color feeling. They said I was not theirs but a Mala or Madiga girl, not a BC but a SC schedule caste girl. I grew up in my grandfather's house. He worked in animal husbandry. He was a communist. His house had a thatch roof but many books. When he became old my grandfather became blind also. I was in school then I would read to him. I would read Illustrated Weekly, Competition Success Review and Soviet Bumi. I also read the story of the little black fish. We had many books from People's Publishing House. Father would come to my grandfather's house at night to trouble mother. I would hate him. He moved around the house at night like a snake. She would follow him, he would torture and cut her and send her back. Again he would call her and again she would go. For some time afterwards he took her and kept her with him again in his village. Again she became pregnant. In my grandfather's village the women prayed for her second baby to be also black so mother could be proved a faithful wife. They sacrificed 30 black hens in the temple for this. Thanks God my brother is born also black. But then again father sent mother home and married another woman. I wanted to be a lawyer and put my father behind bars forever. But soon I became influenced by communism and revolutionary thinking. I read communist literature. My grandfather taught me revolutionary songs and we would sing together. My mother and grandmother stole coconuts and sold them for paying my school fees. They bought me small things and kept me very fashionable and many boys liked me. After passing intermediate I sat for medical entrance and got selected but we had no money for fees. So I joined government degree college in Warangal. Their movement was very strong. Inside forest, but outside also. In my first year itself I was recruited by Comrade Nirmalaka and Comrade Laxmi who would visit women's hostel and talk to us girls about exploitation by the class enemy and terrible condition of poverty in our country. From college itself I worked as a part-timer and courier for the party. Afterwards I worked in the Mahila Sangam Women's Organization, creating class awareness in slums and villages. We became a channel for parties' communication all over Telangana. We would travel by bus to meetings carrying booklets and pamphlets. We would sing and dance at protest meetings. I read Marx and Lenin and Mao and became convinced of Maoism. At the time situation was very dangerous. All police, cobras, greyhounds, Andhra police would be everywhere. Hundreds of party workers were killed like anything. Maximum hatred police had for women workers. Comrade Nirmalaka when she was killed they ripped her stomach and took out everything. Comrade Laxmi also they not simply killed but cut and removed eyes. For her there was big protest. One another comrade Padmaka they captured and broken both her knees so she could not walk and beat her so she has kidney damage, liver damage, so much damage. She came out from jail now she works in Amarula Bandhu Mithrula Sangathan. Wherever party people are killed and family is poor and cannot afford to travel to get their person's body back, she goes. In tractor, tempo, anything, and brings the body to family for funeral and all those things. In 2008 the situation much worse inside the forest. Operation Green Hunt is announced by government. War against people. Thousands of police and paramilitary are in the forest. Killing Adivasis, burning villages. No Adivasi can stay in her house or their village. They sleep in the forest outside at night because at night police come, 100, 200, sometimes 500 police. They take everything, burn everything, steal everything. Chickens, goats, money. They want Adivasi people to vacate forest so they can make a steel township and mining. Thousands are in jail. All this politics you can read outside. Or in our magazine People's March. So I will only tell you about Udaya. At the time of Green Hunt, party gave a call for recruitment to PLGA People's Liberation Guerrilla Army. At the time I and 2 others went into Bastar Forest for arms training. I worked there for more than 6 years. Inside sometimes I am called Comrade Moss. It means black girl. I like this name. But we keep different names also, each other's names. Although I am in PLGA, since I am an educated woman, party also keeps me for outside work. Sometimes I have to go to Warangal, Bhadrachalam or Khammam. Sometimes Narayanpur. This is most dangerous, because now in villages and in towns there are many informers working against us. That is how, one time when I was returning from outside, I was captured in Kujar village. At the time I was dressed in a sari and bangles and handbag and 2 string pearls. I could not fight. My arrest was not shown. I was tied up and given chloroform and taken to some place I don't know. When I waked up it was dark. I was in a room with 2 doors and 2 windows. It was a classroom. There was a blackboard but no furniture. It was a government school. All schools inside the forests are police camps. No teachers and no students come. I was naked. There was 6 police around me. One was cutting my skin with a knife blade. "So you think you are a great heroine?" he asked me. If I closed my eyes they slap me. 2 are holding my hands and 2 are holding legs. "We want to give you a gift for your party." They are smoking and putting their cigarettes on me. "You people shout a lot. Shout now and see what happens." I thought they would kill me like Padmaka and Laxmi, but they said, "Don't worry Blackie, we will let you go. You must go and tell them what we did to you. You are a great heroine. You supply them with bullets, malaria medicines, food, toothbrushes. All that we know. How many innocent girls have you sent to join your party? You are spoiling everyone. Now you go and marry someone. Settle down quietly. But first we will give you some marriage experience." They kept on burning me and cutting me. But I am not crying at all. "Why don't you scream? Your great leaders will come and save you. You people don't scream." Then one man forced open my mouth and one man put his penis in my mouth. I could not breathe. I thought I would die. They kept putting water on my face. Then all raped me many times. One is Udaya's father. Which, how can I say? I was unconscious. When I waked again I was bleeding everywhere. The door was open. They were outside smoking. I could see my sari. I slowly took it. The back door was open slightly and outside was a paddy field. They saw me running. First they ran after me and I fell, but then they said, "Leave it, let her go." This is the experience of so many women in the forest. From that I took courage. I ran through the fields. It was only moonlight. I reached a tar road. I came onto it. I had only sari. No blouse, no petticoat. I wrapped it somehow. A bus came. I got in. I was bare feet. Bleeding. My face is like a pumpkin. Mouth is huge because they bit it many times. The bus was empty. Conductor did not say anything. He did not ask me for a ticket. I sat near the window and slept because of the chloroform. In Khammam he woke me and said, "This is the last stop." I got down from the bus. When I came to know it was Khammam I was happy because I know very well one Dr. Gaurinath who has a clinic. I went there. I was walking like a drunk man. I knocked on the door and his wife opened it and screamed. I sat on her bed. I was looking like a mad person. All the cigarette burns were bubbles, on my face, breast, nipples, stomach. Her whole bed was blood. Dr. Gaurinath came and gave me some first aid. I am sleeping always because of chloroform. When I am awake I am only weeping. I only want to go to my comrades inside the forest, Renu, Damayi Aunty, Narmada Akka. Dr. Gaurinath kept me for 10 days. After that we got a contact from inside and I went back to the forest. I walked for 12 kilometers, then a PLGA squad came and we walked 5 hours more to a camp where district committee members were. The main leader, Comrade PK, asked me what happened. He is no more now. He also killed in encounter. At the time I told them, but I was crying and he could not understand anything. First he thought I am complaining about a party comrade. Comrade PK said, "I don't understand this feelings nonsense. We are soldiers. Tell me like a report without emotions." So I told him the report. But without my knowledge my eyes are weeping. I showed my injuries for inspection to female comrades. After that they sat for 2 days to think what to do. Then the committee called me again and said I must go outside and form a Revati Atyachar Direct Committee against Revati's rape. In addition I was given responsibility for another program to take over a slum colony with 2,000 people and only 2 hand pumps. I am so sick and I have to organize people's rally for more hand pumps. I could not believe it. But they said I must help myself. But I could not go outside because by then I could not walk. Bleeding was not stopped. I was having fits. My wounds were got septic. I could not go out. I could not march with the squads. Again I was left in a forest village. After 3 months I could walk. By then I was pregnant. But I did not bother. I rejoined PLGA. But when party came to know, they again told me to go outside because PLGA women are banned to have children. I stayed in a forest village till Udaya was born. When I saw her first I felt very much hatred. I felt that 6 police fellows cutting me with blades and burning me with cigarettes. I thought to kill her. I put my gun on her head but could not fire because she was a small and cute baby. That time there was a big campaign going on outside the forest against war on people. Big Delhi groups organized a public tribunal. Adivasi people who had become victims were called to Delhi to speak to national media. Party told me to accompany them along with other local lawyers and activists. As I had a small child, it was a good cover. I was a very good speaker in Telugu and knew all the facts. They had good translators in Delhi. After the tribunal I sat with tribal victims for 3 days public protest in Yantar Mantar. I saw many good people there. But I cannot live outside like them. My party is my mother and father. Many times it does many wrong things. Kills wrong people. Women join because they are revolutionaries but also because they cannot bear their sufferings at home. Party says men and women are equal, but still they never understand. I know Comrade Stalin and Chairman Mao have done many good things and many bad things also. But still I cannot leave my party. I cannot live outside. I saw many good people in Yantar Mantar, so I had the idea to leave Udaya there. I cannot be like you and them. I cannot go on hunger strike and make requests. In the forest every day police is burning, killing, raping poor people. Outside there is you people to fight and take up issues. But inside there is us only. So I am returned to Dandakaranya to live and die by my gun. Thank you comrade for reading this. Red salute. Lal Salam. Rivati. Lal Salam Alaikum, was Anjum's inadvertent, instinctive response to the end of the letter. That could have been the beginning of a whole political movement, but she had only meant it in the way of an Amin after listening to a moving sermon. Each of the listeners recognized, in their own separate ways, something of themselves and their own stories, their own Indo-Pak, in the story of this unknown, faraway woman who was no longer alive. It made them close ranks around Miss Jebin II like a formation of trees, or adult elephants, an impenetrable fortress in which she, unlike her biological mother, would grow up protected and loved. What came up for immediate discussion in the Graveyard Politburo, however, was whether or not Miss Jebin II should ever know about the letter. Anjum, the General Secretary, was absolutely unambiguous about that. While Miss Jebin II stood on her lap and almost twisted the nose off her face, Anjum said, she should know about her mother of course. Never about her father. It was decided that Rivati should be buried with full honors in the graveyard. In the absence of her body, her letter would be interred in the grave. Tilo would keep a photocopy for the record. Anjum wanted to know what the correct rituals were for the funeral of a communist. She used the phrase Lal Salami. When Dr. Azad Bhartiya said that as far as he knew there were none as such, she was a little disparaging. What kind of thing is it, then? What kind of people leave their dead without prayers? The next day Dr. Azad Bhartiya procured a red flag. Rivati's letter was put into an airtight container and then it was wrapped in the flag. While it was buried he sang the Hindi version of the Internationale and gave her a clenched fist red salute. Thus ended the second funeral of Miss Jebin II's first, second, or third mother, depending on your perspective. The Politburo decided that Miss Jebin II's full name would, from that day onwards, be Miss Udaya Jebin. The epitaph on her mother's tombstone simply read: Comrade Mas Rivati. Beloved mother of Miss Udaya Jebin. Lal Salam. Dr. Azad Bhartiya tried to teach Miss Udaya Jebin she of the 6 fathers and 3 mothers, who were stitched together by threads of light, to clench her fist and say a final Lal Salam to her mother. Al Salam, she gurgled. 11. The landlord. I'm still here. As you must, no doubt, have guessed. I never did check into that rehabilitation center. It lasted on and off for almost 6 months, the binge that started when I first arrived. However, I'm sober now. Sober for now, is probably how I'm meant to put it. It's been well over a year since I touched a drink. But it's too late. I've lost my job. Chitra has left me and Rabia and Ania won't speak to me. Oddly, none of it has made me as unhappy as I imagined it would. I have come to enjoy my solitude. Over the last few months, I've lived the life of a recluse. Instead of binge drinking, I've been binge reading. I have made it my business to pry into every last piece of paper, every document, every report, every letter, every video, every yellow post-it and every photograph in every file in this apartment. I suppose you could say that I brought the attributes of an addictive personality to this project too, by which I mean single-mindedness coupled with acute guilt and useless remorse. Once I had been through the whole weird archive, I tried to make amends for my prurience by putting some logic and order into its chaos. Then again, maybe that just counts as further transgression. Either way, I've refiled the papers and photographs and packed them into sealed cartons so that, if and when she comes, she can take them away easily. I've taken down the notice boards and made sure the photographs and post-its are packed in a way that she can put them up again in the same order with little difficulty. All this to say that I have moved in. I live here now, in this apartment. I have nowhere else to go. The rent from the flat downstairs constitutes the better part of my income. Tilo does continue to pay rent into my account, but I plan to return it to her whenever, if ever, I see her again. The upshot of my prying, I should admit, is that I have changed my mind about Kashmir. It might sound a little cheap and convenient for me to be saying this now. I know I must sound like those army generals who wage war all their lives and then suddenly become pious, anti-nuke peaceniks when they retire. The only difference between them and me is that I'm going to keep my newly formed opinion to myself. It's not easy though. If I wanted to, and if I played my cards right, I could probably parlay it into some serious capital. I could create a political storm if I came out, so to speak, because I see from the news that Kashmir, after a few years of deceptive calm, has exploded once again. From what I can tell, it's no longer the case that security forces are attacking people. It seems to be the other way around now. Ordinary people, not militants, are attacking the forces. Kids on the streets with stones in their hands are facing down soldiers with guns. Villagers armed with sticks and shovels are sweeping down mountainsides and overwhelming army camps. If the soldiers fire at them and kill a few, the protests just swell some more. The paramilitary are using pellet guns that end up blinding people, which is better than killing them, I suppose. Although in PR terms it's worse. The world is inured to the sight of piled-up corpses. But not to the sight of hundreds of living people who have been blinded. Pardon my crudeness, but you can imagine the visual appeal of that. But even that doesn't seem to be working. Boys who've lost one eye are back on the street, prepared to risk the other. What do you do with that kind of fury? I have no doubt that we can and will beat them down once more. But where will it all end? War? Or nuclear war? Those seem to be the most realistic answers to that question. Every evening as I watch the news I marvel at the ignorance and idiocy on display. And to think that all my life I have been a part of it. It's all I can do to stop myself writing something for the papers. I won't, because I'd lay myself open to ridicule the sacked, drunk, conscientious objector. That sort of thing. Of course I know about Musa now, in the sense that I know he didn't die when we thought he did. He's been around all these years, and of course, needless to say, my tenant has known that all along. All it took was an extended power cut for me to find the things she had stored in the freezer. So imagine my pleasure one night, when the key turned in my door and Musa walked in and was more shocked to see me than I was to see him. The first few minutes of the encounter were fraught. He made to leave, but I managed to persuade him to stay and at least have a cup of coffee. It was good to see him. We had last met as very young men. Boys, really. Now I had almost no hair and his was silver. When I told him that I was no longer with the bureau, he relaxed. We ended up spending that night and most of the next day together. We talked a lot. When I look back on that meeting, I'm a little unnerved by the skill with which he drew me out. It was a combination of quiet solicitousness and the sort of curiosity that is flattering rather than inquisitive. Perhaps because of my eagerness to reassure him that I was no longer the enemy, I ended up doing most of the talking. I was astonished at how intimately he seemed to know the workings of the bureau. He talked of some officers as though they were personal friends. It was almost like exchanging notes with a colleague. But it was done so coolly, almost nonchalantly, most of it just casual chatter that bordered on gossip, that I only realized what had happened after he was gone. We didn't really talk politics. And we didn't talk about Tilo. He offered to cook me lunch with whatever ingredients I had in the kitchen. Of course I knew that what he really wanted was to take a look at my freezer. All there was in there now was a kilo of good mutton. I told him that the stuff in the apartment, including his many passports and other personal belongings, was packed and ready to be removed whenever Tilo wanted to take it. We circled around the subject of Kashmir, but only in abstract ways. You may be right after all, I said to him in the kitchen. You may be right, but you'll never win. I think the opposite, he smiled, stirring the pot from which a wonderful aroma of Rogan Josh arose. We may turn out to be wrong, but we have already won. I left it at that. I don't think he was aware of the extent to which the government of India would go to hold on to that little patch of land. It could turn into a bloodbath that would make the 1990s look like a school play. On the other hand, maybe I had no idea how suicidal Kashmiris were prepared to become. Either way, the stakes were higher than they had ever been. Or maybe we had different notions about what winning means. The meal was delectable. Musa was a relaxed, accomplished cook. He asked about Naga. I haven't seen him on TV of late. Is he okay? Oddly, the only person I have been seeing occasionally in my new life as a recluse is Naga. He has resigned from his paper and seems happier than I remember him ever being. Maybe, ironically, we're both liberated by Tilo's conclusive and categorical disappearance from our lives and the world we know. I told Musa that Naga and I were planning. It was still nothing more than a plan to start a sort of yesteryear music channel, on the radio or maybe a podcast. Naga would do the Western music, rock and roll, blues, jazz, and I'd do world music. I have an interesting, and I believe excellent, collection of Afghan, Iranian and Syrian folk music. After I said it, I felt shallow and superficial. But Musa seemed genuinely interested and we had a nice little chat about music. The next morning he organized a small tempo from the market and 2 men loaded it up with the cartons and the rest of Tilo's things. He seemed to know where she was, but didn't say, so I didn't ask. There was one question, though, that I did need to ask him before he left, something I desperately needed to know before another 30 years went by. It would have troubled me for the rest of my life if I didn't. I had to ask. There was no subtle way of doing it. It wasn't easy, but finally I came out with it. Did you kill Amrik Singh? No, he looked at me with his green tea-colored eyes. I didn't. He said nothing for a moment, but I could tell from his gaze that he was assessing me, wondering if he should say more or not. I told him I'd seen the asylum applications and the boarding passes of flights to the US with a name that matched one of his fake passports. I had come across a receipt from a car hire company in Clovis. The dates matched too, so I knew that he had something to do with that whole episode, but I didn't know what. I'm just curious, I said. It doesn't matter if you did. He deserved to die. I didn't kill him. He killed himself. But we made him kill himself. I had no idea what the hell that was supposed to mean. I didn't go to the US looking for him. I was already there on some other work when I saw the news in the papers that he had been arrested for assaulting his wife. His residential address became public. I had been looking for him for years. I had some unfinished business with him. Many of us did. So I went to Clovis, made some inquiries and finally found him at a truck washing garage and workshop where he would go to have his truck serviced. He was a completely different person from the murderer we knew, the killer of Jalib Quadri and many others. He did not have that infrastructure of impunity within which he operated in Kashmir. He was scared and broke. I almost felt sorry for him. I assured him that I was not going to harm him, and that I was only there to tell him that we would not allow him to forget the things that he had done. Musa and I were having this conversation out on the street. I had come down to see him off. Other Kashmiris had also read the news. So they began to arrive in Clovis to see how the butcher of Kashmir lived now. Some were journalists, some were writers, photographers, lawyers, some were just ordinary people. They turned up at his workplace, at his home, at the supermarket, across the street, at his children's school. Every day. He was forced to look at us. Forced to remember. It must have driven him crazy. Eventually it made him self-destruct. So, to answer your question, no, I did not kill him. What Musa said next, standing against the backdrop of the school gates with the painting of the ogre nurse giving a baby a polio vaccine, was like an ice injection. More so because it was said in that casual, genial way he had, with a friendly, almost happy smile, as though he was only joking. One day Kashmir will make India self-destruct in the same way. You may have blinded all of us, every one of us, with your pellet guns by then. But you will still have eyes to see what you have done to us. You're not destroying us. You are constructing us. It's yourselves that you are destroying. Khuda Hafiz, Garson Bhai. With that he left. I never saw him again. What if he's right? We've seen great countries fall into ruin virtually overnight. What if we're next in line? That thought fills me with a kind of epical sadness. If this little back street is anything to go by, perhaps the unraveling has already begun. Everything has suddenly fallen quiet. All the construction has stopped. The laborers have disappeared. Where are the whores and the homosexuals and the dogs with fancy coats? I miss them. How could it all disappear so quickly? I mustn't keep standing here, like some nostalgic old fool. Things will get better. They must. On my way back and I managed to avoid my voluptuous and voluble tenant Ankita on the stairs as I returned to my empty apartment that will forever be haunted by the ghosts of the cardboard cartons that have gone, and all the stories they contained. And the absence of the woman who, in my own weak, wavering way, I will never stop loving. What will become of me? I'm a little like Amrik Singh myself, old, bloated, scared, and deprived of what Musa so eloquently called the infrastructure of impunity that I have operated within all my life. What if I self-destruct too? I could unless music rescues me. I should get in touch with Naga. I should work on that podcast idea. But first I need a drink. 12. Gihkyam. It was Musa's third night in Jannat guest house. He had arrived a few days ago like a delivery man, with the tempo full of cardboard cartons. Everybody was delighted to see the animation on Astanaji's face when she set eyes on him. The cartons were stacked against the wall in Tilo's room, crowding up the space she shared with Alam Beji. Tilo had told Musa as much as she knew about everyone in Jannat guest house. On that last night she lay next to him on her bed, showing off her prowess in Urdu. She had written out a poem she'd learned from Dr. Azad Bardia in one of her notebooks. Mar gayi bulbul kafaz main. Keh gayi sayad se. Apni sunaragond main. Tu thuns le fasil e baharfan 1. That sounds like the anthem of a suicide bomber, Musa said. Tilo told him about Dr. Azad Bardia and how the poem had been his response to police questioning in Yantar Mantar, on the morning after the said night, the concerned night, the aforementioned night, the night hereinafter referred to as the night. When I die, Tilo said, laughing, I want this to be my epitaph. Alam Beji muttered a few insults and turned over in her grave. Musa glanced at the page in the notebook that faced the one in which Tilo had written the poem. It said, how to tell a shattered story by slowly becoming everybody. No. By slowly becoming everything. That was something to think about, he thought. It made him turn to his love of many years, the woman whose strangeness had become so dear to him, and hold her close. Something about Tilo's new home reminded Musa of the story of Mumtaz Afzal Malik, the young taxi driver whom Amrik Singh had killed, whose body had been recovered from a field and delivered to his family with earth in his clenched fists and mustard flowers growing through his fingers. That story had always stayed with Musa, perhaps because of the way hope and grief were woven together in it, so tightly, so inextricably. He would leave for Kashmir the next morning, to return to a new phase in an old war from which, this time, he would not return. He would die the way he wanted to, with his asal boot on. He would be buried the way he wanted to be, a faceless man in a nameless grave. The younger men who would take his place would be harder, narrower and less forgiving. They would be more likely to win any war they fought, because they belonged to a generation that had known nothing but war. Tilo would receive a message from Khadija, a photograph of a young, smiling Musa and Gul Kak. On the back, Khadija would write, Commanders Gulrez and Gulrez are together now. Tilo would grieve deeply at Musa's passing, but would not be undone by her grief because she was able to write to him regularly and visit him often enough through the crack in the door that the battered angels in the graveyard held open, illegally, for her. Their wings did not smell like the bottom of a chicken coop. On their last night together, Tilo and Musa slept with their arms wrapped around each other, as though they had only just met. Anjum was restless that night and unable to sleep. She pottered around the graveyard inspecting her property. She stopped for a moment at Bombay Silk's grave and said a prayer and told Miss Udayajabin, who was perched on her hip, the story of how she had first set eyes on Bombay Silk while she was buying bangles from the bangle seller at Chitli Kabar and had followed her all the way down the street to Gali de Kotan. She bent down and picked up one of Rojan Lal's flowers from Begum Ranata Mumtaz Madam's grave and put it on Comrade Most's grave. That little act of redistribution made her feel much better. She looked back at Janat Guest House with a sense of contentment and accomplishment. On impulse, she decided to take Miss Udayajabin out on a brief midnight ramble to familiarize her with her surroundings and see the city lights. She walked past the mortuary, through the hospital car park onto the main road. There wasn't much traffic at that hour. Still, to be safe, they stayed on the pavement, threading their way through parked cycle rickshaws and sleeping people. They passed a slim, naked man with a sprig of barbed wire in his beard. He raised a hand in greeting, and hurried off as though he was late for the office. When Miss Udayajabin said, "Mummy, Susu," Anjum set her down under a street light. With her eyes fixed on her mother she peed, and then lifted her bottom to marvel at the night sky and the stars and the 1,000-year-old city reflected in the puddle she had made. Anjum gathered her up and kissed her and took her home. By the time they got back, the lights were all out and everybody was asleep. Everybody, that is, except for Gihkyam the dung beetle. He was wide awake and on duty, lying on his back with his legs in the air to save the world in case the heavens fell. But even he knew that things would turn out all right in the end. They would, because they had to. Because Miss Udayajabin, was come.